New Atlantis of Lord Bacon. We have to place this type of thinking within some type of historical reference frame. We cannot estimate a work of the 17th century by the concepts of our own time. We must therefore consider it in the background of the conditions which produced it and the pressures which brought it forth into objectivity. In the early years of the 17th century, an extraordinary phenomenon burst upon Europe, and that phenomenon was the Society of the Rosy Cross. This is probably one of the great mysteries of literature, and perhaps one of the great mysteries of history. This society issued a series of proclamations, of which the Fama and Confessio Fraternitatis are the most famous. These manifestos announce a reformation of Europe, a universal reformation, in fact, a major change in the thought and life of mankind. That such works could come into existence meant that already what we call the Reformation had accomplished a large part of its labor. Man's mind was liberated from the tremendous orthodoxy that dominated the medieval world. At the same time, a series of rather brilliant intellectuals were experimenting on the fringe of what we call today philosophic humanism. Now, I'm well aware that the modern trends in humanism may be very materialistic, but such was not the original trend in the hands of these men, most of whom were devout and sincere, God-loving human beings. Humanism to them meant the beginning of the recognition of human dignity, that the individual was important. We are told that in the so-called medieval period, the individual simply did not exist. What we understand today by humanitarianism had no real equivalent in those times. Each individual, struggling for his own survival, advanced his destiny regardless of cost to other individuals. The tyranny of success was probably as severe then as it begins to appear that it is to be severe in the immediate future of our own time. Everything was sacrificed to a tremendous pressure for power. When humanism began to break through this barrier, its primary interest was in the dignity of man himself. But this dignity was built upon classical foundations. The humanists derived their primary inspiration from Plato and Aristotle and the great classical thinkers of Southern Europe and North Africa. It had not occurred to these first humanists to break the ties with the past. What rather they hoped to accomplish was to bring about a restoration of the best of the past, to use man's long journey as a way of introducing him into a new way of interpreting the available information and correcting the fallacies of the existing condition. There was no decided or distinct break with the past. There was rather a reinterpretation of past events. We can sense this in all of the utopian writings, for they have this one common theme, namely that regardless of how they sought to create the concept of a better commonwealth, they always traveled to some distant place by one experience or another, being lost at sea or shipwrecked or lost in deserts or whatever the case may be. They always came in the end to a fair place that had existed for a long time. Somewhere in the distant parts of the world was the ideal community. It had not been discovered because its location was remote and far from the ordinary courses of human trade and traffic. This ideal city, however, stood with its battlements, its walls, its moats, or whatever seemed to be the proper equipment of the time. The principal difference was that it was a well-regulated city. It was Nuremberg or Heidelberg or London or any one of the cities of the time, but reformed, enlightened, the obvious weaknesses and corruptions of society corrected, and a better and more progressive attitude reigned in this mysterious and distant city. The practical foundation for many of the utopias seems to have been the development of the cantonal republics of Switzerland. The Swiss had already come to a rather advanced sociological state, while much of Europe still languished in its own despotisms. The Swiss cantonal system, with its tolerances, with its cooperative attitude toward life, was of great interest to all practical thinkers of the time. And there is no doubt that Switzerland served as an archetype for a number of the utopian productions. But this was not the full story. The full story was actually that man, looking about him for the first time, free from the oppression of the existing patterns, began to examine these patterns, find fault with them, observe how they could be changed, corrected, or improved, and dared to state what he had discovered in some articulate way. He could no longer be burned at the stake for suggesting that something was wrong with his way of life. This newfound intellectual freedom produced a wave of rather progressive types of work, many of them extremely interesting. Of course, the classic of all the utopias is More's Utopia. And in this work we find the beginning of a whole sequence of reflections upon existing evils. Reflections, however, that did not go sour, but rather took the challenge of the time and began to contemplate how the individual would live if he had something to say about the way he lived. Instead of being the victim of an oppressive feudalism, it was now his turn to do a little daydreaming. And these daydreams became quite interesting and articulate, and in many instances undoubtedly contributed to the rise of the Western democratic concept of living. I think we can say of More's Utopia that it suffered from the common ailments of these books, namely that it was rather stuffy. Stuffy in the sense that if we read it today, we would not think it very progressive. We would feel that it was dogmatic, that it had about it too much of regimentation, that actually the individual seeking a new freedom from one corruption fell under slavery to reform itself, so that instead of coming to liberty, he came to a classification, which also is of some disturbance to people today, who wonder if a highly socialized system developing here would gradually destroy most of the individuality and freedom of expression of our modern way of life. Actually, of course, the authors of the utopias were not afflicting or burdening anybody. They created their characters, their cities, and their rules, and these rules never passed beyond the pages of their own books. But in spite of the restrictions and limitations of perspective that we might expect and must accept, we see that these people were working primarily toward a concept of universal education, a concept of universal suffrage, a concept of equality, of opportunity, of equity, and of the rights of man before the law and court of his time. Each in its own way was a proclamation of a Bill of Rights. Each author found as he proceeded that his city became ever more difficult to govern. Therefore, he had to continue to do what we have done, make new laws to maintain old ones, until his utopia was as law-ridden as many of the communities he sought to reform. This experience we also have inherited from him. But in the main, he was looking for something, and he was determined to find it. And his books had tremendous appeal. When More's Utopia was issued, with the idea that there was a mysterious island on which this wonderful city stood, hundreds of people went to sea captains and tried to arrange for passage to this imaginary city. They felt that regardless of any other situation, they would rather live there than any place they knew about. This led to some confusion, but gradually the pressure subsided, and men began to realize that this utopia was an inner experience, something that man was seeking in the form of a hidden empire within his own consciousness. The next of these interesting utopian works, of course, was Campanella's City of the Sun. This was the work of a theologian, but he was well persecuted by religion for his efforts also to create the concept of a way of life which was harmonious with God and fair to mankind. Campanella recognized that ecclesiastical tyranny was no less than that of the civil courts, and that it was not much different whether the individual be dominated by the clergy or by the aristocracy. This, as you can well understand, was not particularly pleasing to the church, and it moved in upon Campanella and treated him pretty badly. But the principle involved was the same, that this escape from domination also had to mean escape from superstition. It had to be release from spiritual authority, which in partnership with temporal authority afflicted the common man. So Campanella's City of the Sun was also a rather theological community, rather suggestive in many respects of a well-ordered monastery, but at the same time there was in it this desire of man to find practical ways of creating a solution to war, a solution to hate, a solution to fear. And in the beginning years of the 17th century, those problems which again loom large in our thinking were beginning to really dominate the popular mind. Probably the smuggest and most delightful of the utopias is that of the German theologian Johann Valentin André, whose book Christianopolis was highly influenced by the culture of Switzerland. Of course, André was a devout Lutheran, and he could not for a moment support the religious convictions of Calvinist Switzerland. But at the same time, he admitted in some of his writings that he regretted that he was unable to accept wholeheartedly the Swiss way or go there and live, because in many respects he admired it greatly. But out of his entire experience, he began to develop a more or less Protestant theological utopia, in which, guided by the essential principles of Lutheranism, there was to be this new community dedicated to the equality and fundamental security of men. Luther, of course, cannot be blamed for André's concepts, but in his own way, Luther also, during his lifetime, expressed many of these same principles. And therefore, André undoubtedly drew much inspiration from the writings of Luther himself. In this commonwealth, which André envisioned, there was considerable emphasis upon the economic state of man. The others were more philosophical, more abstract. But André, who was much interested in labor movements in Europe, even in his own time, and was one of the first to develop a cooperative to take care of and protect the widows and orphans of laboring people. André was deeply concerned with a utopia in which everyone had the right to work, the right to have what he earned, the right to build a way of life which brought him personal security, and furthermore, if his industry was sincere and intelligent, that he had a certain right to the enjoyments of leisure, of reading, of thought, and of the general improvement of his mind. André did not unite with the popular mind that reserved all intellectual pursuits for a small group. André's thinking, the good city, the city of Christ, was not only a wonderful community, but it was in substance a great school. It was a place of universal enlightenment in which individuals learned by living and lived by the learning which they had gradually accumulated. So it was a kind of city of proletariat philosophers, philosophers that were not scholastic or academic, but were thoughtful persons to whom security brought the right to be thoughtful, the privilege to think, and the mind could be relieved from the very great emergencies of daily existence. This type of thinking also permeated other utopian productions of that period. Now this brings us to the subject of the New Atlantis, which was produced by an entirely different type of person. This work, in fact all of the others included, seem to have risen from this idea of a universal reformation of mankind. This reformation was the very pronouncement of all the utopias, that a new kind of life was opening for man. This new life was related somewhat also to the Western Hemisphere, to the development of a great new country, where plantations could be established, where men could escape from the perils and miseries of the old world and build in the new world a way of life closer to their heart's desire. It is very probable that the Rosicrucian manifestos and the utopias were both to a degree keyed to the development of the Western Hemisphere. For here at last seemed to be an opportunity to break away from the traditions of the old world and go forth in search of freedom of conscience, freedom of worship, freedom of opportunity, by which the individual could escape from the decadence of early 17th century Europe. The most interesting of these works to us is Lord Bacon's, because of the tremendous implications that are involved in the book and which surround it. We can therefore really regret that it remained a fragment, that as far as his lordship was concerned, the work was never finished. We might note, however, that in 1660, what was considered to be or advanced as the continuation of the New Atlantis was published. It was published under initials only, and the author of the second section or second part has never with certainty been identified. Studying it, however, there seems to be some question as to whether the second part shall be considered a legitimate extension of the original, or whether it was a fabrication of later date by some ambitious person who sought to expand the earlier account. There are two schools of thinking on this, and both sides have considerable armament, but the matter has never been actually settled. We also realize from our own thinking and studying that Lord Bacon was almost certainly deeply and closely involved in the rise of the Rosicrucian society in England. We also have reason to suspect that the society was actually founded in England, although the manifestos would attempt to move it to Germany. In addition, we remember the statements made by Burton in his Anatomy of Melancholy, a very famous nostalgic book of the period, where Burton distinctly identifies Bacon with André, the German theologian who did the Christonopolis. As a footnote to a quotation, Burton writes, Johann Valentin André, Lord Verulam. Well, of course, André was never Lord Verulam, and the relationship to Bacon is inevitable. There is also much proof and many documents to sustain the fact that Bacon and André and Campanella were in communication with each other. And it is quite possible that a good many of these utopian productions arose in a common factory of the minds, inspired by a definite purpose. And that purpose was to support and advance the universal Reformation as expounded in the Fama and Confessio Fraternitatis. In any event, the New Atlantis has been tied in many ways to the Rosicrucian problem. John Hayden, who wrote about 1660 and claimed to have a considerable knowledge of the Rosicrucians, published the New Atlantis as a Rosicrucian fable, changing only a few words and introducing the word Rosy Cross in 2 or 3 places where it is not in Bacon's original text. Now, this has caused a considerable amount of controversy also. In 1660, we must assume that the Lord Bacon's works were rather well known in England. In fact, we know that most of them have passed through several editions, and that the Royal Society, which was based upon Bacon's original concepts, was beginning to take shape and influence English thinking. Therefore, we cannot assume that the English people were unaware of the New Atlantis. And it is more or less foolish to also assume that Hayden could have hoped that his plagiarization would pass undetected. There seems to be more reason to suppose that either Hayden himself believed that the New Atlantis was a Rosicrucian fable and therefore felt justified in making these changes, or else he was party to some knowledge and actually knew that Lord Bacon's fable was intended to be a Rosicrucian work. These questions are probably, over the period of centuries, we won't answer, but at least they're worth thinking about as we proceed. So, we come now to the New Atlantis itself, and I think we have an interesting project on our hands. Here is the first edition of the New Atlantis, published in 1627 as the appendix to Lord Bacon's Silva Silvarum, or the Natural History of Winds in 10 Centuries. This is part of his great work, the Instauratio Magna, or the Textbook of Universal Knowledge. And the New Atlantis is appended to this as a fragment. This is its first appearance in print. It is described on the title page, The New Atlantis, a Work Unfinished, written by the Right Honorable Francis Lord Verulam, Viscount St. Alban. In the lower part of the title page, there is a rather interesting vignette. This vignette shows the figure of time, now presented almost in the form of Pan, but as an aged man, with the lower members resembling those of a goat, carrying also the scythe, accompanied by the hourglass, and drawing a female figure from a cavern, which is to be found at the viewer's left of the picture. The Latin motto which surrounds this central device reads that in time all that is hidden shall be made known. This is a rather interesting cryptic title page, and is found only on very few books. This particular woodblock, there's an interesting thing that perhaps would interest you in connection with it. This particular woodblock does occur on some other books. I have traced it on an English cookbook, which is quite intriguing. This cookbook was published about the same time as this book, and theoretically the printers had these devices available. The cookbook in question came out in 2 editions in the same year. One edition carried this little vignette, the other did not. They were both published the same year, about in the middle 1630s or thereabout. A copy of the book without the vignette can be bought in the book trade for about $25. The only copy I have seen listed of the edition with the vignette of the same year was priced at £700. The text is the same. No one seems to know why. The answer seems to be, at least, that all through this literature of this period, we have what might be termed landmarks, peculiar markings to identify or signify things of importance. I suspect strongly that if we went through the two editions of the aforementioned cookbook, we would find that they are not printed from the same type, although they were printed in the same year. I think we would also find that the copy that contains the vignette is ciphered, that is, has a code running through it. The other copy does not. A number of persons probably are aware of this, and one by one the available copies of that particular edition have disappeared from public availability. Of course, there's always a chance one would show up somewhere, but the demand for that edition is far greater than the demand for the uncoded edition. Therefore, having seen this type of thing happen again and again, we begin to wonder if there is not some meaning that we should look for where this coding appears, or where this monument is raised upon the title of a book. In this case, I think we are entitled to look for something, and I do think that we don't have to look very far to find it. One interesting point, I think, occurs in the preface to the Reader that is signed by Dr. Raleigh, who was Lord Bacon's chaplain and secretary. And he gives us just a little clue to the New Atlantis. Remember now that apparently the New Atlantis is a fictional work also, dealing with one of these mysterious utopias. This one apparently located somewhere mid-Pacific, halfway between the western coast of America and the coast of Asia. But in any event, Raleigh writes, "This fable my Lord devised to the end that he might exhibit therein a model or description of a college, instituted for the interpreting of nature and the producing of great and marvelous works for the benefits of man, under the name of Solomon's House, or the College of the 6 Days' Work. And even so far his lordship hath proceeded as to finish that part. Certainly the model is more vast and high than can possibly be imitated in all things. Notwithstanding, most things therein are within man's power to effect. His lordship thought also in this present fable to have composed a frame of laws, or of the best state, or mold of a commonwealth. But foreseeing it would be a long work, his desire to the collecting of the natural history diverted him, and he preferred many degrees before it." This opens a very interesting point, because we know that it was upon the model of this New Atlantis College that the Royal Society of England was later founded. And Spratt, in his History of the Royal Society, definitely declares that the inspiration of it was derived from Bacon's College of the 6 Days' Work. We also know that Newton and many other important men of his time, scientists and architects, leaders of thought, belonged to a group called the Society of the Unknown Philosophers. This has likewise been traced, and we find that it arose among the same group that later integrated the Royal Society. Thus, out of the College of the 6 Days' Work, an actual physical institution did ultimately spring. but this institution was only a fragment of the original invention. It was evident from this preface of Raleigh's that Bacon had in mind creating the archetype or pattern of a great system of education, and that therefore it was not to be regarded merely as a fable, nor even as a utopia in the popular sense of that time. It was not just a story of men seeking for a better world. It had to do with something which in the development of the account we are impelled to assume already had an existence, and that like several of these other utopias, these distant places hidden from men implied perhaps a secret society or a secret association of persons that actually did exist, as in the case of the guilds, where the concept of a social commonwealth existed long before it burst through to become a political equation in European history. In any event, this is the idea of a great college or school that was to be built. The next point, I think, is perhaps more dramatic than any of the others, because it reveals an extraordinary knowledge which Lord Bacon possessed. He causes his mariners to start out from the coast of Peru, which is a peculiar place for them to start from. They sailed from Peru in a westerly direction, and after a time met adverse winds and were unable to proceed on their journey. They then were favored by winds from the south that drove them northward. And where or in what locality we are assumed to suppose that the discovery of this mysterious island of the wise men took place, we have no way of actually estimating. Various opinions have been advanced on this also. Perhaps this supposed area was somewhat near to what we now know as the Hawaiian Islands. Perhaps what was really implied was some of the primitive cultures of the South Pacific. In any event, several points are of interest, particularly to Americanists who have been working in this area. The principal thinking is based also upon certain words used by Lord Bacon, which in his time were meaningless or entirely beyond the general comprehension of the day. Some of the points that he makes in here were not finally clarified until the present century. Yet he seems to have had some basic knowledge about these older places. For example, in one place in the New Atlantis, we have this sentence: "Yet so much is true, that the said country of Atlantis, as well as that of Peru, then called Coya, as that of Mexico, then named Tarambo, were mighty or proud kingdoms in arms, shipping, and riches." Now this is more than just a guess. In some way, Bacon was in possession of certain facts. The Kolua, which is the present pronunciation of the word which Bacon calls Koya, was the name for an ancient level of classical and cultural attainment of almost prehistoric Peru. This was not known in England or anywhere else at the time of Bacon. But it is quite possible that this particular group of Koya, symbolizing a prehistoric Peruvian culture, fits into some of our modern archaeological needs in our own present-day effort to trace the antiquity of Peruvian culture. For here was one of the very great centers of ancient Western culture. Poindexter, in his study of the Inca, has also noted that in the description of one of the great personages of Solomon's house, it is described by Bacon that he wore a turban-like hat or cap, in which was placed a stalk of wheat. This stalk of wheat occurs in ancient Indian pictures of the Incas, and the great leaders of the Peruvian culture used the stalk of wheat as a scepter. Now, we don't know how Bacon might have known this. It is possible that some of these records were brought back. But he seems to be working from something more than just a fabled interest in a situation. There is some possibility, though we have never been able to pin down the facts with certainty, that Bacon was with Drake on one of his voyages to the Western world. It is also possible that Bacon, because of his extraordinary connections, was able to do something that no other European before him had attempted to do, and no one since his time had thought of doing. Namely, that Bacon was aware that a great system of culture, including mystery schools and initiation into secret orders, did exist in the Western Hemisphere prior to the advent of the colonization scheme, and also that these cultures had reached a very high degree of attainment in Peru and in Mexico. Is he telling us then, in the story of his New Atlantis, that he has actually learned that this mysterious college of the 6 days' work actually existed in the Western Hemisphere prior to the advent of the Spaniards? Was this wonderful city of Mexico, for example, which Cortes described as the most beautiful city in all the world, the Venice of the Western Hemisphere, was this city actually also a great cultural center? Did it possess some institution which could have inspired the idea of Solomon's house, and also inspired the general concept of Bacon's mysterious island of the blessed, which he called Ben Salem, or in the larger sense, the Son of Peace? This particular possibility, that Bacon was aware that an ancient cultural foundation existed here, may have an interesting bearing on our general thinking. The New Atlantis also makes another point concerning the Old Atlantis, which is important. It states in here that the Old Atlantis was not destroyed by earthquakes, as some of the Greek writers had presumed, but that it was destroyed by water, and that this water did not completely inundate the land, but it did rise to a considerable height for a time, possibly due to great tidal waves or some other catastrophe, and that this water, rising to a height of 30 or 40 feet, destroyed those living in lower areas who were unable to escape its devastating action. But some did escape and did hide themselves in higher ground, and therefore did survive the catastrophe. Bacon takes the attitude that this also occurred while the Atlanteans had sent a great fleet against the Athenian states, and that this fleet probably either destroyed during the journey or ultimately unable to return, made no effort to restore the ancient land, but were either exterminated elsewhere or absorbed into the cultures of other people. But at about the same time, Tarambo, the then ancient city of Mexico, also then led an expedition against the island of Ben Salem and threatened to exterminate the wonderful city where stood the College of the 6 Days' Work. This expedition also failed, not because the people of Ben Salem destroyed the invaders, but because the invaders, returning to their own land, after having taken an oath not to further disturb the peace of this fabled city, were later destroyed by the wrath of God in the form of floods and other natural disasters. This concept does agree, in some part at least, with the records that we have here in the Western Hemisphere of the destruction of the continent of the Islands of Mud. For in the Aztec and Maya chronicles of the destruction of the ancient land, the same idea as Bacon himself gives us is developed, namely that these mudlands sank or were brought so low that they could no longer sustain habitation, that these low areas were turned into great bogs of mud, and that in this disaster numerous persons perished, but that others were saved and did escape to other areas where they built a new world. Bacon seems to imply that what we call the American Indians are survivors of this deluge, and that is the reason why the country was so sparsely populated, because these peoples were only remnants of an older people that had perished a long time ago. And Bacon also suggests something that the modern anthropologist is very suspicious of, namely that the so-called North American Indian culture on this hemisphere was probably not much more than 1,000 years older than the advent of the Spaniards and other colonists. All this fits together. You can make something of it or not as you please, but it fits together to show that the author was working with a much more serious intent than might generally be supposed. It is in this work also that Bacon uses the significant line, "the new Atlantis, which is America." And therefore he uses the whole concept in his writing to suggest that the American continent received the survivors of the ancient Atlantean deluge, that part of this continent itself was involved in that destruction, and that gradually a process of the extending and expanding of a new culture here was underway when the colonists arrived. And we have a number of works that seem to sustain this thinking, because at least one Americanist has taken the attitude that if the colonists had been another 100 years getting here, they could never have taken the continent. There was a tremendous rising of culture in all three divisions of America, North, Central, and South. And this culture, had it grown somewhat stronger, would have reached empire and dominion in its own right. Therefore, perhaps it was a rising culture, restoring itself from an older and previous destruction. It has always been among esotericists a habit to refer to the American Indian as an Atlantean, and this would actually support Bacon's position, although our thinking was unknown in his day. With all this, however, I think we have to be very careful that we do not become too much involved in the geological implications of the story, unless we want to stay there for a while and work with it, because certainly there is possibility in this direction. But there is also possibility that Bacon used his Atlantis fable almost precisely as Plato had before him. Plato, of course, in his preparation of the Atlantis account, also ends in the middle of a sentence. His concept of the Atlantis is also a work unfinished, just as Lord Bacon's was. And there may be intent or reason for this. It may be, in truth, that the stories both deal with an unfinished product that only time can finish, as only time can place the capstone on the mysterious pyramid on the United States seal. In any event, there are several possibilities in the Atlantic fable. The one thing that we know is that psychologically, the past, or that which has gone before in the life of an individual or in the collective folk consciousness of a people, is gradually submerged by present events. Therefore, psychologically, the vast tradition of a people retires from a conscious objectivity to a subconscious subjectivity. Little by little, we build over the surface of the past until this past seems to retire into an obscurity and darkness. Yet periodically and under certain pressureful circumstances, this past bursts through out of its own subjective darkness and has a distinct and definite bearing upon our present way of life. Some have held that Plato, under the fable of the lost Atlantis, described the fall of man, or the fall or destruction of the golden age, which preceded the present experience of mankind. He could only mean by this the fall of man from a state of spiritual luminance into a state of material obscuration. That perhaps this fall of man is therefore the descent of the human being into the material world and the creation of a physical material dilemma in which his ancient spiritually awakened state is no longer remembered by him. As the child coming into birth loses all memory of a pre-existence, so man, gradually descending into materiality, loses likewise all record of any previous conscious experience. This in turn leads gradually to the fall of human consciousness into the darkness of material embodiment. That the lost Atlantis, therefore, is the lost golden age, the lost better world that preceded the state we know. This brings us to a very interesting problem that has never also been well settled, and that is why history, from the beginning, from all the history that we know, is always the history of the decline of peoples. Everything we pick up, every history that we read, is the history of something falling apart over great periods of time. When did Egypt rise? What history do we have of the magnificent ascendancy of Egypt? The first time Egypt comes to us, we find it already strewn with monuments to the heroic dead. Little by little, as Egypt's history unfolds, Egypt falls apart until finally it disappears as a powerful nation. What do we know of the history of the rise of China? What do we know of the great classical Chinese civilization that must have long preceded Confucius and Lao Tzu? Nothing. We only pick up China misgoverned and badly managed, exploited and corrupted, and gradually falling apart under a succession of selfish or inadequate rulers. One dynasty after another, and in their arts the same. Where is the great art of China? The great art of China is prehistoric. The great art of China belongs to the dynasty of the Shan, and we have very little of it. This was the great classic period of somewhere between 400 or 500 and 12 or 1400 BC. Then we come down a little later, and we have pretty good art in the Han Dynasty. Then we get some fairly good things, but not quite so good, in the dynasty of the Wei. These dynasties early in the Christian centuries. Then comes a fine diffusion of art, but not quite so good, in the Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty moves inevitably into the Sung, and things are getting worse artistically every minute. Finally, it collapses into the Ming Dynasty when art falls apart. So that today, art of 100 years ago in China is for the most part totally uninspired. And art of 3,000 years ago is the highest in China. Why? Why do these things always fall apart? If we go to Greece, we have no knowledge of the true culture of Greece except a few fragments. These fragments we know so little about that it was perfectly possible to fabricate a whole group of Etruscan antiquities and deceive the best curators in the museums of the world. That these ancient fabrications, based upon fragments, were far better than anything produced in the classical period. Babylonian culture went to sleep almost before history began, as far as we are concerned. And we know that when the Spaniards reached the coast of Central America, the Indians living there had already forgotten the builders of the great monument cities that dot that area. All these things belong to some other time that was sometime good, but little by little fell apart. What is the history of Europe but the history of a great continent falling apart, ethically, culturally, morally, and spiritually? Until today, we are truly at a very low ebb in all European consideration. If we want to look for anything that is interesting or important in Europe, we must go back to the Druids, to Stonehenge, to the monuments of Karnak in Brittany. We have to go back to the ancient Nordic mysteries, the Scythian invasions, the Phoenician merchants. There was where Europe was. It is true that culturally Europe was greater 500 years ago in some respects than it is today. But it was not too much even then. The great history of Europe is unknown. Back in the very dawn of things, there must have been and was great universities like Bibractus, where the Druid colleges were, and where men were measuring accurately the motions of the stars, while most of what we call Europe was still in a hopelessly primitive state. Where were the beginnings of these things? Where were the great rises of empires? Where were the magnificent foundations of culture? Who taught the Egyptians their great philosophies? We don't know. Where did Orpheus come from? We don't know. Where did the great rites of Babylonia come from? We can only guess. What came before India? What before Persia? No one knows. Yet practically every institution that we know is born fully developed and matured, like Athena from the head of Zeus. These things do not quite fit together and make sense, but we are faced with them. And the psychological possibility seems to be that there was, at the beginning of things, some kind of a tremendous dynamic. That this dynamic gradually, over a vast period of time, sank and is now utterly immersed under the surface of the dissonant cultural fragments that we today call civilization. There are even traces of a world language now forgotten. There are evidences of world art. There is a great deal of proof of world navigation thousands of years ago. What was it all about? How did it happen? When did it happen? And why was all of this slowly and inevitably broken down? Until while we have a certain scientific achievement today, we have built our modern civilization not upon a magnificent monument, but upon a classic ruin. This is perhaps in some way related to the psychology of Atlantis. The psychology that somewhere there was the positive side of this thing we call culture. Whether we wish to assume that Atlantis was a place, or that we wish to assume that Atlantis was a state of consciousness, perhaps the thing we are seeking for, this rise of life, was never a physical thing at all. Perhaps this rise of life took place within man himself. Perhaps civilization rose in man and fell in the world which man fashioned. Perhaps the human being himself was the great reservoir of culture. It may well be, therefore, that this mysterious older time was a time in which man's consciousness was more free from the obsessions which now afflict it, and that man, growing, unfolding in the light of truth, achieved a great level of reason, and then reason prompting him to a series of material achievements. Gradually, this reason was buried or drowned in the objective civilization which man attempted to build. Man shifted from the idea of evolution as unfoldment to the idea of evolution as amassment. And in this, his whole pattern of existence began to fall apart. So it's possible that this rise of empires was hidden inside or within the conscious unfoldment of collective humanity, even as the fall of empires is manifested outwardly in the institutions which man has fashioned. Certainly at some time we got off on the wrong foot, and we've never been able to get back. But prior to that, perhaps we were on the right foot, and perhaps in this case our great problem was that we were building great persons, unfolding great principles within ourselves by natural means. And somewhere along the line, this unfolding intelligence took the bit in its teeth and turned upon its own source, attempting to apply itself to the conquest of other things rather than to the continual unfoldment of its own nature. Such a psychological situation, did it arise in a person, would result in the same composite confusion that we seem to find traced in the civilization of our world. In any event, it's something that perhaps we will find of interest if we consider it. We know that Lord Bacon was primarily an educator. We know that he attempted a complete restoration of the learning of the world. And we also know that in his entire concept he was moved by highly humanitarian motives. Bacon was undoubtedly of the opinion, from his writings, that we already possessed all that was necessary to establish an enduring culture. That what we had to do, therefore, was to take what we knew and use it. It did not occur to him that we are in the presence of a great emergency in which the knowledge that we possess would be inadequate. I think also in the Instro Ratio Magna, particularly in that part which is called the Scala Intellectus, or the ladder of the mind, Bacon points out that there is no need for an emergency. That emergency thinking arises from breaking the proper sequence of mental development. In other words, there is no real reason why a world should ever be in crisis. The reason why it is in a critical state is because groups of persons or whole generations of persons neglect those forms of knowledge which prevent crisis, and therefore suddenly awaken in a critical situation, largely due to the neglect of common facts. Incidentally, these travelers in a distant watery expanse finally reached the island of Ben Salem. And here they found a fair city, well governed. And here they were welcomed by a Christian people who had been converted centuries before by a wonderful miracle wrought through St. Bartholomew, by which the Scriptures had reached them in a mysterious ark-like box floating on the sea and guarded by a pillar of light. In any event, when these mariners reached this far distant and apparently inaccessible place, they found themselves in the presence of a cultured people, receiving them kindly and with all humanity, and willingly sharing with them much of their knowledge and their understanding. Now, in the midst of this fair city was this mysterious house of Solomon, and it was here that stood in glory the college of the 6 days' work. Now, the masters of this college, those who were the governors and leaders and instructors in the house of the 6 days' work, were rarely seen even by the inhabitants of Ben Salem. They lived strangely alone and apart in their great university city. There seems to be no clear insight as to where the student body came from, incidentally, which might cause us also to wonder about the story a little, and to suspect that we are dealing with double talk. But these mariners, as a good story must always have it, were blessedly fortunate in being allowed to meet one of the mysterious elders of Solomon's house. And from him they received a certain information or knowledge. And the lines involved in this are so well known and so famous that I think it would pay perhaps to revive them by reading the salutation of this master of Solomon's house to this seafaring wanderer who came to this strange shore and was permitted to meet this august and most wonderful person. And this wise man, seated enthroned, surrounded by his attendants, thus addressed the sailor who had come in search of security to the land of Ben Salem. The elder says, "God bless thee, my son. I will give thee the greatest jewel I have, for I will impart unto thee, for the love of God and men, a relation of the true state of Solomon's house. Son, to make you know the true state of Solomon's house, I will keep this order. First, I will set forth unto you the end of our foundations. Secondly, the preparations and instruments we have for our works. Thirdly, the several employments and functions whereto our fellows are assigned. And fourthly, the ordinances and rites which we observe." Then there is a break, an open space, and this 4-line paragraph set apart from the rest of the text. "The end of our foundation is the knowledge of causes, the secret motions of things, and the enlarging of the bounds of human empire to the effecting of all things possible." This is, in substance, the code or credo of the College of the 6 Days' Work. That the end of all of our foundation is the knowledge of causes. Now, this is really one of Lord Bacon's most profound scientific statements, and this in itself entitles this work, as Dr. Raleigh points out, to be included in a scientific text. In the school of the 6 Days' Work, the first and most important consideration is that men shall know the causes of things and the secret motions of things. This knowledge of causes brings us head-on into the great problem of modern education. For Lord Bacon has frequently observed in his writings that primary things must first be considered before secondary matters may be safely indulged. And the primary cause of all things must answer the primordial question, why? Why is the essential question, and it can be applied in various ways to practically all of the concerns of life. One of the primary questions for man must always be, why am I here? Then questions about the nature of existence. Why is existence? The nature of the problem of first cause. The eternal why at the root of life. Now, in our tremendous concern with modern knowledge, as one scientist wrote not too long ago in one of his books, we have come head-on into the impossibility of the question why. We do not know why we are here. We do not know why anything is. We can't answer the question why is there a cat? We don't know. Why are there trees? Why are there rocks? Why are there planets? We do not know any of the primary questions of existence. The knowledge of causes, therefore, must be the knowledge of the primary reason for things, the primary reason for our own living, the primary reason for the fact that we can think, that we can feel, that we have sensory perceptions. Why can I see? Why can I hear? Now, these questions, unfortunately and tragically enough, are the questions most commonly asked by a 7-year-old, sometimes a 6-year-old if they are precocious. But by the time they are 12 years old, these children are taught not to ask these questions, because nobody has any good answers. And it is much easier to say the question is irrelevant, immaterial, and inconsequential than it is to answer the question. Now, the whole theory of Bacon's ladder of the intellect, based largely upon Plotinus, is that the foundation of all security must arise from the knowledge of causes. Until we have solved the matter of causation, until we know the why behind things, we have no idea of what to do. We do not know what nature wants. We do not know what God wills. Bacon points this out quite strongly. We simply are unable to obey because we do not know what we are obeying. We have certain concepts about things, and we have developed a series of theological postulations to largely fill the interval of why. Then we have taken this why and arbitrarily, in our own thinking, redefined its meaning. So that science says today, whenever we ask why, we mean how. We do not ask why a thing is, but how it operates. If you want a definition of electricity, you will not find out what it is. You will find out how it operates. And you will also find that most things are named from their functions and not from their substances. Because as yet we are unaware of substances. Yet man is able, out of the inner life of himself, to ask the question, why? And because he has the capacity to formulate the question as the expression of his own uncertainty, it is inevitable that man also has the potential to find the answer. This is why Lord Bacon broke with the Aristotelian system of study. He believed decidedly and definitely that we could no longer build a way of life upon a series of arbitrary formulas, regardless of how enlightened, noble, and really beautiful these formulas may be. We cannot answer a question with a definition. We cannot answer why by going into a long and rambling discourse on what other people have thought about why. To Bacon, therefore, the problem of the great university had to do with the correction of the direction of our effort. That instead of first attempting to swallow the entire world of knowledge at a single gulp, the problem that confronts us is to discover the nature of causes, to head into this rather than away from it. instead of regarding the problem of causation as a taboo area, or a place where only madmen and mystics dare reside, we have to begin to think of the directing of the faculties of man to the discovery of why, or of the nature of causes. Now, it is obvious, as Lord Bacon also points out, that we have certain instruments whereby it is conceivable that we might be able to find the answers to why. These instruments include tradition, which is the best that we have learned from the past; observation, which is the living and immediate contemplation of the fact; and experimentation, which is the effort to reproduce universal processes under the disciplined, controlled methods of laboratory technique. But altogether, the direction of this effort must be not from the self out into the world of phenomena, so that that individual who memorizes the most definitions is the most learned. Our problem is to look into the cause, and it is obvious that we have only one possible instrument for the investigation of causes, and that is ourselves. In some way, we must turn the direction of our inquiry. We must turn it from the accumulation of external facts and the extension of external usages to the discovery of the essential fact, namely, what the nature of cause itself requires or demands of any process. For what we are doing now is following lines of effect, but we have not demonstrated the validity of cause. We have not found the basic reason for life, the basic reason for our own existence, nor have we found the underlying truth principles upon which science, philosophy, and religion should be built. So the College of the 6 Days' work is based, of course, upon the idea of the 6 creative days in which God fashioned all things. And this is brought down to a microcosm, or to the power of man himself. And in the beginning, God said, "Let there be light." This is the beginning of our problem. And also in the very early part, God divided the heavens from the earth, the heavens being the abodes of causes, the earth being the area of effects. And he placed certain powers in the heavens and certain powers in the earth. And man has advanced continuously regarding the lower hemisphere. He has explored the earth and continues to explore it. And under the heading of earth, we mean not only the planet, but the entire material diffusion of galaxies in which we exist. But heaven, as the nature of causes, the internal, the root of ourselves, remains unexplored. So Bacon would have us revise our entire thinking and seek first this root. And having discovered this, we are then in a condition and a position to advance all other forms of knowledge. For becoming aware of the universal purpose, we then have enlightened reason and incentive to advance that purpose. Whereas now, each person, considering differently the meaning of this basic purpose, each proceeds in his own way, in conflict with others, and there is no common agreement even as to the simplest of the spiritual values of life. This is the beginning of his foundation, and it is also the purpose toward which all knowledge must lead. For as surely as this is the beginning, so, as he says, it is the end. For the end of all knowledge is not the increase of empire, but finally is the full knowledge of the causes of those things which we have previously examined. So that in any direction that we turn, cause becomes the great consideration. We must discover the nature of the basic principle in which we exist, and which exists in and through us. For until we have discovered this basic principle, we cannot advance any other form of knowledge adequately. Now, from this point on, Lord Bacon then goes into a detailed description of the scientific achievements of the island of Ben Salem. And for his time, I think his findings are most extraordinary. For he declares that in this great college, we have to face an entire system of life based upon continual research into the natures of things, to discover their reasons and their purposes, and also how these reasons and these purposes can be directed to the security and improvement of man, so that in the end man shall attain all good things that are possible to man. And Lord Bacon goes into a very detailed description of situations that are quite within our present thinking, but certainly did not belong to his day, especially when we consider that he is applying them to the Western Hemisphere. He tells us, for example, that there are in this great house of the 7 days' work, the house of Solomon, the wise king, schools or divisions set up for the study of all special and difficult subjects, that there are tunnels that have been dug into the earth so that man can understand the nature of things beneath him and behind him and below him in all of the walks of nature and of life. And there are towers raised to the sky for the contemplation of the stars and the measuring of winds and currents in the air. There are all kinds of laboratories for experimenting with medicines, with dyes, with all kinds of contrivances and machines. There are houses of inventions, where the most skillful of men labor to perfect all manner of device by which the common good shall be advanced. All these things are parts of the natural and proper labor of Solomon's house. And in the mysterious appendix work, which I mentioned as being published about 1660, there is long ahead of any development that we know of bearing upon it, a discovery or description of a method of transmitting messages by telegraphy. How it is possible through sending impulses through the air which can be read at a distance. Messages can be communicated because these impulses are of different lengths. So we have all kinds of strange knowledge implied in these things. And it was the advancement of this phase of the problem that undoubtedly inspired the foundation of the Royal Society. But we cannot stop here, because Lord Bacon then proceeds to explain how this country, though isolated, so that other men cannot find it, and this great school, hidden by nature in the most distant parts of the sea, although others are not aware of its existence, this school has sent, under various pseudonyms, or in secret, or incognito, its scholars and its students to every part of the world. And there are 12 who travel everywhere about the earth, gathering all the knowledge of men and bringing it back. And there are also others who, perfecting knowledge within the mysteries and confines of Solomon's house, do in secret go back and diffuse that knowledge in other lands without revealing where it comes from. So that this house of wisdom is a kind of secret house, raised in the world, to which persons can go under certain conditions, but only under certain conditions. Now, in most of the utopias, these conditions are approximately the same. The individual must be shipwrecked, or he must be totally lost, or he must be on the verge of terrible disaster, when there is no longer any hope of his being saved, as in the case of these sailing people, who, having no longer any provision, were on the verge of death when they found this safe harbor. I think the implication of this is rather obvious, that Solomon's house, or the mystery of true knowledge, is not to be found except in extremity, in some terrible emergency, in which the human being, despairing of survival, is in this very despair brought into contact with the elements of his own preservation. The general theme behind all the utopias is that men will not turn to this kind of essential knowledge until they despair of survival by any other means. That by nature the individual is self-centered and self-purposed, that he will continue in his present courses as long as he can endure them. And it is only when he recognizes the immediacy of an ultimate disaster that he prays earnestly and genuinely for salvation. And having thus addressed heaven, having in this way sincerely opened his heart, having asked as the ancient American Indian did, that the elders of the true ones will show him the way, becoming thus humble in his own spirit, then he discovers rising before him the blessed city of the utopias. This again suggests the journey of man in his quest of essential knowledge, that it is only in some terrible crisis that the individual will come face to face with his own inadequacy. And the apparent indication in all of it is that this utopia, this house of Solomon, is in some way always accessible to man. It is never more distant from him than himself, but it is not to be easily found. That agents and messengers from it are constantly going forth, and also that all the news of the world is brought to them, but they themselves are concealed. In a certain sense, all the news of the world is brought to each one of us by our own sensory perceptions, and from the sensory perceptions pass inward to something within ourselves which is likewise concealed, and the nature of which we do not fully understand. If it is true that the human body is the living temple, it is also quite possible that man himself is this living college of the 6 days' work. That while this man is forever receiving insight, sending forth his messengers in search of knowledge everywhere, that these messengers travel, so to say, in secret, and are not generally known by the nations to which they come, but they bring back all knowledge. But the school itself, which is to use this knowledge, which is to gradually bring it together into this great mystery of causation, to solve the mystery of causes, this school is unseen, connected to the world perhaps only by this bridge of sensory perception. Consequently, we have the feeling, perhaps, that in prayer, in destitution, in great emergency, under tremendous difficulty, men suddenly ceasing to be worldly wise, turning from this peculiar course that has always led civilization to destruction, becoming humble, becoming receptive to light from within, are then enabled to make use of this great wisdom that lies within us. Actually, inside of man, the 7 days of creation exist. Within each one of us are the rounds and racial cycles which have preceded us. Man is the product himself of the 7 great creative cycles. And within his own nature, he has a record of all that has gone before. Within himself is the living history of his world. Within his own subconscious is the living experience of his own eternity. Somewhere submerged in him is the lost world of the past. We tried desperately to restore civilization from rocks and ruins. Actually, this civilization is a subconscious part of our own natures. We were Babylonia. We were Egypt. We were the glories of Greece and Rome. We were all that has preceded us in history. But between us and our ability to grasp this implication lies this difficult wall of our own materialism. While man is convinced that he had no existence prior to his present life and will have no existence subsequent to it, he is locked within a small cycle of immediate events. This in itself will destroy his relationship to the past and future. It makes it impossible for him to justify the one thing that is necessary, and that is the exploration of his own psychic potential. If man can dig far enough and deeply enough into himself, he will stand face to face with the total living universe. He will stand in the presence of all of the dynamic factors that make up existence. He will be again reliving all knowledge that he needs to know in order to possess the answer to the eternal why. Otherwise, as Bacon points out, he must be content with fair picture galleries. He must be content merely to look upon the shadows of things, drawings and sculpturings. He must see fair statues of ancient persons, honored for their various achievements. He must look upon all things from a strange historical perspective. But these picture galleries, whether they be carved in archaeological rock or what they may be, are not the living facts. They are the bones of things dead. They died because of the circumstances within themselves which caused death. But they also lived at one time because of the vital realities in them which promoted life. In order to solve the mystery of life, we must work with life and not with death. In order to solve the substance of things, we cannot become wholly and totally absorbed in shadows. It is interesting to restore the hanging gardens of Babylonia, but we can restore them and die today. The problem is, what was the living force behind Babylonia? What did we learn there? In what way did Babylonia become a part, a step, in the unfoldment of a great stream of life moving forever in space? This is the secret motion of things referred to by Bacon. For this secret motion is the motion of life itself, the motion of things from their causes through their events to their ends. The secret motion of things in man is the motion of his own life principle. From an eternity of remote past to an eternity of incredible future. Man himself is the guardian and custodian of the living motion of things. And this great school of the 6 days' work is the school which man has within himself because he has graduated therefrom. We could not be here if we had not graduated from the past. Maybe we graduated without honors, and it sometimes looks as though we barely made it. But in the same time, we have been there, we have done it. We have come through in some way. Perhaps the papers were never marked in our cases, but we did come through. We have lived through the school of the 6 days' work. The only way in which we can restore this is to assume, which we have a right to assume, that we do not live for no reason. We do not live simply because of an accidental or fortuitous condition of existence. We have experienced what we have experienced because we needed it. And yet, in some mysterious way, everything that we have learned has been blocked out. Now, the reason why it was blocked out seems to be that it was because we would be unable to carry the full weight of this previous knowledge and at the same time have integration to go forward. It is perhaps true that for the average person, the weight of the past would be too heavy a burden upon his consciousness, that he could not survive. Yet in nature, it is not necessary that this entire itemized statement be forwarded. It is not necessary that we be confronted with each separate episode of perhaps a long and delinquent career. What is important to us is that out of the totals that are brought forward, out of the balance sheet of things, we shall come into some definite, basic comprehension of value, of reason, of purpose. That we shall sense our relationship to a living world rather than to an academic formula. Some way education must pick this up. Education must sometime make possible that the student shall understand through the conscious experience of bringing the faculties and powers which he has already created into focus and to use them to estimate the next thing that he must do. Until we get some of these principles more or less clarified in our thinking, we are going to live and die haphazardly without fully utilizing the energies and powers which we possess. It is hoped in Bacon's thinking, and certainly in his concept of the Royal Society, this is clearly brought out, that gradually all knowledge, particularly among Western nations, will be brought closer and closer into harmony with one grand, universal, idealistic concept. That it will no longer be necessary for man to dichotomize between religious knowledge and material knowledge. That man shall recognize one world, one universe in which he exists. That this universe is a continuous interplay of spiritual and material factors. That one is not essentially superior to the other. But that in this integration, the purpose of it all, the reason behind it all, is that man himself shall come to know all that it is necessary and possible for him to know. And to achieve this, he has got to change the foundations of his knowing. And one thing is very obvious, and we sense that today. In the 70 or 80 years in which we live here, there will be and are being made magnificent discoveries. Our own ways of life are such that most of these discoveries will elude us. We will never understand them while we are here. We will depart from this world in due course, and discovery will go on. We have very little understanding of the discoveries that have been made in the past. Our present pressure of life is so great that the progress of the moment is comparatively meaningless to us, and we will be gone when this progress produces in turn new fruit to carry forward our search for eternal knowledge. Therefore, if man must historically know all things, he would have to continuously exist here forever. if he is historically to know even what happens in the course of his lifetime, he must have energies, powers, freedoms, abilities, privileges which the majority of human beings do not possess. Therefore, even if we are alive in an important generation, only a small percentage of people will ever be able to truly benefit by this importance. The entire situation is such that our present way of approaching knowledge must end in futility, because it must end always in the passing away of an ignorant generation. Even if we have learned everything possible, in terms of the next generation, we would still be ignorant. Even as the past, great as it was, would be considered ignorant today in terms of many things that we know. So man never catches up with knowledge. Man never has been able to experience that kind of apperception which cuts through time and makes it possible for man to become immediately aware of the total value of existence. There has to be some way in which man can break through to reality. There has to be some way in which the individual can come into possession of that which he consciously, subconsciously, or unconsciously knows. The mystic has tried to solve this. He has solved it on the basis that he exists in a universe of eternal now, in which everything that ever has been, is, or will be is in a state of suspended immediacy, and that by the proper extension or expansion of his own consciousness, he can attune himself to immediacy and to the experience that it contains. I think this is probably the mysterious school of the Holy Spirit, which was part of the Rosicrucian literature. And in this school it is said that every living thing is an ABCdarian, or taking his ABC lessons. We are all ABC students in the College of the Holy Spirit. This sort of implies, as Bacon does, that this whole universe is a very wonderful school, that this is the great university, that life itself, nature, the heavens, the earth, the seas, everything that exists is part of one tremendous educational pattern. Man's need is to become capable of adjusting his own consciousness to this pattern without falling into the net of minutiae, which causes him to be so fatally fascinated with some small detail that he loses sense of the entire magnitude of the project. This is why Bacon's emphasis is upon causes and the secret motions of things. Because our true knowledge is not to be gained in this endless questing of minutiae, but in our sudden awareness of the essential purpose of the whole thing. It is certainly obvious that man, even had he the memory of a prodigious giant, had he the memory of God, would be taxed by the innumerable things that exist to be remembered. And in this generation, the amount of knowledge to be remembered is being doubled every 10 or 15 years. No faculty of man can contain all of this information. But this information is not essential knowledge, because this information does not solve or complete the nature of man. The essential knowledge is that man shall become a completely enlightened creature, that man himself shall become self-sustaining in space, that he shall have conscious association with the larger universe around him, shall recognize his citizenship in space, and shall no longer be a lonely traveler shipwrecked on a desert island. that he shall no longer be this lost wanderer hunting for a utopia. For the whole world is in itself his college, his school. But in order to understand this and make it a vital fact, man must learn how to study. He must learn what to study. He must recognize the difference between eternal truth and those facts which are interesting but not solutional. We have gone off again on the deep end of non-solutional fact. We can have all these facts and die miserably. We can continue to build these facts, pyramiding them upon one another, and still have another war with the most devastating consequences. These facts belong to certain luxuries of our thinking. They are perhaps ornamentations of our specializations, or even they may be avocations of our leisure hours. But the discovery of how to get to the moon is nothing more or less than an avocation of leisure hours. When we get all important things done, we can enjoy this if we wish to. If we ever get everything else important done, we probably would no longer wish to do this. But in any event, the development of great armaments, the expansion of great skills, these things are of the leisure of man, for they still do not prevent or remedy any of the principal emergencies of life. The great solution lies in the need of the direct thing, and the only answer to this need is that all attention should be devoted to the exploration of man's internal resources, so that from a full knowledge of man's own inner structure, we shall be able to build within him a foundation upon which his character can stand and upon which all other labors can be accomplished. And the implication in the New Atlantis is that we will find in man, under the spiritual dominion of consciousness itself, this great assembly of the learned, that the master of Solomon's house is consciousness itself, and that if we are able to find this consciousness, if we are able to find this core, we shall then come to essential knowledge. And having achieved this, and having protected our destinies and the destinies of our kinds from any emergency or catastrophe, we may then have our amusements. We may have our idols, be they of the marketplace or of the cave. We can explore any subject we wish, because we have already established ourselves on a firm foundation. But if we attempt these diversified labors first and neglect this foundation, we shall not only suffer from lack of foundation, but will be unable to perfect these labors, because these labors, all of them, are dependent from a center of life consciousness. And until this consciousness is free to operate, no essential question that we ask can ever receive its complete answer. All answers come from within, from the same place that the question comes from. And until we answer the question inside, we will never be able to cure the ills of society on the outside. So in our emergency, when great trouble comes, and we ask divine guidance, we are actually asking the help of this mysterious college within ourselves, the college of the 6 days' work. And if we seek sincerely and earnestly after this labor, we shall certainly, in the quietude of our acceptances, receive that quality of knowledge which cannot be communicated from without, but which must arise in the sanctuary of our own hearts and souls, where only is sufficient understanding and insight available to us. So each one is encouraged to consider the importance of this great university, the university of the total past of the individual, available to him through the extension of consciousness inward rather than outward. And I think that more or less this is the larger story beneath and behind practically all of the great utopian works. Well, don't forget the big time Sunday.
Well, this evening we have a little light literature here. But I gave you a break. I only brought the first volume. This work, which was published, the first volume, in 1677, and the second volume a few years later, may be described as the fountainhead of our literature of Kabbalism. The author was a very profound scholar, Christian Knorr, Baron von Rosenroth. He was a university professor and not Jewish, but Christian. Yet with this background, he became profoundly interested in what has been called the secret doctrine in Israel. He was certainly a man born before his time, for during the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, the very subject of the Kabbalah was not only not frequently mentioned among Jewish people, but almost never outside of a small group of very scholarly rabbis. Even in our present century, the subject is a highly controversial one. I've had the distinction and pleasure of upsetting a considerable part of an Orthodox Jewish congregation by reference to this subject. They rushed immediately to the rabbi, and then trouble broke. However, in the last 20 years, the entire attitude of the scholarly world has changed. Perhaps our increasing interest in psychology had something to do with it, for in Kabbalism we had another one of those archetypal patterns of human ideas which are concerning us more and more. Perhaps also the rise of Zionism had something to do with it. In any event, at the present time, that learned, infallible source of information, the Encyclopedia Britannica, observes that all 19th century and earlier appraisals of Kabbalism must be entirely re-evaluated. By this we mean, and they mean, that the negative position taken earlier is no longer held to be sound. At the present time, at least two groups, one in Germany and one in Israel, are working to restore the neglected fragments of Kabbalistic literature. Manuscripts are being sought out, collected, placed at the disposal of scholars, and the modern tendency is to view the Kabbalah much as the Jewish people have viewed the Dead Sea Scrolls, as a relic of the past that may be of immediate value in solving basic problems, not only of Jewish sociology, but of the relationships between the Jewish and non-Jewish worlds. Von Rosenroth was aware of this, He sensed it long ago. He knew that this very mysterious subject was deep, was important, but like most of the scholars of his time, he was unable to cope with it in a complete manner. Individuals who knew much less than he did have therefore arisen as his critics, complaining about minor errors of translation and worrying about the possible alternative meanings of carefully worded phrases. But in spite of this picking process, which has so long attempted to discredit honest scholarship, his volumes remain as the great monument, for they signify the first real effort to use Kabbalism to bridge the interval between Jewish and non-Jewish thinking. Up to the time of von Rosenroth, practically all of the Kabbalistic literature was in Jewish only. And the non-Jewish European society had no particular interest in this literature. In fact, they were really afraid of it. It became involved in a great many rather unsavory legends and was finally regarded by Orthodox non-Jewish people as perhaps some form of Satanism, endangering the morality of the virtuous. But now that these older clouds have passed from the horizon, we are interested in trying to understand one of the most confusing, perplexing, and austere of all concepts of life. I suppose the only parallel work in obscurity is the Chinese volume, the I Ching, or Classic of Changes. And in many respects the two works are similar. Both deal with extremely obscure metaphysical concepts. Both have a tremendous traditional antiquity, and both have survived to this time, much to the wonder and even consternation of scholars. Within the last 15 or 20 years, however, the I Ching has become of interest far outside the boundaries of China. And the interest of the Jungian psychologists in the Chinese Classic of Changes may possibly indicate that in the future men of similar minds will begin to explore the recondite side of the Kabbalah. We really know very little about the antiquity of this work. We know that it was first circulated in Europe about the year 1305. At that time, the principal exponent was Rabbi Moses of Leon. And for a long time it was assumed that he had fabricated the great Kabbalistic book, the Sefer HaZohar, or the Book of the Splendors. It was just taken for granted that he had fabricated and manufactured the entire work. More recently, however, it became obvious that if he did, he was perhaps the most extraordinary mind in history. It became easier to assume that this man, who though brilliant was not exceptional, had secured his information elsewhere. It just became too large a subject to be encompassed within the life and ability of one person. Rabbi Moses was a very busy man. His life was fairly well known. There was not much possibility that a work of the magnitude of the Zohar could have been produced by him without others knowing about the processes. He would certainly have had to call upon rare reference material and things of that nature. And this was not apparently the direction of his life at all. So perhaps it would be wiser to assume that his own idea, his own statement at the time, was reasonably valid, namely that the work had come into his possession in manuscript form as part of the unwritten or unpublished, we'll say, legacy of Israel. In other words, that it was a work long secretly known, passed in rare copy from one great scholar to another, and that it finally came to his conviction that it should be brought together and made available to the world. To explain the origin of the work, Rabbi Moses ben Leon therefore took the attitude, or held forth the belief, that is more or less contained within the text itself, that the original author was a Rabbi Simeon ben Yochai, a man who wrote the work or compiled it under inspiration about the year 161 A.D. during the reign of the Roman Caesar Marcus Aurelius Antoninus. This Rabbi Simeon was a mystic. To escape Roman persecution, he went into the wilderness and lived in a cave. And here for many years he was supposed to have received mystical experiences, forms of illumination. The prophets of old came to him. He received instruction from the angelic hosts that are referred to in the Pentateuch. As a result of this great length of time in isolation in this cave, he gradually wrote down or transcribed this mystic doctrine. However, of course, Rabbi Simeon did not himself claim that he invented the idea. He did not invent the Kabbalah, nor is it actually demonstrable that he was the first to write on the subject in ancient times. Actually, I think we will have to assume that the Kabbalah more or less accumulated. And all of this accumulation did not take place within the body of ancient Jewry itself. The moment we begin to investigate the subject, we come upon a number of rather interesting possibilities. The date 161 A.D. may be comparatively correct for an important revelation by compilation of certain doctrines that were available in the Near East at that time. The actual structure of the Kabbalah shows that it is profoundly indebted to Gnosticism, the sect that was flourishing at that time in North Africa and in parts of Syria, a sect which has come again into prominence in recent years from the discovery of the great Gnostic library at Chenobaskian in central Egypt. The Gnostics taught a doctrine of emanations as a means of reconciling the Creator as an abstract principle, God, and the creation as a concrete structure. The problem of bridging between deity in its universal and mystical sense and the formal universe. This problem was one of the great problems of Gnosticism, and it is also one of the essential elements in the great Kabbalistic system. Also at this time, we must remember that Mahayana Buddhism was rising in India, perhaps had already risen. And this conveys another important element, which perhaps had been generally neglected in the Near East, and therefore was felt to be necessary in the unfoldment of Jewish religion. The Kabbalah, for example, deals with a basic problem of the difference between transcendence and immanence. Transcendence in this sense means the transcendence of God, Jewish religion had, orthodoxly speaking, created a God above and superior to the world. This deity rested eternally above the world and the planets and beyond the grasp and contact of living things. Seated on its eternal throne, it was an absolute despot over creation. This distant, all-powerful God, the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac, was scarcely the concept of deity most useful to the Jewish people during the Roman captivity. The Jewish empire kingdom was gone. These people had received a tremendous spiritual disaster into themselves. This disaster undermined faith. It undermined the old way of life. It seemed to cry out that God had forgotten Israel. It seemed as though there was too much of punishment and not enough of forgiveness in the divine nature. This God of powers and glories, this El Shaddad, the strong, was not the type of deity that could comfort a sick, forlorn, and miserable, scattered people. Something nearer, something more immediate to their lives was very necessary to them. There is really no doubt in the world that this was also one of the mainsprings of Christianity, which arose in the same general area and also came to a people weary and disillusioned and tired. This sense of Christian immediacy certainly profoundly affected the religions of the West, especially through the Christology of St. Paul. So it is quite possible that Mahayana Buddhism, which had this tremendous emphasis upon the immediacy of spiritual authority, that it was not something infinitely remote, but something infinitely available. The deity was not far away always, not looking down from an omnipotence upon a tired world, but that in some way deity was here. Deity was therefore immanent. It was available at any moment to be reached, to be understood in some measure, to bestow its consolation upon the suffering heart and the broken pride and the tortured soul. This Mahayana Buddhism accomplished in connection with classical Buddhism, which was the rather austere doctrine that Gautama gave the world. This doctrine of Gautama was also too transcendent for the average Hindu to live by. He needed this softening, gentle touch. He needed this doctrine of the Bodhisattvas, the wonderful beings who with their great ears listened forever to the sorrows of men, who were always available through prayer, and who interceded with the universe as consolers of human sorrow. The Church fell somewhat into this same problem, and from it, instinctively patterning upon older peoples, Christianity developed its doctrine of saints and the doctrine of intercession, by which the individual, in his spiritual need, was able to bridge the interval between humanity and divine help. So we have in Kabbalism this arising among a people previously almost completely deficient in this particular attitude, almost entirely lost in a strange spiritual austerity, something perhaps suggestive of Brahmanism, something suggestive of the wonderful, deep, but incomprehensible wisdom of the universal power itself. Men could not live entirely supported only by the belief that God was wise. They had to also experience the fact that God was good, that God was love, that God was ever-present help in time of trouble. It therefore would seem reasonable that during the difficult periods in Jewish history, a number of sects should arise, like the Gebbers of Hebron, the Nazarites, and the Essenes, who were to emphasize this phase of the divine presence, that not only to the great scholar, the learned master of the Sanhedrin, would this spiritual presence of God be known, but also to just ordinary people who could reach deity in some inward experience of their own. While the old Jewish system did not emphasize such intercession, it was to a measure present, at least archetypally, in their beliefs. For the system of Jewish prophets is almost unique in the religious literature of the world. These men of the wilderness and in the desert, these comparatively uncouth persons who dared to rise up in the presence of kings and threaten the wrath of God upon the unbeliever or the disobedient, even as the prophet from the wilderness dared to stand up and accuse David the king. So there were these men of the wilderness who lived close to God and who seemed to speak with the authority of deity. And this group together were called the prophets. And the Old Testament contains a number of prophetic books attributed to them. And all these books imply that these prophets had in some way attained knowledge of the divine will, of the divine purpose, and were therefore empowered to warn the people of the wrath to come. At the same time, we find running through the Kabbalah interesting scientific elements. And most of these elements probably must be traced back to the Greek Pythagoreanism. It is sometimes held now that the Essene community at En-Gedi by the Dead Sea was originally founded by Pythagoras. In any event, the Greek system certainly influenced both the Essene school and the Therapeutai of Egypt, another mystical Jewish community. The monadology of Pythagoras, his doctrine of number and numeration, certainly has become so associated with the Kabbalah that today many people, popularly referring to numerology, will call it Kabbalism. Certainly the Kabbalah did deal with a philosophic use of number to represent principles, to represent forces and powers, and to reduce universal processes to numerical equivalence. Also, the old idea of reading the meaning of names seems to have risen from this concept. For today, numerologists will take the letters of a person's name and finding the numerical equivalent of these letters will add them up, place them under the discipline of notoricon and gematria, as it is called in the Kabbalah, come to a sum number composed of the letters of a name, and then attempt to delineate or to variously analyze that person through the number of his name. Also, the ancient Hebrew belief that the days of man's life are numbered. Now, we have always interpreted that to mean that he could only live so long, but that these days might be numbered in some kind of a mathematical or magical manner has not generally occurred to the reader of Scripture. So in the numerical system of Pythagoras and other aspects of Greek philosophy, we find material which later, passing through a certain Judaistic interpretation, was embodied into the structure of their Kabbalah of numbers. Rabbi Akiba, in the Sefer Yetzirah, which was the book of the numerations, also gives us valuable information as to the numerical equivalence of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So here we have another phase of the subject. In Kabbalah also, as it passed particularly down into those dark and mysterious years which we know as the Middle Ages, certain elements of necromancy occurred. And to what degree this was essentially different from the demonism of Europe itself, which was passing through a psychological condition which seemed to make these metaphysical things a little too real. What the relationship was, we do not actually know. But we know that magic mingled with alchemy, that magic is to be found in many of the old Hermetic books, and that the various grimoires, or books of conjuration of spirits, all make use of Kabbalistic elements. Thus the signatures of angels and demons, and all of these mysterious rites by which spirits were invoked out of the misty deep of space. All these came finally to be called Kabbalism. Agrippa von Netzheim was one of those scholar mystics, esotericists, who combined magic, Hermetic arts, the Kabbalah, into a strange and mysterious compound, which caused him considerable religious difficulty before he got through with it. But at the same time, the policy was present. This is probably one of the reasons why, after we came out of the Dark Ages into a more modern point of view, that the Kabbalah was held in fear or disrepute. It was because it seemingly had been associated with demonology and witchcraft. It was also used and is still used in some parts of Europe and even in parts of Asia where Jewish communities exist for helping so-called possessed persons to get rid of evil spirits and things of that nature. All of these incrustations, however, actually belong to what might be termed the misunderstanding of the subject. The Jewish congregations in these dark periods were not much better informed than their Christian counterparts, and as a result, superstition was general. And out of these superstitious practices has come much of the bad reputation from which the subject has suffered. Let us assume then, for our purpose at this time, that Kabbalism really began not necessarily among the Jewish people at all, but certainly it arose in a period extending between the 6th century B.C. and the 4th century A.D. This millennia that lies in that span was in that time just about as cataclysmic as our modern world appears to us. New religious interpretations had risen in India and China and Persia. Great philosophers had come to Greece and Egypt. And the centers of culture at that time were moving rapidly in their spiritual understanding from a more or less archaic foundation to the very position which modern religion now occupies. For actually, religion as we know it in the world today has not greatly changed since this critical period between 600 B.C. and 400 A.D. During that time, almost all of the spiritual beliefs which we hold to be valid today were rising and developing and unfolding and integrating in the ancient world. Therefore, if we go to the great religions of the world, the only important religion that lies outside of this barrier and still survives is Islam. And Islam was certainly a byproduct of this system or situation, though it did not arise for another 150 years. But this whole period was one of man attempting a new attitude toward religion. And this attitude was the gradual shifting from this concept of transcendence to the concept of immanence. The old Brahmanic gods had very little interest in the doings of ordinary people. The ancient religious backgrounds of most other countries were formal, were distant. The great pantheons of deities lived their own lives upon some Olympian slope. They were the rulers of the world. Their vengeance could be often felt. Their help might be called upon by a community in trouble, or a city that was being assailed might raise prayers to its patron deity. But religion as a quiet, personal experience in the life of the private citizen had not yet begun to exert its real force. Religion was almost completely a vast ceremonialism. It was man approaching a kind of celestial king who reigned in the same autocratic manner as his duly appointed representatives on earth. This was the time of the divine right of kings, and most of all the divine right of God to be aloof, distant, to send thunderbolts but seldom appear in person. This situation evidently came head-on into changes developing within the psychological integration of the human being himself. Man was growing. Man was unfolding attitudes and convictions. He was outgrowing in a very large way this belief, which even some people hold today, unfortunately, that the great spiritual mysteries of life are simply not for man. He must leave them alone. He mustn't even dare to explore them. That was one of the grievances that the medieval church held against the Kabbalists. They were audacious. They dared to examine the structure of the universe. They dared to attempt to lift the hem of the robe of the infinite and find out what was behind. This was heresy. This was something that was just not done. And the penalties were similar to those inflicted upon scientists or scholars or physicians or mathematicians who dared to speculate about matters held to be purely theological. The penalties were heavy in those days. But in spite of these penalties, men kept on. For the search for this immanence could not be blocked. Man gradually came to recognize that it was his right to ask questions, that it was his right to gather, as they did the elders of the Zohar, and sitting down among themselves with their own associates, really, so to say, take the universe apart. That they had right to question, they had right to analyze, they had right to be unorthodox. And that was getting to be pretty dangerous. But they had also the discretion to clothe their researches in some kind of terminology that might appear to indicate a continual and in fact increasing devotion to religious principles. These various elements had to be brought into a pattern, or else in all probabilities these older teachers could not have survived. So the Kabbalah deals first of all with the idea that there is this universal principle, aim, boundlessness. This boundlessness, however, as absolute deity, is absolutely inscrutable. The root, the mysterious source of all things, the most high of the most high, simply cannot be understood, cannot be known, cannot be grasped by human faculties, for it remains forever in its own aloofness. As Plotinus calls it, it is that which is forever alone. This no one really wished to criticize as a truth or a principle, because man was beginning to realize a little more about the universe in which he lived. Its immensities were unfolding to him through the rational philosophies of Plato and Aristotle. And man began to realize that this universe was suspended from some principle of principles, some universal mystery, and that this universal mystery just was not going to be solved very quickly. But this universal mystery, abiding forever in space, didn't seem to answer all the questions for the person who really was seeking to grow. To grow must result from the state of knowing. As man knows, he grows. The search for knowledge, then, became identical with the quest for life itself. And the thoughtful person felt that he had a right to understand all that he could understand, to discover all that could be discovered, to bring forth out of nature everything that nature had in it that could be made useful to man or made valuable to man in his own search for life and security. Out of this came one of the essential foundations, not only of Kabbalism, but of nearly all mysticism, and that was the sense of two interrelated existences harmonized through the law of analogy. In the Kabbalistic system, therefore, we have the great universal allness of things, called the macroprosopos, or the great face. This was the face of space itself. This was the face that man looked upon when he gazed out into the sky. And he had already begun to realize that he could not gaze far enough to look clearly into the features of that face, that it extended out into countless light aeons of distance, and that perhaps if he traveled forever at the speed of light, he might never come near enough to that face to fully comprehend its features. But this whole great sky mystery, bending over him as the god Nut in the Egyptian mythology, this great mystery was the face of the universal. He then devised a parallel concept, the microprosopos, or the little face. This little face was nature, where he came upon the concept of analogy as given presumably in the Emerald Table of Hermes, namely that superiors and inferiors have a certain resemblance. The creation is the reflection of the Creator. Macroprosopos, looking down into the mystery of creation, beheld its own likeness reflected upon the surface of matter. The lesser world was fashioned in the image of the greater world. There were valid analogies between spiritual and material things. And nature, therefore, in some way had to be a key to God. For it became obvious that the inscrutable, the infinite, the one and only cause of all that exists, in some way does cause that which exists to exist. This existence must therefore be in harmony or according to the will of that which causes it. Both the cause and the world it fashioned were so vast, so inscrutable, that it seemed incomprehensible to even the wisest man that anything could really distort this basic relationship. There was nothing that could cause creation as a whole to be untrue to or dissimilar to the Creator. Men might interfere in little things, but they could not interfere in the rising of the sun, or the motion of the stars, or the formation of elements, or the growth of plants, or the breeding of animals. These things were universal, and they had to some way bear witness to the universal purpose. To behold creation, therefore, was to behold the miniature reflection of the Creator. Those laws which exist in nature must be acceptable to the Creator, or they could not exist. Consequently, if we cannot know those laws which are spoken by the very mouth of Sophia, the embodiment of wisdom, we at least have the right and power to observe these laws operating around us. And in so doing, we should have the faith, and we should have the reason for that faith, by which we can say the laws of nature are also the laws of God. All visible processes are invisible processes made visible, and God is made visible in creation. Not in full and complete majesty, not in the greatest panoply of power, but certainly in a reasonable way, so that man does not just have to follow the revelations of other men. He doesn't have to depend entirely upon the authority of the elders. He does not need to build his entire code upon the so-called wisdom of the past. He has a living wisdom available to him. He has this wisdom which is the wonder and working of the world. So here we have the idea of the great face and its reflection. We have now the possibility of man exploring God through examining the universe. And not only this possibility, but to the Kabbalist and most other mystics, the valid right to do this, even though it might upset some of the best laid schemes of theological institutions. Furthermore, in this analogy between God and nature, there arose another mystery which seemed equally valid and equally important, and that was the mystery of the macrocosm and the microcosm. Now, the macrocosm was the great world with all its machinery, and the microcosm was the little world fashioned in the image of this greater world. And whether it was arrogance or insight, we may never know. But our ancestors came to the conclusion that the most complete working instrument by which the universal will can be made known is man himself. Man is the microcosm. Man is the little creature on biblical authority fashioned in the image of his God. For it is said that God made man in his own image. Male and female created he them. Now, if man was made in the image of God, and certainly the Kabbalah is based upon the Pentateuch, the Talmud, and the Mishnah, then it follows that by this same divine authority, by this same divine wisdom revealed by Moses and the prophets, man is in the likeness of his Creator. Thus, to see man, in a sense, is to see the Creator. Perhaps not just man as a physical organism, but to become aware of the wonder of man, to be able to examine the various garments of man, to examine from the outer part to the inner part of man, is therefore to become aware of the law, of the divine purpose, and of the eternal wisdom. Even Maimonides, who was by no means a Kabbalist, in fact was one of the greatest of the early Jewish scholars who feared the Kabbalah, even Maimonides admitted that the nature of man himself was like the nature of the law, of which the outer and visible part, the Torah, corresponds to the body. In the invisible inner part, the Mishnah corresponds to the soul, and the deepest and greatest spiritual mysteries of religion correspond to the spirit in man. Therefore, man, to a measure, is not only an embodiment of nature, but he is embodiment of the Scriptures, of the sacred writings, and all of the mysterious laws by which the universe is maintained. This was not entirely original, however, with the Jewish scholars. It already had been established in India by Hinduism. For the Vedic writings and the Puranas, the great literatures of India, both of them build strongly up in their cosmological sections by paralleling creative processes with the creative processes of man. Thus, to their thinking, the universe was generated as man is generated. The universe has its prenatal epoch as man does. The universe lives and grows like a man. It becomes aged, feeble, and ceases like a man. The universe, then, is patterned from a contemplation of the processes taking place in the biology and physiology of human life. This gave the Kabbalah a working foundation, namely that through the exploration of man, the study of all of his parts and members, man might come gradually to understand the universal principle for which he stands. Through the understanding of nature, man can understand the universal plan of which nature is an expression. And also through the contemplation of the sacred writings, the books, the Scriptures of the world, which are also microcosms of this knowledge in another way, man can come to understand the Creator as this Creator as manifested in the mystical experiences of human beings. Altogether, then, the Kabbalah now provided a key, and the ancient rabbins of this school declared that the key can be turned 7 times in the lock, and in its 7 turnings gives man the 7 different series of analogies which can be set up, by means of which it is possible to explore the Creator through his creation. Now, why should man want to know all this about the Creator? What was this strange hunger in man who wanted to know God? The mystic says it is perfectly natural that man should want to know his own source, that being a living thing and continually experiencing life, he should have a reasonable and natural desire to understand this life which he experiences. In searching for his Creator, therefore, he is only following the ancient admonition, man, know thyself. And it dawned gradually upon his consciousness that he could never know himself without knowing his God. Another reason why this knowledge of the Creator, or of the plan of the Creator, was so important, was because man had already experienced the fallibility of human opinions on these subjects. Very wise persons disagreed constantly. There were many faiths, many gods, many shrines, many creeds and sects, many schools and beliefs. And then, and even more now, man was confused by this complex of inconsistencies. It became gradually obvious to him that his own discrimination, that his own insight was not adequate. If when presented with 5 great, well-honored beliefs, he did not know with certainty which one to choose. He did not know how to weigh the arguments of one venerated teacher against the arguments of another who had arrived at a different conclusion. He therefore, as an individual, came to realize that there had to be some other way of knowing. There had to be a direct knowing. If there was not, there could be no end of uncertainty. It was also obvious that in this form of direct knowing, there was not a great deal of available information. No one seemed to know how to achieve it. If men had had it, if men had practiced it in the past, they would have come to agreement, but they did not. Consequently, it must be assumed that the average person though he might be learned and considered wise by his associates, did not necessarily possess this insight, was not necessarily in a position to solve beyond debate or dispute any of the essential problems of life. The more man went on with this and his experiencing of it, the more he also came to another Kabbalistic conclusion that we face today. Whenever we get a grand panacea for something, when now someone makes a pronouncement that is so universal that it seems to be impossible to contradict it, and we try to apply this, we suddenly discover that it is not applicable to everybody. We come to the realization that a doctrine which satisfies one will not satisfy another. And if we accomplish a great reform in the world, we find some people are pleased by it and some are not. There is no concept of heaven, for example, that man can devise that will be attractive to everyone who hopes to get there. And that which might be to us a blessed state would be to someone else a cursed condition. There is no uniformity, apparently, of the immediate need of man. His needs are so infinitely diversified. What he seems to need always is a certain comprehension beyond what he has. But when his neighbor tells him the answer to something, it is not this man's answer. It works for the neighbor, but it does not work for him. An answer given by a learned person is satisfactory to 10 and unsatisfactory to another 10. Consequently, there is a kind of individualism in human existence. Men are not all cast in exactly the same way. They cannot be held together by one common rule, at least none has yet been found that could hold them. They may even agree, for the most part, on the benevolence of certain concepts or ideas, but then they do not live them. There seems to be something by which the universal solution is not possible, that we cannot be all fed with the same food. We cannot always rejoice in the same experiences, although they may appear to be universally good. The only answer to this type of problem to the Kabbalist was that there must be some way in which each individual could tune into his own need, that whatever was next for that person must in some way be available to him. Finally, he is the only one who knows his need. He is the only one who can tell what it is truly satisfied. He is the only one who is able to engineer and implement his own next step forward. Thus, whatever this instruction is, it must be highly individual. It has to be almost as infinitely individual as individuality itself. There's only one possible answer to this mystery, namely that what man needs must be immediately available in himself. That his search for solution must always be in terms of himself, in terms of reaching into some root within his own nature, by which he will learn that which is next in the divine plan for the unfoldment of himself as he is, not as he would like to be, not as he wishes he was, not as he sometimes may think himself to be, but what he actually is, an estimate which he may not be able to arrive at even by his own best judgment. All this, then, does finally bear heavily upon that point in which the Kabbalah most closely came into conformity with the Gnosis, or the doctrine of the Gnostics. And that is this problem of emanation. Emanation is the only way in which the Gnostics, the Manichaeans, and several other early sects, including the Persians, the only way in which they could reconcile two opposites. It would seem that these opposites must emanate or cause to radiate from themselves conditions of themselves, and that these conditions could meet
even if the essential natures themselves were too far separated. For example, from the sun comes constantly a radiance of light. And while the sun itself would probably be infinitely too splendid for man to approach and survive, yet this light from the sun is its emanation. And wherever this emanation goes, certain qualities of the sun go with it. And this emanation may extend countless light years into space, touching one planet in its orbit, as in the case of the Earth, and touching another, as in the case of Saturn. Now, the light of the sun on Saturn will be less than it is on Earth because it is further from the sun. But that light, in its own way, must sustain the life upon Saturn, or make it possible for this planet to be likewise fruitful. Consequently, by emanation, that which is further removed has a different destiny by this circumstance alone. That which receives this solar intensity less brilliantly must adjust to a different kind of life. This life may be just as good for all that we know, but it has to be different, because the proximity of the body itself to the source of light determines some of its qualities, determines to a certain degree its nature and substance. In the same way, the proximity of man to the source of his light, which is truth, has a great deal to do with his character. We find in the Kabbalah, then, this same concept that is everywhere present from the study of emanation, namely, that you have no principle in nature of either good or evil. You have only a principle of light and the absence of light, or the diminution of light. So we have the old philosophic definition that evil is not a thing in itself, but the least degree of good. It is a degree of good less than that which is present in some other creature. Therefore, we say that this lesser creature is bad in reference to this other creature, which is better. In nature, therefore, there is reality and its gradual diminution through emanation, until somewhere reality seemingly dies in illusion. But this illusion is not a principle. It is merely that which lies too far from the center of the light of truth. Ignorance is not a principle, but it is that condition in which the mind is far removed from the source of wisdom. That the mind may approach wisdom and, coming nearer, receive more of it, even if a planet moving toward the sun will become warmer or more brilliant as the result. So in emanations we have a universe in which two extremes are brought together by a series of conditions. And in this, the Kabbalah goes into astronomy. And in the ancient system of astronomy, you had a group of three essential factors. You had the highest factor, which was the zodiac. Then you had the orbits of the 7 planets, and then you had the Earth with its 4 elements. The Kabbalah would liken deity to the zodiac as creator. It would liken the Earth to the planet Earth, which in the old system was placed in the middle of the circles. This would be nature. Between these two were the orbits of the 7 spirits, or the Elohim, that move upon the face of the deep. And forth from each end, in the middle of the 7 planets, was the sun in their system, with the 3 planets, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, above it, and the 3 lesser lights of the old system, Venus, Mercury, and the moon below, in the form of a ladder extending from the earth to the sky, the ladder of 7 rungs, the ladder upon which Jacob saw angels ascending and descending. This placed the sun itself in the midst of the whole system. This was the Pythagorean theory of music, for it was by placing the fret on the string in the relation of the sun in the midst of the string, in the middle part, that produced the interval of the octave. To the 7 planetary orbits, then to the band of the zodiac, and then to the little door in the sky described by St. John in the Apocalypse, beyond which was the Shamayim, or the vast, mysterious crystal sea of the divine nature. This was the way they set up the universe, according to their knowledge, and it has become our Ptolemaic system, which was to remain comparatively unchallenged, except by a few scholars, until the rise of the Copernican theory.
Now, the earth began to produce creatures according to its kind. And these creatures then began to represent an ascending order of life. The life which was locked in the earth in the process of descending through emanation began to rise again through emanation. And the Kabbalists believed that this ascending from the earth resulted in the kingdoms reaching upward from the earth toward their source, so that you might say there descended a great light or vitality from circumference of a great sphere to its center. In the center it formed the great eye, the eye of Ketha, the eye which is the eye of Israel, or the eye of the God of Israel, which neither slumbers nor sleeps, the great open eye that has no lid. This was locked in the midst of the lowest level of the emanation, which is the earth itself, as a seed. And the seed then turns and begins to grow. And the seed then begins to emanate back through the great septenary system to the source in which it came. Spencer calls the descent of this light into the earth, or this life into the earth, involution. And the ascent of it out of the earth and back again into its full space consciousness, evolution. And the seed coming forth from the ground is the mysterious verbum, or the Word made flesh, which we read about. For this is the parable, says Jesus. The seed is the Word of God. The Word of God was the creating power. Now, as this begins to grow and unfold, from the earth come the elements. Come water, fire, and air. And from the kingdoms of nature, from the earth, which is the mineral, comes the plant, the animal, and the human. And if we assign these to these steps going upward, we find then that the earth represents the earth. The water becomes symbolic of the moon. The element of fire becomes symbolical of Mercury. Of air becomes symbolical of Venus. And so up this entire ladder, but those are the only 4 elements that we have. So Paracelsus gives us the 5th or magical element, the element of the elixir of life, Azoth, which corresponds to the 4th orbit of the sun. In the case of the various creatures coming out, earth represents the mineral, water or the moon represents the vegetable, the Mercury represents the animal kingdom, Venus represents the human kingdom, and then we have this other thing. This man who is not of the earth, but of enlightenment. And man himself divides into 2 definite orders of life, the earth man and the sky man. And man as a creature growing up in the prehistoric world, the man of the Neanderthal man, or the Piltdown man, or any one of these types, finally gives place to the man of wisdom and the man of light. And the true humanity of man is born when man is ensouled and becomes a living thing. And this carries him to the ring of the sun. And the enlightened man therefore stands in the middle distance between heaven and earth. And this same relationship is used in another analogy where heaven becomes spirit, earth becomes matter, and man becomes soul. And in this system, the orbit of the sun is the orbit of the world soul. So we have deity descending from spirit through soul into body. We have man ascending from body through soul to spirit. And as these two great processes slowly merge and mingle, we have the great Gnostic system of emanations, in which divine life flowing downward meets the growth of itself out of the earth through creation, so that creation grows up toward the Creator, even while the Creator is flowing downward into the creation. These are finally mingled in the Chinese Yang-Yin symbol, or the flowing half circles, to result ultimately in the re-identification and absolute unity and unification of creature and creator, so that finally both become again the indescribable unit, the one that can never be broken or lost. And of course, yoga in India is simply a name for this motion upward to union with cause. So the emanation theory is man emanating more and more spiritual overtones until he is brought again into harmony with the divine life, which is his true substance and nature. This is the way both the Gnostics and the Kabbalists attempted to explain the bridge, or the bridging across of the two extremes of spirit and matter. We have to use the same thing even when we think of man as spirit and matter. When we think of man as a spiritual entity, we must regard him as a space being. We have no way of knowing what he is, what he looks like, what he is going to do. He is locked in the inscrutability of his own absolute abstraction. But man, by the process of involution or descent, gradually clothes this inscrutability with an increasingly tangible vestment, until finally at birth he stands embodied, which means that his life principle has gradually built around him various psychic fields, has communicated these psychic and rational fields with his outer body by nerves, by arteries, by veins, by endocrine units, and all this type of connective tissue, so that finally that which is within man as more than body is finally able to express itself outwardly in the material world. This is where the Kabbalah uses the analogy of the microcosm to express the creative processes of God. Now, man, having been born, is then, we might say, like the seed of God buried in the earth. The seed of his consciousness is buried within him. Gradually, he must gain control of this body. Gradually, through growth, he must find the unfoldment of the life within himself. Through education, through culture, through civilization, we finally discover that he comes into some type, not adequate, but some type of maturity. And in this maturity, he reaches the point of self-direction. He reaches the point of self-determinism. We say that he is adult. We say that he is now ready to take on the living of his own life. He has become an individual. And individuality is one of the keys of the sun symbolism. For in ancient astrology, the sun was the symbol of individuality. So it means that man has reached upward on this ladder now until he has united himself with the sun, which is in the dead center of the ladder. 3.5 rungs from the bottom, 3.5 rungs from the top. Thus, in the attaining of this, man reaches, theoretically, into the state of soul existence. Man has become, by evolution, a living soul. By this is further implied that in the process of evolution, man has released soul power, that he is gradually growing into a psychic entity rather than into a physical entity. It is interesting, therefore, perhaps, that within the last 50 years, man has begun to labor with the problem of soul identity. He is more and more interested in what his soul is. He is no longer willing to think of this soul merely as a theological abstraction. He is beginning to say, what do we mean by soul? And out of this subject he has evolved the subject of psychology. And psychology, while it is now largely concerned with mental phenomena, was originally, in its classical meaning, the science of the soul. And even today, considering mental phenomena, it could well be stretched to mean that it is the science of the person living in the body. It is the science of this being that is suspended halfway between heaven and earth, bound to the earth by the body, bound to heaven by instincts, impulses, ideals, convictions, aspirations within itself. So it has always been assumed that the human race, in its highest aspect, was the embodiment of soul. That therefore soul became, so to say, a heavenly kingdom beneath heaven. And in the learned discourses and dissertations of the elders in the Sefer HaZohar, the human soul is represented as one of the temples of Jerusalem. Here, for example, we have the concept of three temples. The Muslim and the Hindu have the same idea, namely that on the earth, on the rock Moriah, on the threshing floor of the Jebusites, stands Solomon's temple, or stood Solomon's temple in the ancient days. This was the earthly temple. In the heavenly world itself was another temple, which was the living habitation of deity, and it was suspended above the earth over the site of Solomon's temple, such is discussed in the Zohar. But this is the temple in heaven, of which the earthly temple is a worldly shadow. Then there is a third temple, which is the temple of man's own soul, and this is suspended between the other two, making the triad. Thus, beneath the temple of spirit, suspended in the midst of the system, is the temple of the soul, found in Christianity in the account of the transfiguration of Jesus. And beneath that, on the rock Moriah, is the physical symbol of the congregation of Israel. So these three temples represent the three great places or stations of worship. They represent the temple of nature. They represent the temple of man, and they represent the vast temple of heaven itself. And also we have the concept that the whole creation itself is a sanctuary. That this sanctuary is again reproduced in man, where the heart is the matchless altar of his soul. And in nature also, in external or exoteric worship, the temple becomes the symbol of the congregation of the faithful. It is the ecclesia of the early church. It is the temple that is not made of stone, but made up of the body of the congregation, which uniting produces a certain spiritual mystery, which is again discussed in the Zohar. But for our purpose of emanations, then, we have the concept of two irreconcilable opposites, so to say, not reconciled by coming together, but each one by giving something. It is a reconciliation of two friends, in which this means that we must bear and forbear, that if our friend takes a step toward us, we must take a step toward him. And therefore, by our tolerance, by our temperance, by our understanding, we come finally to meet in middle ground. And in the Zohar, it is also called the emanationism by means of which the family is made possible. Because if two human beings decide to live together, and neither will give anything of themselves, but will remain completely isolated in their own authoritarianism, there can be no home, and there can be no real family. A home and family must be the result of a certain series of emanations in which each person moves a little from his own position to a common ground. And in the Chinese philosophy, of course, we know that the Chinese held that when heaven and earth met on common ground, the result was man, the child of heaven and earth. So that man is, in a mysterious way, a symbol of the reconciliation of opposites. He is also the symbol of the ground in which the divine and natural emanations mingle, thus making man a unique creature in a way, or any other creature that attains this level becomes in itself unique because it is in equilibrium. It is the only kingdom which is mid-distant between superior and inferior, and is the one in which it is perfectly possible for the psychic life to tip either way according to the inclinations of the temperament itself. The Egyptians held this also, for declaring the soul of man to be balanced at the middle point of a pair of scales. If this individual inclines downward by his conduct, drifting into material or negative conditions, then the soul falls. If, however, the individual, by the extension of his consciousness, raises himself to a higher level, then the soul is lifted up toward God. A man is the creature who, by the quality of his own conduct, can raise or cast down his own psychic life. He does this by uniting the psychic life with the body, which is to cast it down, or to unite his psychic life with his own spiritual core of conviction, which is to raise it up. This problem, then, of being raised up or cast down becomes a constant alternation in the life of man. At any moment, some part of man's nature may ascend or descend. In moments of selfishness, something descends. In moments of altruism, something ascends. In moments of hate, again, something descends. In a moment of love, something ascends toward truth or principle. All values, therefore, which are good, result in the rising of the soul towards its own next spiritual state, greater proximity to the substance of truth. Whereas all infirmities of the soul, or delinquencies of character, cause it to incline backward towards its physical or natural origin, and is therefore a regression in terms of man's achieved condition in the world today. So here we have a little concept of how the Kabbalah handles these particular problems. Now the next next situation that arises in the development of our Kabbalistic thinking has to do with the problems which particularly affect the individual in his daily life, and that is this problem of knowing good and evil. We have said that if man does good, certain good comes. If man does ill, something ill happens. But we have learned this mostly by trial and error. And as each individual is an individual, and we are not even sure that man is capable of learning by the experience of others, it would seem as though humanity from the beginning to the end must continue to make its own mistakes, that each person must, through trial and error, discover those ways that are right. This becomes a very long, difficult, dragged-out situation. It would make it seem as though each individual must go through the whole gamut of mistakes before he is capable of a virtue. To a measure, perhaps, this is justified, but the Kabbalah takes a little different viewpoint on it, and perhaps is able to give a certain consolation. There are two kinds of mistakes that the soul can make. One of these mistakes is that which results from inability or unwillingness to obey or follow the approved laws of its kind. Soul collectively creates culture. Therefore, the fact that man is a human being, that man has certain potentials within himself, that he belongs to a level. He is not the same as an ape. He is not the same as a handful of earth. He is not the same as a tree. man has a certain level of his own nature. And because he has this level, and because he has attained to it, he has a certain commonness of experience and life. Out of this commonness, there has arisen from his own internal psychical life a kind of credo, a sort of composite way of life. It is this soul in man which went forth to build cities. It is this soul which in the form of Nimrod, the mighty hunter, was resolved to slay God with an arrow. It is this soul which in all of its different departments and its different levels of internal expression has slowly been unfolding through the ages to give us what we call the great era of scientific discoveries that we now have, or the earlier era of navigations that once dominated the world. It is this common level that has given us our art, our music, our literature, our poetry, everything that we know as our cultural heritage. This cultural heritage would be of absolutely no value to any creature except ourselves. We can live in this cultural environment, and we can plant a seed of a flower bed in our yard. This seed will grow, unfold itself, and fulfill its own destiny, totally indifferent as to whether the Republicans or Democrats are running the country. It is outside of that plant's need, outside of its experience, outside of anything that it can use. Therefore, it simply does not respond to it. Also, the plant, having not as yet attained to certain levels, has needs that we have forgotten, and therefore which we cannot entirely understand or comprehend. But man, because he has created a cultural system such as he has created all types of psychic and philosophical institutions, educational systems, and so forth to meet the general level of his needs. Now, man, according to the Zohar, breaks within his own level into many sub-levels. And there are 49 levels of human function recognized in the ancient writings. And these are brought together by the mystery of the 50th level, which is the God-man. So that the individual, therefore, has 49 different levels of essential humanness on which he can function. These levels ascending from the most primordial human individuality to the highest conceivable human individuality. Yet regardless of these 49 levels of difference, all these creatures are human. They therefore have this essential spark of their humanity which they share together. And out of this psychic level as a total has come a highly diversified culture, a highly diversified language pattern, much difference in religions, in concepts, in interests, in trades, and crafts, but they all belong within the structure of humanity itself. Therefore, this whole world of which our humanity is concerned, with which we have built out of our own ingenuity on the face of nature, this human world in nature is the projection of the psychic life of man. It is therefore, so to say, his own soul made stick and stone and mortar. This concept to the Zohar meant that in the common experience of man as collective soul beings, there have arisen revelations, such as the very revelation of the Sefer HaZohar itself. The wise and the good have given us certain instructions, certain keys. We have a general, basic knowledge of the machinery of the human soul. We have a certain general, basic knowledge of the direction in which man should go. Today we are very much concerned about the way in which man is going. But there are very few people who would be able to prove conclusively to themselves or anyone else that man does not know better than he is doing. And by knowing I now mean that he does not, we cannot deny that he possesses an intellectual concept of a way of life better than he is living. To meet this problem, then, the Zohar points out that the broad program of what is necessary for man is for the most part understood by man, because such understanding is the sole heritage of the human being. Every human being, even the most primitive, inherits a certain instinct by which it can take a step forward. The Digger Indian and the Hottentot and the Zulu can take a step forward, and they are taking steps forward. No matter how primitive we consider man to be, he can move because he has the power to go forward within himself. He has the power to comprehend that which is next beyond his present comprehension. And he has the insight to know what is next. He doesn't know ultimates, but he knows what is next. And the problem is to give him the moral stamina to do that which he knows. And this has been always the big problem. So the Zohar takes the attitude that it isn't necessary to prove to man that he should do more than he is doing. It isn't necessary to prove to him that he can be more than he is, because this innately he knows. It is part of his soul heritage. He knows that he lives. He knows that he is able to build a better house than his ancestor was. He knows it is perfectly possible for him to unfold arts and abilities, that he has talents which he can release. His talents may be different from those of others and not as great as those of some, but he still can do more. Thus there's no real reason, no particular virtue in trying to tell him this. The prophets of old have so told him. The great teachers of his race have so instructed him. And he has received from them all, as from the tablets of the law upon the mount, he has received codes of conduct which have survived for thousands of years because experience has proved that they are workable. Man, the moment he finds a code that is no use, forgets it. But these codes which he cannot forget are rooted in the acceptance of them by his psychic life, even if not by his objective, individual, conscious personality. When we say a man, thou shalt not steal, or thou shalt not kill, inwardly man knows this is right. He may not have the courage to follow it, but he knows it. And he also has a sense that these laws originate not just within his own kind, but some way belong to this mystery of the Macroprosopis. They belong to the intricate operations of universal law operating around him. The proof of them is visible in the heavens and in the earth. So man has this type of instruction. The Zohar, sensing this, recognizing it, also finally comes to the great conclusion which nearly all religions have come to, namely that creation takes place within the consciousness of God and not apart from it. The idea that God had a consciousness of its own, or his own, in which it was completely enveloped, and that the universe was a sort of a divine afterthought, does not apply well to the philosophic inclinations of men. The belief is that the Zohar and the Kabbalah unfold the usual and traditional argument in defense of this, namely, that if we affirm that God is all there is, that God is one, that this great being, Ein, the boundless, extends to the infinity of things, that there is nothing beyond it, there is nothing apart from it, and in the beginning it was one substance indivisible, that it was one divine, unknowable consciousness extending forever. If this is true, and there was one and one only, the Pythagorean monad, the one which cannot be a two, then it is obvious that creator, creating, can create only with the substances of itself, from the substances of itself, and ultimately within the grand substance of itself. Creation cannot be dangling outside of the divine nature, because this nature goes everywhere. You can find no circumference for it. Creation must therefore take place within it. When we see the two arising from the one, therefore, in the Pythagorean theory, we cannot say that there are now two ones. We must say that existence is now one in term of halves. That the universal creating power divides within itself, but itself is never divided. Therefore, multiplicity arises within unity, but multiplicity does not overwhelm and destroy unity. The one always remains, just as the infinite multiplication of cells in the human body must always take place within the original germinating cell. And from the walls of the original cell must be and will be ultimately formed the skin which covers the entire body. The cells multiply within the cell, but the original cell is not divided. The creation exists as an infinite diversity within unity, but unity is never divided. Therefore, the sum of parts must always be the one. There can never be more and there can never be less. And in all figuring, if every atom of the universe is counted as a separate fractional unit, the sum of everything must never exceed one, because one is all there is. So we can have this infinite division, but we cannot divide unity. Nor can we take an infinite and declare either its center or its circumference in fact. We cannot declare that there is any essential difference in the infinite life within which the diversity of existence occurs. So whatever occurs, occurs within life itself. It is a manifestation. From life it comes, from the infinite life it comes. By life it is supported, and to life again it returns. Therefore the Zohar very early stated the fact that there is no death. The death is merely an infinite changing of the arrangement of fragments. The patterns are forever changing, disappearing and appearing again. But disappearance is not into death, but into life. And appearance is not from death, but from life. The only reason anything can be born is because everything is alive. The only reason that immortality is possible is because nothing can die in a universe in which there is only one life. Buddhism takes one viewpoint on it and affirms that the ultimate is to be reunited with the totality. Western philosophy has assumed that infinite continuance of individuality within this life. But still, the great life itself is like an ocean, and all creation, creatures inhabiting this sea. And they cannot come out of the sea. They can never have any other habitat, for they are living forever in an eternal life principle. To this point, then, it becomes obvious, or became obvious to the Kabbalists, that there can be no essential interval at any point between God and creation. The essential interval, which we describe as the basis of emanations, is not based upon the fact that deity is further away or nearer, but rather that deity evolving individuality to create man or to create the psychic life creates a series of hypothetical intervals which have to be crossed by these emanations. This total life is ever present, but in some way the little individual lives existing within it have an individuality, and this wall of individuality around them is the wall that separates them consciously from the total life. Thus individuality creates separateness, and it is only through the gradual overwhelming or overcoming of separateness that unity can be re-established as experienced fact. Up to that time, man lives in the ocean and dies of thirst. The individual lives in a universe of life and believes that he dies. He lives in a universe of God's love, and yet he is miserable most of the time. Not because of the absence of the divine, but because of the absence of this emanational bridge from his own ego, by means of which he can experience this. So the Kabbalist comes to his concept of immanence. He comes to the realization that individual consciousness is like a ship floating on this sea, that it is a structure traversing or existing within this infinite life principle, and that this life principle is ever available, and that the single atom only exists because it is dancing in life. But to capture the conscious presence of this life as a spiritual fact requires not that man shall journey to some remote area or wait until he can climb this ladder and disappear through the door of heaven, but to realize that all of these processes are symbolical. That man, the little microcosm, has his elements, his planets, and his zodiac, beyond which is the life which he is seeking to become united with. So we find the doctrine of immanence, and we find the rise of mysticism, by which the individual realizes that by the gradual expansion of consciousness, he is able to build a bridge above the orbit of the sun and to the wall of heaven. That above intellect is consciousness itself, and that therefore through the power of releasing his own consciousness, man bridges the final interval between himself and the superior power. In other words, he emanates from his soul nature more and more arcs of emanation upward, until finally, through the gradual extension of soul power, he comes into the ultimate identity with spiritual reality. He does this by the perfecting, unfolding, and developing of his own soul nature. And the Kabbalah follows the same principles of other religions. Through meditation, through prayer, through contemplation, through gradual improvement in the higher forms of abstract creative arts and knowledges, man gradually comes nearer and nearer to enlightenment. The purpose of all knowledge in the Zohar is not that man shall know, but that man shall perform an alchemy of bringing his consciousness back to eternity. The only reason why we master any art or science is not that we shall make a living with it here, that is incidental, but that this mastery gives us another emanational arc from ourselves toward truth, that we are groping toward truth through knowledge. But we are also groping toward truth through understanding, which the prophets make much of, and of which David sings in the Psalms. That we can have all things, but most of all, let the Lord give us understanding. Understanding is an ability to accept. To understand is to grasp the full meaning. To grasp the full meaning is to experience this meaning within ourselves. And in the Zohar and in the Old Testament also, nearly everywhere where the word understanding is used, what we term the mystical experience is implied. It is the individual suddenly becoming vitally and livingly aware of the nature of that which is superior to himself. In this mystical system, then, we have all these contemplative disciplines. And I have found in the Zohar and in other parallel writings much that will cause me to suspect that these people were fully aware of yoga, and that a great deal of their so-called veiled teaching had to do with this process, this very definite process of creating the body of illumination. In the Muslim philosophy, for example, the prayer rug is the magic carpet. It is the symbol of the power of consciousness to carry the individual through the various strata of the universe. The prayer rug was, as might be suspected, is where the man kneels during prayer. and prayer is his unworldliness. It is while in this inward communion that he is lifted up upon the symbol of the magic carpet, his prayer rug, and carried to various parts of the universe of conscious internal experience, not physically carried from one town to another. In the Kabbalah, we have the equivalent of this prayer rug in the Merkaba, or the chariot of righteousness, described by Ezekiel. The chariot of righteousness is, in my feeling, the structure of what the Hindus call the yoga. In other words, it is a series of disciplines which becomes the vehicle by means of which man is lifted up into a transcendent experience of consciousness. The ancient prophet was picked up in the Merkaba and carried to heaven without death. And this was the symbol also of Al-Barak, the mysterious creature that carried Muhammad on his night vision to Mecca. This symbolism has to do with the creation of this transcendent inner life, which is the Merkaba or chariot of righteousness. Man perfecting the soul, bringing it finally to its full maturity, finds that the soul becomes this mysterious instrument, this vehicle by which the being is then projected further upward into the realms of light and consciousness. The whole experience of the individual, the secret doctrine, the discipline, the secret, mysterious, transcendental art by which man unfolds or perfects his inner life, is therefore this chariot that must carry him without death into the presence of the Most High. The same concept is carried in the three mysterious visions of Moses on Mount Sinai, in which in the end Moses is picked up and carried into a cloud, and as he passes through the cloud he comes into the presence of Macrophosopus, the Great Face. This is nothing but a mystical experience. It is the individual which is lifted up, or his consciousness lifted up within him, draws all other things to itself, and constitutes a mysterious resurrection, the restoration of the spiritual life of man, who is climbing in this way the higher rungs of the ladder that takes him back to the source from which he came. This Merkaba of righteousness is the deepest mystery of the Kabbalah. It has to do with this process of man's absolute regeneration. And this regeneration process, as the elders of themselves have pointed out, is no mystery at all. The Merkaba is the mystery of mysteries that is no mystery. The Merkaba is provided by nature itself. It is perfectly natural, it is perfectly reasonable, it is ever available. Yet it remains to the average person, even the average mystic, a total and inscrutable mystery. The reason for that is that the Merkaba is an alchemical thing that is produced by the simple process of conduct and action itself. The individual, applying the principles of his integrity to the conduct of his life, transforms himself into that chariot without any actual, factual realization of what he's doing. It is simply that the Merkaba has to be built out of the deed and not out of the word. The Merkaba is built by the practical, inevitable, factual effort of the individual to grow. It is not what he hopes he will accomplish, what he was going to do sometime. It is not these principles which he loves sincerely and disobeys continually. This is not the answer. The Merkaba is built when the individual, by dedication, begins the actual practicing of the virtues which he affirms to be true. As he achieves these virtues, as he makes self-discipline the law of his life, as he gradually and victoriously triumphs over the limitations of his own attitudes, as he corrects his faults and advances his virtues, he transforms his own psychic life into this chariot of righteousness. So that's what it is. It is a chariot built of his own righteousness. And by this building, he is lifted up or carried without death into the mystery of the Macroprosopis, or the presence of the great face. It means that not necessarily does his physical body continue forever, but that without the obscuration of death, without fear of death, because of gradually increased inner realization, and because the mystical experience of eternal life becomes the great reality in him, the individual, without fear, without doubt, or without the experience of transition, lives part of an eternal life in an eternal universe. The realization of this is the end of death. The end of death is not that we no longer die. The end of death is that we no longer accept the idea of death itself. So the moment that is gone, through experience, not through affirmation, but through conscious experience of the meaning of life, the individual has achieved within himself his own immortality. Now these are the substances of the doctrine, and I have drawn them very largely from the notes and the opinions of Baron von Rosenroth. So this will give you a little summary of the doctrine which he attempted to promulgate in the 17th century, and perhaps you will now appreciate some of the difficulties that he ran against. And thank you very much. We hope to see you again next week.
This evening we are really in the midst of something. And we are dealing with a subject which has taxed the ingenuity of some very able minds. Among them, Mr. Arthur Edward Waite. I think we need, in this case, to say a little something about the author of the book we are going to consider. Mr. Waite was one of the outstanding writers of his time in the otherwise neglected field of the esoteric arts and sciences. His production in this area was prodigious. And as author, editor, translator, and preface writer, he made available to English-speaking people many rarities of early philosophy and European mysticism that might not yet be available to us. We are most appreciative for his inspiration in contributing to the translation of the Museum Hermeticum, for example. And we likewise deeply appreciate his industry in making available the 2 large folio volumes on the alchemical writings of Paracelsus. We remember him also as the translator of the French transcendentalist Eliphas Levi. We also know that Mr. Waite was a mystic and poet in his own right, and his book of poems of Mystery and Vision is an entirely commendable work. We also know from his general literary style that he was a man of ability in these areas, and from his research material that he was by nature a good student. And with the available material in the library of the British Museum at his disposal, he has preserved for us a wonderful bibliography of authors, texts, and books that might otherwise remain comparatively unknown to the modern student. Down through the years, I have gradually assembled
the greater part of his original reference material, so that probably 80% of the books that he quotes, particularly in the volume under consideration this evening, we have in the original editions. These different activities also relate to another line of his thinking. He was a prominent English Mason and wrote considerably on Freemasonry, including encyclopedic works dealing especially with the British point of view on things Masonic. He had very little sympathy for the American point of view on almost any subject, and was essentially first, last, all the way along an English gentleman with a profound admiration for everything English. Well, as most of his authors were not English, this should not have caused any great amount of consternation. But in looking along and in following many of the difficult courses which he attempted to follow, we do not always find that we can come in accord with his conclusions. All through his writings we find a peculiar note that detracts from the seriousness which the subjects might justify. For example, in his translations of the writings of the French transcendentalist Eliphas Lévi, who was actually a French priest by the name of Abbé Louis Constant, Waite does an excellent translation, and then in the preface apologizes for the original author. He explains definitely that he is not to be held responsible for the innumerable mistakes made by the good Abbé in his original texts. This is a rather curious point of view. We don't know who is on the defensive, but it looks as though Mr. Waite is very concerned over his reputation. This was love's labor lost, however, as the very field in which he was operating must inevitably have ruined his reputation outside of a small group of sympathetic friends. The corporate image of Mr. Waite therefore arises as an individual with a good scholarly mind and a powerful body of preconceptions. His work on the Brotherhood of the Rosy Cross first appeared in 1924, and I secured my copy in the spring of 1925 when the book was still fresh from the press. Reading it at that time, I noticed in looking it over a few days ago, I made a couple of notes on the title page. A poor habit, but I didn't intend this book for resale. The note that is pertinent to the situation is my finding in the first reading of the book. Mr. Waite reasons from conclusions and not toward them. And this, I think, is generally his dilemma throughout nearly all of his writings. He is so desperately afraid that he will not be respectable. He is so desperately frightened lest his scholarship be questioned that he moves along in a state of caution that becomes, to a degree at least, a little ridiculous considering the nature of the subject matter. Of all his publications, I suppose this book, which was one of his last, might have caused him the greatest difficulty. He undoubtedly had been gathering notes on relative matters for a long time, as his first written work appeared in 1887. Therefore, we have a considerable literary career. Not too long ago, the original papers, manuscripts, and so forth of Mr. Waite were offered at auction and brought a substantial sum. I did not bid on them because most of the manuscripts had already appeared in book form. But throughout his writings, we find that caution leads him almost inevitably to a strong point of negation. in his effort to be sure that he is not supporting something that is not right, he finally ends up by supporting nothing. This is not unreasonable, considering the obscuration of the field, but it still leaves us with the mystery about which the book is built remaining unsolved. All he seems to be able to do with it is harvest the winds. This end in itself is not of great importance. The important thing is that he has preserved for us the necessary titles, names, and publication dates of practically every important text in the field. This makes possible that others may follow after him, and picking up the threads of his particular interests may unravel them further. Now, as the book deals primarily with the subject of the Rosicrucians, I think we should try to orient ourselves a little bit in his thinking on the subject. The burden of Mr. Waite's feelings the burden is that the Rosicrucian organization was a mystical society, completely and entirely esoteric, that almost every contender for a place in the membership of the society was either an optimist or a fraud, that actually practically every book written in the last 100 years on the subject of Rosicrucianism is a monstrous absurdity, that all authors except himself are highly prejudiced. He is different. He is just prejudiced against everybody. This situation must cause us to review a little some of his special findings in an effort, if possible, to see what we can do with the material he offers us, always remembering that his quotations are probably correct and his interpretations on them probably incorrect. We have a wonderful opportunity in reading such material to preserve our own reference frame. We can resist the temptation to drift along with our author. We can pause and reflect, and in this way perhaps attain considerable mental discipline out of a book which, if read without criticism, might prove rather disintegrating to a point of view. For example, early in his work, he begins to shatter the conclusions and foundations that had been built during the 18th, 19th, and the first decade of the 20th century. These conclusions pointed rather definitely to certain possible sources for Rosicrucianism. I concur with Mr. Waite fully in his realization that this society was not, as a society, an ancient institution, that all efforts to give it a mythological antiquity are essentially futile, that even with the best possible research, we are unable to trace it back earlier than the opening years of the 17th century. We must, however, clearly differentiate between Rosicrucianism as a formal organization and Rosicrucianism as a possible descent of mysticism, which in its proper right goes back a very long time. If, therefore, we wish to assume that the principles apparently concealed beneath the enigma of the Rosy Cross, if we consider these principles as ancient, we will be well justified. If, however, we consider the organization to be ancient, we have absolutely no ground on which to stand. And I also am inclined to agree with Mr. Waite that we cannot permit psychic revelation to fill this gap. We cannot assume that someone in a trance is able to produce a valid history. unless in that trance something is communicated by which reasonable investigation can be stimulated. The idea of trying to fill these gaps with romance will not actually advance any cause to any great degree. In the study of the origin of the society, most scholars have assumed that the original documents of the Rosicrucian Society were published by a German theologian who was the religious and spiritual counselor of the Duke of Wittenberg, one Johann Valentin André. Mr. Waite dismisses this concept as being entirely incredible because it would require that the so-called chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz, one of the earliest documents of the Society, was written when André was only 24 years old. Mr. Waite regards this as an absurdity. He feels that a work of this pretension, of this depth, of this importance, could only have been the production of either a very mature person or one of a group having considerable knowledge in common. I have read the chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreuz, and this particular point of view that Mr. Waite advances does not seem to be valid so far as I am able to understand. André had available to him at that time an enormous quantity of alchemical and mystical literature. He rose to literary distinction at a time when there was a very large output of books dealing upon the general themes of his interest. A bright young man taking this material could certainly have compiled the work which he produced. For this work is not exceptionally profound, it is not impossibly deep or incredibly wise. Its real place in the literature of its time is determined almost entirely by its title. Therefore, if the words Christian Rosenkreuz had been left off, this particular volume would have been only another remnant of early modern Reform literature. In favor of the André hypothesis, there are certain other points that we might mention. One of these is the relationship between André and Bacon. And here, Mr. Waite really has a bad time. It is obvious from the beginning that our English author is no Baconian. He regards the entire Baconian hypothesis as completely and entirely ridiculous. Here again, I sympathize with him, but I don't agree with him. The reason I don't agree with him is that certain definite links have been established. These links Mr. Waite ignores, or else did not know them. And in either case, they represent valid evidence that there might be more to this phase of the subject than he is willing to admit. Now, the hypothesis that Lord Bacon might have been the founder of the Rosicrucian Society is at the outset not particularly attractive. In the first place, the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy has caused a powerful alignment of opinions. And, of course, most of the scholarly opinion is on the side of Willie Shakespeare. Although I see that this is now being affected by the popular purse. The Shakespearean Museum at Stratford-on-Avon is now asking for £250,000 to enlarge premises and facilities and make way for a larger tourist trade. Several individuals who might have something to do with finding the £250,000
have journeyed over to Stratford and taken a look around. They have come back, and their general opinion is that the Stratford Museum is about the largest fraud of its size in the world, that there is absolutely no evidence or proof in that museum that even one relic is authentic. And as to whether or not the building is the correct one, this is also largely open to question. And the general feeling is now that it is hardly even possible that the immortal bard ever set foot in the Shakespeare house. It's not even certain that it was built at that time, but no one seems to worry too much about it. Naturally, we may expect a considerable tempest in a teapot over this particular issue, but in all probabilities, practical considerations will prevail and the funds will be raised, simply because whether the relics are any good or not, people are perfectly willing to come and see them and pay moderately for the privilege of sitting in Willie's chair. Now, it happens that this chair has already been sold twice and taken out of the country, and it's still there. So you can try to solve these mysteries. They're almost as difficult to explain as the miraculous multiplication of the bones of saints, which have a tendency to show up, and one saint, I believe, has already known to have had 7 skulls. This difficult situation seems also to apply to the Shakespeare dilemma. We must also realize that young people have done rather well in their time. Young William Henry Ireland, a boy of 17, forged a complete Shakespearean play, and the immortal Samuel Johnson got down on his knees and kissed the edge of the manuscript. So youth does not necessarily deny precocity. The situation then involving the Baconian hypothesis is largely colored by other matters, and we're not too sure of the ground on which we stand. Actually, there are many parallels between the so-called adventures of our father C.R.C., the mysterious Christian Rosenkreutz of the chemical marriage, and the somewhat better-known Lord Verulam. These parallels were, however, advanced by the wrong people. They were advanced by enthusiasts. They were advanced by persons wearing the wrong school tie and things of that nature, and as a result were generally discredited. But whether they were advanced by wise or foolish men, the facts must stand on their own feet. That there was a link between Andre and Lord Bacon seems to be part of our basic mystery. So I might mention a little episode that some of you may remember, but which others may not have come across in our writings. Back in 1926, 7, and 8, when I was working on this large book which I did on symbolism, word came to me that one of the oldest and most important Masonic lodges in England, the Mother Kilwinning Lodge of Scotland, had a very rare portrait of Lord Bacon as an old man. Of course, his lordship is supposed to have died at 66, but this portrait was supposed to be a picture of him at much greater age. The thought intrigued me, and full of youth and exuberance, I wrote the Mother Kilwinning Lodge through their secretary and asked if they had such a picture, and if so, they would be gracious enough to send me a copy of it. They were gracious enough, and shortly after, the picture arrived. The picture was that of an elderly, bearded gentleman with a long white beard and a black skull cap. And underneath and around the picture was the inscription, Johann Valentin Andre. I thought perhaps they'd sent me the wrong picture, so I wrote back and asked them if this was the picture of Bacon, and they assured me that it was. Now, what the Mother Kilwinning Lodge of Scotland might happen to know about this, I'm not too sure, but they seemed to feel that they knew what they were sending me.
and such an illustrious body would not like to be passed off lightly. Another interesting point in relationship to this situation is found in the writings of John Burton, who were published anonymously under the title of Democritus Jr. The work which he did was called The Anatomy of Melancholy. And this, as the name sounds, was a most nostalgic volume, which today would be a good textbook for certain specialists in abnormal psychology. But the book was full of all kinds of interesting notes and news, and as one man who contributed so many books and manuscripts to the Folger Library in Washington told me, he said, many of us believe that this was originally Lord Bacon's scrapbook. But in any event, it is accredited to a Mr. Burton, a very reverend gentleman of the Church of England. On one page of this book, there is a reference to Christian Rosenkreutz, or the mysterious Father C.R.C. After this is the usual mark indicating a footnote, and below is the footnote. Johann Valentin Andrei, Lord Verulam, period. Now, this does not appear in all editions of the book, however, but it does appear in certain earlier editions. The only work that we know that describes the tomb of Christian Rosenkreutz outside of the actual Rosicrucian manifestos is a work on mathematical magic by a Dr. Wilkins, who was a member of the society which later became the Royal Society of England, and which, as Spratt points out, was inspired by Bacon. Wilkins, in his book, describes the tomb with the ever-burning lamp in the ceiling and calls it the tomb of our illustrious brother Francis Rosicross. Of course, Francis was Bacon's first name, and certainly Francis is not by any chance a form of Christian. The manifesto says Christian Rosenkreutz. Wilkins, presumably with no typographical error in mind, calls him Francis Rosicross. There are numerous little odds and ends like this which Mr. Waits chooses to totally ignore. And therefore, I am not sure that he makes a strong case to prove that the Rosicrucian enigma had no place in the life of Lord Bacon. Also, if we remember the manifestos, Christian Rosenkreutz died over 100 years before the mysterious opening of his tomb. As this tomb was supposed to have been opened in the early years of the 17th century, the mysterious founder had been dead quite a long while. In Dr. Burton's dear old book already referred to, however, there is the statement, the founder of the Rosy Cross, still living. Now, this doesn't quite fit into the picture, for he couldn't be still living if the original text was correct. There seems to be no doubt in anyone's mind who really thinks this enigma through that a group of persons, perhaps definitely agents of esoteric orders, perhaps descendants through the troubadours and the temple of ancient mystical associations, did get together in the beginning of the 17th century and formed a fraternity of some kind. It has been said of Lord Bacon that he rang the bell that brought the wits together, and there seems to be something of this nature involved in our controversy. There were only certain men of this time, if they had any reputation in letters at all, who can be intimately associated with a project of this nature. The actual texts of the society, issued between 1614 and 1616, all of them are dated by their content. Even the chemical marriage is dated. It is dated to a way of life, to a point of view. And this dating definitely coincides with the Protestant Reformation. These works could only have come into existence after the rise of Lutheranism. We must therefore suspect that these books issued from some Protestant background. It would be almost incredible that they could have issued from any other background, inasmuch as the very manifestos themselves indicate that the founder of the society brought back his knowledge and wisdom from the Arabs and from the Muslims, which for most of Orthodox Europe would have been an unhappy background and not likely to cause confidence at that time. We had to have some group of intellectual liberals. Also, it is quite obvious from the text of the work that they centered around the concept of a universal reformation of mankind. They centered around the entire theory of the passing of an old way of life, that a new world was coming into existence, a world of new values, new human relationships, and that the Fama and Confessio Fraternitatis were heralding in a great world change. This world change was naturally part of the period of which we are concerned. For actually, the opening years of the 17th century differentiate the medieval period from the modern world. Harvey's discovery of the blood, the rise of the philosophy of Bacon and René Descartes, the emergence of the beginning of our scientific knowledge of astronomy, the creation of the Royal Society, or the exploration of all of the natural history of mankind. These movements were all part of what was referred to then as the way of tomorrowness, a looking into the future and the gradual building of a great structure of world knowledge founded upon the firm foundation of the inductive system of reason. Now, who would likely be able to spearhead such a movement? Only a person who had this look of tomorrowness, who was himself in some way concerned with the transition between Aristotelian scholasticism and the rise of modern humanism. It is said that our father C.R.C., returning from his travels at Fez and Damcar in North Africa and the Near East, returned or retired to a monastery, and there he began the compilation of the Encyclopedia of All Knowledge. It was his purpose to prepare a work in which everything known to man might be made available to the scholars of this new age. He may have worked very hard, he might have been very industrious in his endeavors, but needless to say, no such a work ever appeared under his name, nor was any work available at the time at which he was supposed to have functioned. The only actual example of the type of work which he was devoted to was the Instauratio Magna of Lord Bacon. This was, as Bacon himself declared, to be an encyclopedia of all knowledge, necessary, useful, or possible to man. That he worked and labored through his years to produce this work, we know. And we also know that the Novum Organum, regarded as the first textbook of modern science, was Lord Bacon's masterpiece, and it was the first section of the Instauratio Magna. So here we have a man living at the time when the first manifestos were published. None were published earlier. Doing the very work that the author of the unknown book was said to be concerned with. There were many other parallels also, but we must find some explanation for the rise of a sudden point of view. We don't solve everything in this way, but I think we solve something. I think we become a little closer to the necessary foundations of our subject. Mr. Waite, trying to explore his aspect of the field, makes a pretty thorough survey of the alchemists and the alchemistical philosophers who flourished about the time of the beginnings of the Rosicrucian controversy, or shortly before that time. He examines their elaborate symbolical works, their mystical theses, and their strange and wonderful formulas in an effort to discover, if possible, a route for Rosicrucianism in this area. Naturally, he fails, for the simple reason that these necessary links are not available according to his point of view. There is no evidence, for example, that the alchemistical philosophers ever used any of the essentially Rosicrucian devices or symbols. And there is no proof that the Rosicrucians ever actually made use of the alchemical symbols in any outward or common sense. There is only one possible way in which these groups can be linked. There is every possibility that the alchemists were actually concerned with the same end, namely social regeneration, that concerned the Rosicrucian order. But the alchemists were a very spectacular group. Their wonderful old books are filled with the most elaborate diagrams and symbols. The regularly issued texts of the Rosicrucian Society are either unillustrated or but slightly so. They do not make use of these elaborate devices and designs, certainly not in the first circle of the apologists and supposed authors of the works. We may then have parallel motions which might bridge at times. For if there were any Rosicrucians to be discovered, the best candidates are among the alchemists. Also, we realize that about the time that these manifestos of the Rosy Cross began to appear, there was a considerable impulse toward the elaboration of alchemical writings. Most of the best texts, most extravagantly illustrated volumes, were issued within 10 or 15 years of the appearance of the Rosicrucian manifestos. There is a package here somewhere, but the two groups seem to have at least a physical separation. They do not intermingle in the common sense of the word, although there are certain indications of possible sympathy between them. Arriving then at the beginning of the historical cycle of Rosicrucianism, we look around to see if we can names or persons that might well be associated with this society. Two names of well-known persons in the chemical and mystical literature of the period stand out. One was the English physician Robert Fludd, and the other the German chemist Michael Meyer. Both of these men wrote about Rosicrucianism. Meyer in particular also wrote considerably about alchemy. The Frankfurt publisher Theodore de Bry illustrated many of the writings of both of these men, and also many emblem books and other significant volumes which appeared about the same time. Fludd writes quite enthusiastically about the Rosy Cross, gives a long and learned discourse about the habits of the Brotherhood, which actually says nothing, and then at the end states clearly that he claims no membership. This sort of eliminates him unless
we wish to assume that he lied in print. The other possible candidate that we have, Michael Meyer, who was a nobleman and a counselor to his king, does write also about the Rosicrucians. He discusses them and mentions them and describes their habitations in Germany. But before he gets through, he also proves conclusively that he knew nothing about them. The next important work comes out is also by Meyer, called The Laws of the Fraternity of the Rosy Cross. Here Meyer really does quite an impressive job. He writes a small book in which he gives all the rules, laws, and proper credo of the society. Unfortunately, however, he once again says nothing, for all he has done is taken the original material in the Fama and enlarged upon it. He has made extensive definitions of the various rules briefly stated there. But when we get through with the book, he has really added nothing new. So we summarize the situation as it stands in the 17th century. 3 books appear. The Fame and Confession of the Society of the Rosy Cross, published in 1614, possibly available as early as 1612, sometime in manuscript. It is believed they were circulated. And a third work, the Chemical Marriage of Christian Rosenkreutz, which appeared 2 years later. Now, in the Fame and Confession, our illustrious brother C.R.C. is never referred to by anything except initials. He is delivered to us as Christian Rosenkreutz only in the Chemical Marriage. Now, the question that must further be established is, from a critical standpoint, is the Chemical Marriage in any way an actual manifesto of the society? Flood did equally well in writing on Rosicrucian material at the same time, and at the end insists that he doesn't know the order and has never met a member of it. Meyer did a splendid job with the same negative conclusion. Therefore, as the Fame and Confession had been in circulation for 2 years, are we really entitled to assume that the Chemical Marriage was an actual official production of the society, or was it one of the many logia that appeared during the next 5 or 10 years? We like to assume, for practical purposes, that it probably was, directly or indirectly, a manifesto. If it can be traced to Bacon, we probably have every reason to assume that it was a genuine work. Whether we can trace the Fame and Confession to Bacon is not the problem. But here again you can have a lot of fun. It is assumed that the author of all of these works, that is, of the Fame and Confession, was a German. And of course it is assumed that the author of the Chemical Marriage was a German. While these works may have been published in Germany, the German author had some troubles. When he got stuck for a word which might be a little unusual in German, he usually used an English word, which might possibly imply that English was his mother tongue, or it may have been put there on purpose to create this question in the mind of the reader. Anyway, it is a valid question, for in an emergency or in some strange abstraction of language, it might well be that we would fill in with some word more familiar to us. But let us assume for the moment that these 3 books were all genuine productions. We have to question the appendix of the Fama Fraternitatis, wherein to this was added a small work by Boccolini, an Italian author, on the universal reformation of mankind. It was all of a theme, but this work only appears in one edition of the Fame and Confession. So here we are with 3 books looking for an author. These 3 books stand completely alone, and every effort to tie them successfully to any other group of literature seems to be little better than useless.
Waite comes to this conclusion, that these three books stand alone, and then he begins to ask himself whether these books stand, or whether the whole group of volumes fall together. This is a question which I don't think we can fairly take. I prefer the more moderate course of assuming that some person or persons with a real and definite purpose, and perhaps speaking for a private society devoted to esoteric, mystical, or even religio-political activities, did issue these manifestos. That for one reason or another, nothing further transpired. We were assured that these would appear in many languages. Actually, they did not. The only time when they appeared in any other language was much later, when they were translated. They were not simultaneously issued in 5 tongues or anything of that nature. And the various announcements and pronouncements contained within the volumes seemingly never were fulfilled. To show how the situation was in the year of grace 1616, we might have to compare it to some strange thing that might arise today, where suddenly there would be thrown upon us a most solemn and apparently official document affirming the existence of some strange or secret government and inviting us all to join in this great movement for the regeneration of mankind. Small fragmentary splinter movements of this kind have appeared at frequent intervals, but have never amounted to anything. So the excitement grew immediately. Men of tomorrowness, whether they were affiliated with anything or not, were greatly moved by the dignity, the humanity, the nobility of these manifestos, and all were most anxious to join. So that at that moment the society had its best press, and there was a tremendous popular interest. Everybody began to look around, and there's very interesting contemporary records dealing with this subject. Alchemists began searching desperately because they believed these Rosicrucian brothers or adepts probably had the secrets of the transmutation of metals, the mystery of eternal youth, and the medicine or the elixir of life. So they were searching for them. Progressive political leaders were very anxious to be affiliated with this organization. Philosophers, scholars, divines, clergymen, even priests, bishops were doing everything they could to find out where these brothers were. And the furor got greater and greater. But there wasn't any address to address a letter to. There wasn't anyone who seemed to be able to give any information whatsoever. Letters sent to mysterious adepts were always returned unopened. At the same time, of course, as well might be expected, a whole group of charlatans masquerading under weird titles and looking important drifted through various communities, were immediately identified as Rosicrucians. But again, these evaporated without very much contribution to the public good. One early description of such an adept is contained in a delightful little book called The Complete History of an Unknown Man. This is exactly what it was. And when you got through with the history, the man was still completely unknown. The only thing about him that was demonstrable as of any historical significance was that he was a sort of a Pied Piper, for he went into one small German town and whistled all the rats out of the houses. This was his only claim to Rosicrucian identification. The hopelessness of trying to communicate with these brothers left only one alternative, the want ad column. Now, of course, at that time, newspapers were not really what they are today. In fact, in Venice, newspapers were still being written by hand, one copy for each subscriber. So this wasn't very successful. The only thing that appeared to be feasible was to publish small booklets, 10, 15, 20 pages, some of them only 8 pages, in which some aspiring candidate would state his qualifications, assure the Brotherhood that he would be their dedicated servant, and to please let him know where to reach them. Then these booklets were published in small numbers of 500 or 1,000 and circulated throughout Europe in the hope that they would fall into the hands of one of the brothers, and he in turn would communicate with the aspirant to membership. Probably 50 or 100 of such publications are already known, and there were undoubtedly many more. Again, however, these were not effective because the writers of them, most of them, later wrote other works complaining that their first brochures were ignored. So we had this little cycle of literature that only supports the fact that in 1616 the adepts of the Rosy Cross were as difficult to find as they are now, and situations didn't really better much. But we should go along with some consecutive thought and try to feel out the situation a little further. Gradually, another type of literature arose. As the Rosicrucians decided not to speak for themselves, a very interesting but not necessarily enlightening group of apologists appeared. Among the apologists being our friends Meyer and Flood. These apologists would write an elaborate manifesto, thesis, document, or perhaps even a fine large folio in small print. The substance of the book being that if the Rosicrucians wished to remain unknown, it was their right to do so, and nobody had any reason to question it. Well, to wade through 250 pages of medieval Latin to learn this was itself rather disappointing. These apologists, however, gradually developed imaginations, which is not uncommon and is still a practice found among mystical writers. Not being able to learn anything else, they began to decide for themselves what Rosicrucianism was. And by 1650, we had a dozen or more fine texts on the subject, no two of which agreed with each other, and each one of them propounding to expound the original mystery of the fraternity. I can agree with Mr. Waite in the fact that you can read them all and gain nothing. Some of them are very interesting. Most of them are a bit desperate. Several of them are permeated with a general atmosphere of futility. But after a time, we find another note coming in, namely the quest for the fast dollar. And even as early as 1650, people were not completely without that little mercenary twist of mind. By the 50s and 60s, a whole group of self-proclaimed Rosicrucians were available to anyone who wished to sample their fare. They wrote extensively. One of them was John Hayden, who did quite an elaborate series of works in his Holy Guide describing the temples, palaces, and shrines of the Rosicrucian fraternity in England. Unfortunately, he failed to give any locations, and therefore we got not too much comfort or consolation, but he did write with great erudition. In fact, he had ideas that no one before him or since have ever fallen upon or really adequately quoted. By the end of the 17th century, by 1680 or 90, the situation had reached a dead end. It passed into a dignified limbo. The original society had never claimed any distinction by its action. It had never come forth and revealed itself. Its early circle of apologists were gone. The secondary circle were already mingling their Rosicrucian interests again with the stream of alchemy and hermetic arts, and these in turn were beginning to wane under the impact of the rise of experimental science. Minds were now turning more to chemistry and archaeology and antiquities and the development of various remedies based upon scientific knowledge. So everything remained comparatively quiet until the beginning of the 18th century, when we had quite a revival of Rosicrucian thinking. This second cycle, however, begins to take on an entirely different color. We now find the subject becoming more and more involved in ritualism and ceremonialism. The rise of Rosicrucian secret societies. These societies sprang up in many areas. There is no evidence or proof that they had any foundations in the original order, but at that time communication was poor. The public mind was open to almost any innovation, and the general difficulties politically of the countries of Europe seemed to cause people to take particular interest in something of a hopeful, idealistic, or mystical nature. These secret societies did gather into themselves a number of interesting people, some of them rather brilliant people, but it cannot be said that the mainstream of the subject was in any way enriched. In fact, it perhaps was a little impoverished, because now the old landmarks were pretty much obscured unless you had the time, patience, and wealth to investigate the original sources. This drifted along through most of the 18th century. And during this time also we began to find the rise of Masonic fraternities, both regular and irregular, in various parts of Europe. Freemasonry developed a kaleidoscope of degrees. Every inventive and ingenious individual had another Masonic rite. This situation continued to compound itself until there was really no rhyme or reason left in the gradually developing structure of Freemasonry. Finally, near the end of the 18th century, the Great Congress of Wilhelmsbad was brought together, convened for the purpose of clarifying the Masonic situation. Among the delegates at this Congress, by the way, were two names also associated sometimes with Rosicrucianism, the Count Cagliostro and the Count de Saint-Germain. These were delegates at the Congress of Wilhelmsbad. As a result of that, Masonry cleaned house and relegated most of its doubtful degrees to the historical and archaeological department. And again, Rosicrucianism waned and became more or less concerned or involved in certain specialized groups of Masonic scholars. The 19th century didn't add a great deal to this picture. It did, however, clarify the Masonic position in connection with the Rosicrucian order. Movements arose of Masonic research and scholarship, like the Lodge of the Quarta Coronati in London, the Lodge of the Four Kings, which was the great Masonic research lodge, which worked with old beliefs, legends, rituals, degrees, and more or less became involved in the Rosicrucian controversy through its overlapping membership. One of the members, Dr. W. Wynne Westcott, was also the head of the Societas Rosicrucianus in Anglia, which was a Freemasonic auxiliary devoted to Rosicrucian studies, admission requiring that the candidate be a Master Mason. During the latter part of this century, a great American Masonic scholar, General Albert Pike, Sovereign Grand Commander of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of the Southern Jurisdiction, received an invitation from Europe to found a Masonic Rosicrucian auxiliary in this country. I have seen the correspondence in the House of Temple at Washington, and if my memory does not fail me, the letter was answered by General Pike's son. And in this letter, the son points out that his father is now in too advanced years and too heavily burdened with other responsibilities to undertake the establishment of a Masonic research body of Rosicrucian interest in the United States. So that the Masonic end, as far as this country is concerned, ends more or less in this way. Although one small Masonic research group, the Society Rosicruciana in America, was founded and did flourish for a little while in the northern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite. Beyond this point, the Rosicrucian controversy more or less fades out so far as Masonic, alchemical, political, and illuminist problems are concerned. And in the late years of the 19th century and in the opening years of the 20th century, Rosicrucianism took on very largely the aspect of a Christian theosophy, and as such did create and does maintain organizations in this country dealing perhaps to a degree with Rosicrucian problems, but very largely concerned with mysticism or with the esoteric aspects of man's life. None of these organizations are able to use any of the original texts as a basic text for their own work, however, because no text of the original order dealing with any of its mystical practices or beliefs is known to exist. Now Mr. Waite takes on another position here, which perhaps is of some interest to us. He now assumes that the entire descent of the Rosicrucian Society was completely secret, that it is actually impossible to trace either its doctrine or its ritual from any exoteric organization that has appeared, that there are certain fraters or brothers of the society that have, as in the old Pythagorean school, perpetuated their knowledge by selecting disciples to succeed them, and that this small group has descended over a long period of time, and that somewhere, here and there, scattered about, are legitimate Rosicrucians. At this point, Mr. Waite becomes extremely hedgy and takes on an atmosphere of almost unctuous humility, and leaves us with somewhat the impression that perhaps he might be one of them. But as he doesn't seem to have courage enough to say so, perhaps he shouldn't have brought it up in the first place, because, again, his findings do not indicate any unusual possession of information in this area. The wonderful and strange experiments that defy all human thinking are taking place constantly in the human body. There is nothing more mysterious in the alchemical texts than the mystery of digestion and assimilation in man. There is nothing more wonderful than how food is changed gradually within the stomach into all of the subjective energies necessary for the maintenance of the body. The stomach is the greatest alchemist we have ever conceived of. Yet these processes in nature, being natural, reasonable, and orderly, they seem to tell us that with nature everything is possible. And just as there are laws by which digestion is possible, so these laws operating in space can be understood and can be applied to other related or practical purposes. The very principle which makes it possible for man to live at all is the principle which, when properly understood, will enable man to live well. Thus man himself becomes and is an alchemist, really whether he knows it or not. But the bringing through of this knowledge into his awareness in a way that he can control it, so that by art he can perfect nature, enables him to perform the great work. So Mrs. Atwood tells us, obviously, that the great work is a simple fact, and that this great work is the perfection of the consciousness of man, by means of which this consciousness ultimately regains its universal completeness and is reunited with its divine source. Great work is the production of the heavenly man, the production of the universal true principle, which is the elixir of eternal life, because it bestows immortality. It is the transmuter of all base metals, because it provides the means by which every material element of man's compound nature is transformed into its spiritual equivalent. And it is also the symbol of the removing of the flaws from precious stones and the manufacturing of artificial gems. The precious stones and the artificial gems relate particularly to man's psychic field, where these stones, like the pearl of great price and the rose diamond of the rosy cross, all represent the sole attributes of man, the shining adornments which exist within his own nature. Just as surely also as the Sangreal, or the Holy Grail, the cup of the blood of the King, is the human heart, containing as it does the blood of the King, or the blood of life. So this Holy Grail is likewise the ancient symbol of the alchemical vessel in which the transmutation takes place. Therefore, this transmutation is also a Holy Eucharist. It is the mysterious transformation of the blood and wine into the life and body of Christ. All the legends and fables bearing upon these things have arisen in the consciousness of man, who is dimly aware of a mystery which he has consciously forgotten. But locked within himself, man is aware, as Omar so well says, that from his base metals must be filed the key that shall unlock the door they howl without. That actually in man himself is the whole of the Hermetic mystery. That all these books are therefore veiled accounts attempting to preserve, down through the corruptions of world conditions, the same esoteric doctrine that was taught in the sanctuaries of Greece, Egypt, and India. Yet a new language has been developed and devised. And now Miss Atwood points out one of the interesting and important parallels, namely that this new language that was developed by the alchemists and was gradually taken over by the chemists is the language of a scientific salvation. That in these formulas and rituals, it is no longer simple piety that accomplishes the works. That man is actually capable of a voluntary cooperation with nature in the advancement of all of the works of light. She then hazards something that may seem a little difficult for us to comprehend, but I believe that basically she is right. Namely, that the works of light possible to man include not only the improvement of his own nature, but ultimately the regeneration of his world. That actually these works of man represent the power to use light, not only to cleanse the body, the soul, and the spirit, but to cleanse all of nature, to cleanse the air, the earth, the fire. That it is perfectly possible for man to charge the very energy fields of his planet, just as he is charged himself by these fields. And that man, by the development and perfection of his own life, makes all things new again in the world around him, and in this way fulfills the promise that from his own righteousness there shall come a new heaven and a new earth. That the alchemical mystery, therefore, is a kind of chain reaction, and we are beginning to appreciate that such a thing might be conceivable when we begin to think in terms of nuclear physics. We are now in the position where we realize the tremendous energy forces can be loosed which have an incredible and unknown effect upon not only living things, but upon the very fountains of life, the sources of the energies and the powers with which we are concerned. And perhaps Mrs. Atwood would have been very much impressed had she been able to live to realize that in the fission of the atom, we have a proof of the release of infinite life-like power from one tiny, almost incredibly small source. We also know that the fission that we have now achieved is only a very partial fission, and that in all probability there is enough energy in each atom to perfect or destroy an entire solar system, all depending upon use. And use is moral alchemy. Use is the power which arises in man, by means of which he becomes a gardener in the garden of the metals, by which he becomes the faithful guardian of the tree of life, upon which grow the stars of all the metals in the Museum Hermeticum. Also, Mrs. Atwood has come to the conclusion that this process must be a completely orderly and exact one, that somewhere along the line in the destruction and decline of the mysteries, those aspects of alchemy which were truly scientific were relatively lost. One of the German princes finally imprisoned an alchemist and set him to work to find the secret of the transmutation of metals. This alchemist never succeeded, but among the experiments which did succeed was the discovery of the formula for Dresden china, and as a result this particular king became a very rich and powerful man without the transmutation of metals. And the whole history of alchemy and chemistry has been a history of byproducts. The search for the elixir of life has enriched our pharmacopoeia, has given us numerous devices and inventions, has led to such discoveries as illuminating gas and things of this kind. They were things found along the way by men searching for something else. But it is interesting that in their search along the way they found practical, valuable, and useful things, that they discovered the operations of law, and therefore that it might not be entirely fair to say that chemistry is the same son of alchemy, a mad mother. Actually, all of these alchemical experiments were based upon certain convictions, but as Mrs. Atwood points out, somewhere along the line, the direct course was lost. Somewhere in the course of man's existence, he began to look around him for means of applying knowledge. And in this, Mrs. Atwood quotes from the Instauratio Magna of Lord Bacon, in which his lordship points out that man, in the course of time, has learned to apply wisdom to almost everything except himself. He has taken skill and turned it to breeding better cattle or raising more grain to the acre. But he has forgotten in the course of this to turn his skill within himself to the improvement of his own being. This was the difference between alchemy and chemistry, essentially. Chemistry, as we know it today, is devoted to experimenting with the elements of nature. Alchemy with the elements of nature in man. Always man has had a tendency to look out from himself toward other things, and to take the energies which he possesses and direct them to the victory over other things. However, the very laws by which man hopes ultimately to conquer the world are the same laws by which man must finally learn to conquer himself. And alchemy points out that if man first achieves the kingdom of heaven, or the transmutation within himself, then all other things will be added to him. For it is said of the powder of the red lion, which is the great powder of the projection of metals, that it will transform into perfect gold 100,000 times its own weight. This undoubtedly refers to something. We can say that insight turned upon the unknown will transform 100,000 times its own mass of ignorance into truth. That virtue will transform many, many times its own mass into common good. In any event, however, the problem was to apply a knowledge of exactitudes toward the great problem, and that is man. Why is this so essentially necessary? Why cannot we ultimately win by simply putting the world in order around man and then permitting man to enjoy this fruit of his own labor? The answer is pretty obvious, that all the changes that occur in the world must first arise within man. Therefore, man cannot perfect the experiment in nature until he has perfected it in himself. He can continue his undisciplined struggle with nature. He can continue this effort to overwhelm nature by skill alone. But without directive, without insight, without consciousness concerning ways, means, and ends, without vision, the people perish. And without having within his own nature the achievement of the magnum opus, or the great work, it is impossible for man to direct nature, to control it, or to turn it to the fulfillments of its own purpose. Until man knows the end, he cannot lead nature to that end. Thus, in some mysterious way, the great experiment must first be performed in man and then in the world. These are the two great laboratories, the laboratory of the human soul and the laboratory of the cosmos. Whenever the rule is found actually and absolutely in one, it will be applicable to the other. For as Hermes Trismegistus has written, that which is above is the same as that which is below. That which is the lesser is the same as that which is the greater. For all things are bound together by the law of analogy. In this pattern, then, the search for the inward transmutation must be a search after a science of the handling, the directing, the multiplying, the expanding, the extending, and the transforming of light. This light must come into man, for this light must make reason possible to man. For reason is mind plus light. Love is heart plus light. Strength, even of body, is physical resource plus light. The mystical experience is dedication and devotion plus light. Light must always be the agent of all these things. And if this light be lifted up, it will draw all things to it. And this light is the light which cometh into the world, and lighteth every man who cometh into the world. So the problem, again, is the magnificent chemistry of light. Now, it is obvious that the Atwoods were moving very closely toward the Indian concept of yoga, that they were sensing the same light principle that is also to be found in Mahayana Buddhism. The world of the radiance of truth, the world of the eternal light in which all things live and move and have their being. Now, how is this light to be made available? The alchemist said that it had to be extracted from darkness. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. So the base substances seen in the alchemical retort have to do with light hidden in darkness. Just as gold is hidden in the base metals of the earth, just as the life which the small plant takes from the ground comes from the dark mother in which its roots are placed, so everywhere in the darkness of earth there is life, and this life makes things grow. And the vitality and life in nature must in some way be discovered and separated from darkness. It must be as in the opening chapters of Genesis, which according to Mrs. Atwood absolutely recapitulate the entire alchemical process, and that any chemist thoroughly understanding the first chapter of Genesis can actually transform base metals into gold, physically as well as spiritually. Because in this section is contained the summary of creation. And this summary of creation is the key to the continuance of creation. For in the world of the metals, creation is forever. In the world of God, creation is continuous. Creation is not something that started and then suddenly ceased and only the products went on. The very processes of Genesis are being repeated every instant and will be to the end of existence. For constantly creation is unfolding itself. Constantly light is descending into darkness, and darkness in its fullness of term is releasing light again by the mystery of the second birth. So each person is searching for light. And how is he going to find it? How is he going to make this exploration into the dark mystery of base matter in order to extract light? In addition to light itself, what is the most common base matter of our existences? Not now in terms of physical materials, but in terms of that which we all have in common. One answer is that we all have the base material of living. Living is something that happens to everything that is alive. Everything that has light in it lives. Therefore, living is in some way an unfolding of the life-light principle. So each person lives every day. He lives according to his knowledge, according to his insight or the lack thereof. He lives well or badly, according to his own instincts, his selfishness, his nature, and according to the mysterious impulses which plague his psychic integration. But there is this common matter of life or living, and we may call it experience. For experience is really nothing more than the gathering up of the treasures of the light. And these are the treasures which thieves cannot break in and steal, nor rust destroy. So each day, whether we are aware of it or not, we are experiencing something. And every experience is an experiment in light. Everything that happens to us has a light meaning, but this does not always mean that we know what that meaning is. But into our own reservoirs, our capacities, are stored away these works of the light. And Bacon refers to these also by the same general theme, the works of light. Now, the works of light in nature result in growth and purification. The works of light in the experience of man result in a form of knowledge, a form of self-education continuously going on in nature. Everything that man does teaches him something. Only unfortunately man does not always know what he is taught. Therefore he goes on experiencing much and learning comparatively little. but nature preserves in the subconscious nature of man that which he has learned. And this becomes, so to say, a supply of crude ore. This is the supply of impregnated material. For in experience, the gold of value is hidden within the darkness of ignorance. And in the alchemical tradition, a dragon was fashioned to symbolize this. And in the Greek legend, this dragon wound itself around the tree of life, on which hung the mysterious golden fleece. And it was to discover this golden fleece that Jason and the Argonauts made their great journey. And this was part of a ritual of initiation into the mysteries. So man's evolution, his process of existence down through time, has resulted in the gradual accumulation of a properly impregnated material. This material is in his memory. It is in his subjective thinking. It is in the background of everything that he is. This impregnated material is the basis of his career, his home, his business. It is the reason why he can pass an examination in school. It is the reason why he can fill out an application form when he wants a job. All of this building continuously of light in darkness leads us to the alchemical certainty that there is a continuous process going on in man in which the works of light are achieving victory over the works of darkness. And yet the light and the darkness are together, and they are not clearly divisible, as Bilby points out. Somewhere the dawn or the break of the auroral light must come. And Mrs. Atwood looks to the Hermetic mystery to try to understand these wonderful occurrences. Taking the alchemical thinking again, you come to such problems, naturally, as faith, understanding, dedication, discipline. You find that in the Hermetic mystery there has to be some mysterious agent, the active agent of the stone. Now, the active agent of the stone is a kind of mordant. It is a catalyzing agent of some nature. And in alchemy, faith plays very much this part, because something has to stir this compound which lies in obscurity. Somewhere the Jason has to go forth and search for the golden fleece. Somewhere in man's nature there must gradually arise the conviction that there is a mystery, and that this mystery can be solved. In ancient times, education included the clear statement of this simple fact, but modern education no longer does include any intimation that there is a mystery, or that it can be solved, or that there is a road or a way that leads to the accomplishment of the universal medicine. So in the alchemical tradition, actually, strange names are given to familiar things. Yet these familiar things are not in themselves simple. They are not in themselves commonplace. We can say that it sounds much of a come-down that some elaborate alchemical material should turn out to be faith. But actually, we have no way of knowing the full dimension of faith. It is probably stronger and greater and more mysterious than any physical, chemical, or element we have ever explored. It is because certain words have lost their meaning, have lost their profundity, that we do not recognize the value of valuable words. And one of the most valuable of these words is in itself faith. Faith has some kind of a transmuting power in life. Faith releases light. into the soul, even as doubt obscures light. Now in alchemy also, there is always the ancient master. Alchemy constantly refers to some strange wandering adept, some deeply versed and secret one who possesses the knowledge. In the Paracelsian corpus, this is called Elias Artista, or Elias the artist, a kind of mysterious, immortal, wandering alchemist who never dies, who possesses the elixir of life, who has made the great transmutation and goes around the world forever, selecting dedicated and faithful disciples, visiting them in their laboratories and revealing to them the secrets of the arts when their own merits deserve such revelation. Who is the mysterious Elias Artista? The one master alchemist who never dies, who goes on and on, revealing to those who are ready the secret of the stone. One way of looking upon him is quite a simple way, and he is the alchemical tradition itself. He is the one who cannot die because he is a great conviction. He is a great mystery locked in human consciousness. But he appears only to those who are worthy. He makes himself known to the alchemist only when this alchemist has prayerfully dedicated his labors to truth and to light. Then he appears and gives the key to the mystery and then vanishes again and is seen no more. This represents, Mrs. Atwood's thinking, what we would almost term today the archetypal psychological teacher, locked within our own consciousness and locked also within the consciousness of universals. In the root of every integration or organization that exists in nature is the mysterious fact of the immutable mathematical formula upon which that organization is based. Everything in the root of itself is instinctively a work of light. Everything has within its own nature the strange seal of its own identity. Elias the artist is perhaps partly tradition, partly the great story that has come down to us. Partly it is also the subconscious teacher in ourselves, the old one, the folk consciousness that we have. Perhaps it is descended to us in our blood, in our heredity. Perhaps it is the symbol of the infinite sequence of previous embodiments by which we have come to our present state. But it is the old one and the true one locked in us, locked in our conscious experience, and available only to us when we have ourselves performed the works of light. So the struggle or the labor always concerns with this. And now Mrs. Atwood goes into considerable detail in relation to Neoplatonism, quoting from Plotinus, Proclus, and many of the other mystics of North Africa and Athens, relating to the works of light in terms of the motion of consciousness itself from ignorance to illumination. Illumination being, of course, the final absorption into light. And man's growth as an hermetic experience deals with the 7 steps of the ladder of alchemy. And this ladder, the Escalade de la Sage, is in actuality the same as the 7 steps of Bacon's mysterious ladder of the arts, or ladder of wisdom. In this, consciousness ascends through 7 steps, represented by the orbits of the planets, which are in turn the alchemical symbols of the elements. Therefore, as the metals and the elements are arranged upon a ladder, or to form the links of the golden chain of Homer, which bound earth to the pinnacle of Olympus, so this ladder of the wise represents the 7 ascending levels of human consciousness, by means of which man rises from ignorance to universal insight. All this, of course, is theoretically quite understandable. But the question always remains, how is it done? How is it physically, psychologically, or spiritually possible to perform this work? This becomes, of course, the difference between theoretical alchemy and practical alchemy. And it is the method of how this can be done, and not the fact that it can be done, which constitutes the esoteric doctrine in the Hermetic sciences. Mrs. Atwood senses this and realizes it, and tries, in the light of the study of many of these deep works, to put together a formula, a pattern, not now to be used chemically, although she believes, and most alchemists have taught, that the formula for the regeneration of man will also regenerate the metals. But to discover this mystical insight by means of which the human being can achieve the transmutation of his own consciousness from darkness into light, or to free the souls of the metals from their bodies in order that they may unite to form the universal medicine. Now, all the alchemists have agreed upon one thing, namely that you cannot combine the souls of metals while these metals are in various conditions of their own development. You cannot take the outward bodies of elements and force these bodies together. You cannot take common lead and mingle it with iron and produce anything more than a kind of alloy of lead and iron. These two will not accept each other. They will not become actual souls united. They will only be bodies united and souls in stress. Alchemy creates another symbol, the Hermetic mercury, the mysterious symbol of the universal solvent. Mercury is said to be the one element that will accept other elements into its own soul. Therefore, mercury becomes, in a mysterious way, in the alchemical tradition, the symbol of Christ, because also it is the child of the sun and moon, or the offspring of heaven and earth. But even in the case of these elements, the alchemists tell us definitely that crude iron and crude silver cannot be united to produce the mystery. That before these elements can be combined, they must die. For unless the seed dies, says St. Paul, it shall not live again. Therefore, the mystery, like the mystery of the early Christian convert, is the mystery of the firstborn of them that sleep in death. The whole story has to be a story of resurrection. It has to be a story of the rolling away of the stone and of the empty sepulchre. It is the story of that which has risen from its own mortality to become the eternal proof and hope of immortality for all creatures. For in the resurrection of Christ, said the old apostles, is the proof of the resurrection of all that lives. This in turn, relating to the metals in the alchemical mystery, is that the metals must die. They must be crucified. They must descend into darkness. They must pass into limbo, which is the retort, or the alchemical vessel. And here they must be caused to suffer, as in a purgatorial, which is a purging or cleansing. And here, in the due course of time, they will ultimately be forgiven or restored by the descent of Christ into limbo for the salvation of souls. So now our alchemists tell us that these elements must die. And the question is, what are meant by these elements? I think that the Buddhist would answer that very simply, that these elements are the sensory perceptions and the mental focus. They are the elements that form the mysterious six-pointed star with the sun or self or sattva in the center, the mysterious shield of David of the Jewish Kabbalah. These representing then the psychic integration centers of man, representing the powers of the sensory perceptions. These must die in order that their own secret energy may be released again, so that only by man's victory over the senses is the message or the power or the true reality that is locked in these senses, as in the basic matter of experience. Only in this way can it be released. So we come to meditation, to Zen, to practically any of the disciplines of Neoplatonism or the ancient Greeks. For the death of the sensory perceptions is simply quietude, meditation, the absolute relief of man from the pressure of the objective functions of his own composite nature. The man becoming still causes confusion to die in him, and it is the death of confusion that results in the rise of value. For when the confusion of the testimony of the senses has been stilled, then the wisdom that is locked in these senses becomes compatible and can mingle. Thus, when the senses and their functions are suspended, the principle of consciousness upon which they all depend is realized in its unity. In other words, the elements, the principles, the energies of the senses perceptions can be alchemically united as long as the senses themselves do not function. So by a complete suspension of the personal, the universal elements within us can come together. But while we continually disturb these elements by our own objective awareness, they cannot come together. Mrs. Atwood feels that this is the burden of part of the Eleusinian mystery ritual, and certainly of Neoplatonism, which is based thereon, and the Orphic Rhapsodies, that these tell the story of a mystical suspension of error and illusion, by means of which reality can reaffirm itself, by which the individual will find in principles these things which he cannot discover while he is addicted to the shadows or appearances of things. Let us take a simple example of the point involved, namely take religion. We will imagine that an individual is torn between religion and science. While religion is in its crystallized integration within himself, while religion in him is a series of specific beliefs, while religion has to do with the consubstantiation of the host, while religion has to do with the assumption of the Virgin, while religion has to do with the co-eternity of the three persons of the Trinity, while these factors are in consciousness, religion is working in its own way, but it is not assimilable with anything else. We go then over to science, and we say that while this man is dedicated to biology, so that his universe moves around the central axis of biological situation, or he is a physicist, or he is an astronomer, or he is dedicated to any of the works of the light of science, he is then not only involved, but by his own limitations imposed upon his own areas, he cannot even circumscribe the whole boundary of science. He is only working with a little area. A scientist thus engaged and preoccupied, and a religionist thus engaged and preoccupied, cannot meet. They can have certain superficial, friendly relationships, perhaps, but they have no identity, no conscious realization of each other. Yet if either of these was able to completely disassociate his consciousness from any aspect of his labor or reactive work and go to the substance of it, if the religionist could separate religion from theology, if the scientist could separate science from the sciences, in other words, perform this alchemical reduction to source, then science would realize that the substance upon which it is built is inevitable, immutable, universal law. And the religionist would discover that the substance upon which faith is built is inevitable and immutable, universal law. In their principles, therefore, these two can unite. But once they have become structures, they cannot unite. This is why alchemy says that you have to destroy the outward forms of things. You have to calcinate them. You have to burn them or corrupt them or destroy them until nothing of the body remains but ashes. Then the living spirit within these things can unite. For in all life there is an identity of truth light. And this identity of truth light is the secret of compatibility. And compatibility, or the union or mingling and identification of these elements, finally represents the amalgam from which the great stone of the wise is projected by alchemy. So first, by the reduction of all things to their essences, they become susceptible of union. And out of the union of these divided elements comes the sudden re-experience of the unity of the archetype of life from which they descended. The continual discovery of increasing unities. The ascent from particulars to generals. The gradual disintegration of the external natures of things and the re-establishment of their internals. In this way, the great alchemical transmutation takes place. This can be put in terms of chemistry and will probably operate chemically. It can be put in terms of religion and will operate religiously, or in terms of philosophy. But in man, the peculiar term of it is in the term of yogic consciousness searching. For the whole redemption of man lies in the reduction of the confusion or complexity of man to the absolute stillness, which is the death of the divided parts. And from the death of these divided parts, a spirit rises. The spirit released from confusion, released from difference, from discord, and from the various vibratory patterns of elements, suddenly is restored to its own light nature. So in the alchemical tradition, again, the purpose is forever to reduce the bodily interference of things with the unfoldment of the life within body. The grand experiment is therefore to be attained in universal conscious re-identification with the infinite. This means the final elimination of the dross in all things, the transmutation of every base metal into principle, the final falling away of all bodies, illusions, beliefs, creeds, sects, divisions, which exist primarily in the mental nature of man. When these fall away, when these are overcome, when these are relaxed and released so that they no longer interfere, then man gradually brings together the essences of all things. And in the reunion of essences within the living alchemical retort of his own soul, man achieves the great transmutation. He becomes the adept, he becomes the yoga, he attains the samadhi, he becomes the embodiment of the entire discipline of antiquity, which had for its essential purpose, the production of the man of light, the production of the luminous androgyne, the great complete composite being, which is hidden from us by the confusion and complexity of our own mortal existence. So alchemy approached in this way is the burden of Mrs. Atwood's study. And I think as we proceed with it, we realize, and we will realize more if we read her work, the tremendous amount of thought and the tremendous amount of insight that went into it. We wonder at the strange story of how it was done. We know the universe works mysteriously. Perhaps in her we had some strange alchemical transmutation by which, in the early years of the 19th century, she was able to produce this work. In any event, it is a dignified and important volume, and certainly one of the worthiest to appear in the interpretation of the Hermetic arts. Well, I think we'd better let you get your bus and go home now. The book we are to consider this evening is one of the most mysterious, I suppose, that has been written in modern times. It presents a riddle more difficult than the most scientifically contrived mystery. And even after the perspective of more than 100 years, most of the relevant facts remain unknown to us. Sometimes we do find one of these episodes in which truth is stranger than fiction, and that is the problem we have with the story of alchemy as it has been unfolded in the writings of Mary Atwood. Perhaps the best way to start the situation is, as the average reader must approach it, by the consideration of the book itself. It is the only known literary production of its author. The story of the book is one of the most curious, I suppose, in the annals of literature. It was written by a young woman without any known background for this type of undertaking. Yet so thoroughly is the work established that we cannot regard it as merely a mystical production. There is no evidence whatever that the author achieved the book by some metaphysical means. It is simply the work of a very interesting and precocious young woman under most unusual circumstances. Mary Ann South was born in 1817, the daughter of a country gentleman, Thomas South, of comfortable means and naturally serious and inquiring mind. South had evidently been quite a student of Hermetic arts, alchemy, mesmerism, and psychic phenomena. This in itself was unusual in his time, for it is also known that he was a very devout member of the Anglican Communion. He was a stout, orthodox member of the Church of England. It would not be natural to assume that a man with as strong an orthodoxy as South possessed would have deviated very far from traditional attitudes and thoughts. But he definitely did deviate. And this is the beginning, perhaps, of the riddle that must later be solved in one way or another. From the early childhood, Mary Ann South was the almost constant companion of her father. It seemed as though they were one soul in two bodies. Their interests were almost identical. The younger girl having a precocity to attain a scholarship equal to that of her father. By the time she was 15 or 16 years old, she was deep in the things that most concerned him. By the time she was 20, she was his secretary. By the time she was 30, she was his intellectual equal. And they discussed their common interests together, devoting most of their time to this particular phase of activity. They lived in a grand old house, a large part of which had been transformed into a library. Here South had accumulated perhaps one of the finest collections in private possession dealing with the subjects of his interests, alchemy and hermetic arts. We have in our own library here several volumes from the South collection with his book plate and often with either his notations or those of his daughter. So it is said that when the young woman was about 30 years old, they hit upon a very strange project. They both decided to do a book unfolding the mystery of alchemy. They each decided that it would be a separate production in which neither one would assist the other in any way. Both would have access to the same research material, but there would be no discussion whatsoever of their individual labors while the work was in progress. The establishment was sufficiently large so that quarters were set up for the two industrious workers. Each had a study. Each was able to have access to the general library. Each labored according to their own time and interest, and there was to be no comparing of notes, no effort at common discussion until the projects were completed. This was rather an unusual arrangement, but it worked out very well. Also, oddly enough, Mary decided to handle the material on the level of prose scholarship, and her father decided to write a poem. This, you might have suspected, would be the other way around, but this is the way they did it. They both worked long and arduously on their specially self-assigned tasks, and Mary was the first to finish the work which she had set out for herself. Now comes another interesting point. Without question, without seeing the manuscript, without going over any part of it or asking any details about it, Mr. South immediately made arrangements for the publication of his daughter's book. The task of publication was entrusted to a responsible English publishing firm, and we may suspect from the general condition of publishing at that time that the printing of so obscure and unlikely a volume by an equally unknown and unlikely author would require a certain amount of financing by the author or by private means. In any event, in 1850 the book was published. And for a book of its kind and for the conditions prevailing, it must have done fairly well, for in a few weeks over 100 copies were sold. 100 copies of a book of this nature was not bad. Some of the best philosophical works of English literature by well-known authors did not have this sale in this length of time. Then, for no reason known to anybody, South wrote a letter to the publisher forbidding the sale of any further copies. He then paid £250 of good old-fashioned English money at the time when a pound was $5 to buy up all remaining copies. These he had delivered to the small town where he lived and piled on the front lawn of his home. On the top of the pile he placed his own manuscript, which no one had ever seen, his poem on alchemy. And with the obvious approval and consent of his daughter, they made a bonfire of the whole thing, burning all copies. If he had done this, obviously against his daughter's wishes, it might have been suspected that some situation had arisen which made him feel that the project was dangerous for her. But as it was, she was in full accord in this bonfire of the books on the front lawn. Not only is this true, but she made every possible effort to secure back every copy that had been sold. And at a time when books were selling for a few cents or a few shillings at the most, she paid as much as $50 to get back a single copy. What she did with the copies is also very interesting. She made them into sort of two stacks, one of which she very carefully went through, correcting mistakes and typographical errors in the printed book, and these she kept. Why, we do not know. And the copies which she did not so annotate, she also destroyed. For one reason or another, therefore, approximately half of the books that she was able to get back were destroyed. Why the selection, we do not have any idea. In accordance with this same policy, we have examined the book with great care to try to discover whether there were in these erratas or mistakes which she corrected any justification for the destruction of the book. We're not able to find anything bad enough to warrant such an action. Certainly there were a number of typographical errors, but these errors did not sufficiently interfere with the meaning of the book to justify its extinction on such ground. Efforts have been made to determine, in as far as possible, how many of the first edition of this book probably survived. There is no real way of being sure. We know that at the time the books were burned, only about 100 copies were left. How many she succeeded in getting back, we do not know. Some think she probably was able, in the course of her lifetime, which was a very long one, to have reclaimed perhaps half of them, maybe a few more. Those that had reached permanent place in museums or libraries, or had gone out of the country, or were buried in collections to which she had no access, of course could not be destroyed or annotated. Some writers, trying to put the story together, feel that as few as 10 copies, and perhaps as many as 50, may have survived. That in all probabilities the actual number is somewhere between these two classifications. the effort to really find out why this sudden change of mood in the South household runs against a number of possibilities. First, and the story that was most early circulated, is to the effect that the destruction was the result of the displeasure of the Church of England. However, there is no actual proof of this. And had they been sufficiently orthodox to have fulfilled such a demand, even if it had been made, it is difficult to imagine why Miss South would have bought these books back and kept half of them. If she had destroyed every one of them, it might be considered an act of extraordinary piety or fanaticism of some kind, but this she did not do. She did keep some, and in her later years she did give away some of those that she kept, inscribing them to personal friends. So the religious equation is not very sound. The second guess, and this was the one that gained favor around the turn of the present century, is that these two people had suddenly become convinced that they had exposed or revealed too much of a very deep secret which it was not wise for the public to possess. In other words, that they had gone so far into the esoteric side of alchemy that it was possible to take the instruction and the intimations which they had left and make discoveries in the fields of chemistry that could be dangerous or could be perverted to the evil of mankind. This is a possible hypothesis. But as we read the book and read it very carefully, there seems to be some doubt as to whether this is a likely explanation. The average person, even of scholarly mind, would not get too far in trying to perfect some practical work of alchemy by these instructions or by the information contained in the book. It is also to be remembered that neither Mr. South or his daughter ever attempted any actual chemical or alchemical experiments. They had no laboratory. They are not known to have possessed any alchemical materials of any kind. It was purely a literary work. So that the idea that they had fallen upon some great secret of chemistry is a little far-fetched also. A third suggestion has been made that in the course of their further study, they had come across something which they felt invalidated the book they had written. There is a certain point made in this volume relating to mesmeric transmission of knowledge. Also, there is a considerable study into the secrets of light, particularly as light relates to the esoteric currents of the human body. It is possible that this phase of the writing, as some have suspected, was verging very closely toward Indian yoga. Perhaps they then, at some time, secured books on the subject of yoga and felt that their own presentation either was not consistent with the yoga of India, or for some reason that the value of the book was injured by their increasing knowledge of Indian philosophy. This point is of some interest because in the closing years of her life, Mrs. Atwood was known, or then Miss South, was known to have been interested in theosophy, and a large part of her personal library, which was her father's library, was finally turned over by her to the Theosophical Society during the presidency of Mr. Sinnett. This is another phase that doesn't necessarily solve much, but it is interesting and curious. Another point that might be rather intriguing: there are some old accounts and records of Miss South during her growing years and during her early womanhood. The reports tell us that she was an exceedingly quiet, very attractive, and totally feminine person. She was a very domestic in consciousness, with a great love of home and family. There is nothing whatever to indicate that she was sophisticated or an intellectual by artificial attainments. And after the death of her father, she settled down to the quiet life of the wife of an English vicar, and remained in the capacity of assisting her husband in the ordinary works of the vicarage, gaining a great reputation for her humbleness, for her gentleness, and for her constant thoughtfulness of the needs of common and ordinary people. With the exception of this one episode, there is no unusual indication that she was a woman of serious scholarly interests. One point, however, is noted, namely that to the end of her life she had a phenomenal memory, that she could draw forth out of herself a tremendous quantity of information on various subjects. But from the time she married the vicar to the time of his death, many years later, it is not probable that one person belonging to that particular community, church, would have ever suspected that she had ever heard of alchemy. There was no revival of this interest at any time during life, and no effort to progress her own studies any further. There is another interesting little fragment to the effect that she frequently told friends and associates that she never wanted another edition of the book to be printed. Yet other friends and associates whom she discussed the matter with report that she did say that at some time in the future another edition would be likely. None, however, appeared during her lifetime. 3 reprints of the book have been made, the last rather recently. The reprints are also relatively scarce and hard to come by. When the first reprint appeared, the esoteric world of scholarship immediately rose in high dudgeon and reported that the new edition had been expurgated. This was what everyone really wanted to hear, because it would support the old idea that the book had been withdrawn because it contained information regarded as too delicate or too advanced to be entrusted to the public. I have taken the editions, however, and compared them minutely, and the idea that expurgation is a factor in the reprints is just plain foolishness. The only changes have been the corrections which she made on her own annotated copies, which are usually due to a typographical error, or in a few instances she improved upon her own translations from Greek and Latin authors. So it would be totally wrong to assume that the so-called reprints are essentially defective. The reprints are just as trustworthy as the original edition, perhaps more trustworthy, unless the original copy happens to have her handwritten corrections. So the fact that she was at one time adverse to the reprinting of the book, and at a later time was quite content to contemplate a reedition, here again we make very little sense. Nothing seems to fit together or mean anything. After the episode of burning the edition and the father's poem on the front lawn of the house, the interest in alchemy seems to have waned even in the intimate association of father and daughter. There is a report that this timing coincided closely with an evangelical revival in the Anglican Church, and therefore perhaps the local condition was swept with a burst of orthodoxy. But here again, it doesn't make very much sense. These two people were obviously intelligent persons, and the author of the Hermetic Mystery, as it now comes down to us, is evidently emancipated from such foolishness, so we must assume that this could not be the real answer. In any event, after this episode, the father-daughter association remained as congenial and close as ever, but there was apparently no further literary activity. There does not seem to have been much use of the library from that point on. And after a few years, Thomas South passed on. The death of her father, as the daughter herself tells us, was really the end of her entire intellectual career in abstract matters. Some way, her entire focus depended upon her father. Under the tremendous stimulation of his mind, her own mental activity was greatly increased. The challenge of his thinking was what sharpened her own. And when he no longer was there to lead the questioning, to throw in the powerful ideas, she apparently had no longer any incentive or interest in continuing these intellectual studies. Now, when she married this Anglican vicar, the Reverend Atwood, she evidently took with her most of her library. The new vicar himself was by no means an ignorant man. He was quite a scholarly person and seems to have also had a considerable interest in early forms of psychology, as this subject existed in his day, was concerned over psychic phenomena, and also, to a measure, was well read in philosophy. Therefore, she evidently found a man of interesting mind and a congenial life work. His church was in a rural community, and the responsibilities of his position were those of a country clergyman. He had to keep up a pastoral duty, and in those days a clergyman's wife was very important to him. She had to carry on a large part of the social activity of the parsonage. This she performed admirably until his death, when she continued to live in the same house with her books, which apparently now she never read, still remaining a very beautiful, very gracious, very timid person. In her older years, her appearance grew more spiritual, more mystical, and more strangely and sweetly childish. And she finally passed on of no disease or sickness that is known at the advanced age of 92 years. This is the story of our author. It makes absolutely no rhyme or reason when compared to the book. It does not appear that such a work would have been possible to her, that under the powerful inspiration of her father and with an extraordinary library available to her, almost anything could be possible. But this is not a paste pot job. This is not the superficial skimming of an avid reader. This is the kind of a book which might itself have been written by a medieval alchemist. It is a book of profound erudition, skillfully developed. It is a book that seems to tie us to earlier centuries. It is a product out of time. In this work, the author indicates not only a knowledge of practically every important text of alchemy, but an intimate psychological insight into that text. This was not a person who merely read while they ran, but a careful scholar, carefully annotating and documenting everything that she used. A further question has therefore been asked, did this book actually run afoul of one of the bona fide or real esoteric orders in England or Europe? Was its discontinuance due to the fact that pressure was brought from some level not easily available for our consideration? Some have felt that this is the only answer, that this book either was produced under the direction of some esoteric organization or was not finally approved by that organization or was regarded as revealing too much. In any event, whatever was required was performed, and we might understand that the sentimental authoress might like to keep a few copies under those conditions. Whatever it was, it is really a very astonishing story. Also, of course, the question has arisen, why was the work published anonymously? There are many possibilities in this direction. It would appear that the poem which Mr. South had intended to publish would also have appeared anonymously. Certainly there is no name on the title page. Some feel that Miss South believed that to sign Mary Ann South on the title page of a book of this nature would not have assisted its sale in England at that time. Books of this type were not supposed to be written by women. But this offered no particular real difficulty, because she could have certainly signed the title page M.A. South, and no one would have known whether it was a man or a woman. So this really doesn't actually solve anything. In the opening sections of her work, and throughout it, as far as that is concerned, the authoress shows a peculiar and interesting devotion to two outstanding English thinkers. One was Mr. Thomas Taylor, the great English Platonist, who was a contemporary and whom she might well have known. She quotes his translations from the Greek and uses much of his material in her restoration of the Bacchic and Eleusinian rites, which she also interprets alchemically. She also quotes quite frequently and with considerable respect the writings of Lord Bacon. She seemed to sense in his effort at the restoration of knowledge a program which fitted into her own alchemical speculation. Her interests, even within this range of alchemy, are highly diversified. She evidently made good use of Latin authors not generally available. She showed some skill, but not too great a penetration in her translations, and it was among these that she made many of her corrections and annotations. But the work, undoubtedly, is the most learned volume on the subject of alchemy, written after the decline of the great alchemical schools themselves in the 17th century. Nothing approaching it has been produced in modern literature. We are happy that we have in our library one of the original copies of the work, also one that was annotated by Mary Atwood, or Mary South Atwood herself. As might be expected, it's not in the finest possible condition. These books don't stay that way because they are books that are considerably read. But it is a good sound copy, and in itself it has some interesting features about it. First thing is, originally, for some reason, the book was sealed. In other words, this page, following an old English and European system, was tied with cords, and the entire work was sealed together by this means. It's rather a complicated way of sealing, but it is known on a good many books dealing with esoteric subjects. On the title, on the blank flyleaf, it says to CCM, initials, from MAA. That would be Mary Ann Atwood. February 22nd, 1886. This is one of the copies that she gave to a friend. Now, as I said, Mr. South's poem never saw the light of day. It went out of the bonfire with all of the published books. But evidently, the publisher of the volume we have had been selected to publish his work also. And there is a note on the last page that the book will be published shortly. And in this particular case, it tells us that the book will be The Enigma of Alchemy and Oedipus Resolved, a poem in 5 parts designed to elucidate the fables, symbols, and other mythological disguises in which the Hermetic art has been enveloped and signalized in various ages. There's quite a long and complete title page here. This is the book that went up in fire. No one ever saw a copy of it. Now, the title of our own volume here, published by Trelawney Saunders in London at Charing Cross in 1850, is A Suggestive Inquiry into the Hermetic Mystery, with a dissertation on the more celebrated of the alchemical philosophers and an attempt toward the recovery of the ancient experiment of nature. This is followed by a Latin quotation attributed to Hermes. The book itself fulfills in every way the serious and scholarly title page which opens into it. The table of contents is impressive in the extreme, and it really has to be thoroughly read or studied in order to be fully appreciated. It begins with a preliminary account of the Hermetic philosophy with the more salient points of the public history. This is followed by the theory of the transmutation in general and of the first matter of the stone. The second or third section is the golden treatise of Hermes Trismegistus concerning the physical secret of the philosopher's stone in 7 sections, and so on through the entire book, and you will see that this is hardly a young lady's diary. It shows, some writers have said, that Mrs. Atwood used in this work a skillful knowledge of more than 1,000 of the most recondite authors on the subject. How she accomplished the book in the length of time she is supposed to have used is also a bit of a riddle, because works of this nature are not quickly done. The outline we've given you exhausts just about all that we know about Mary Ann Atwood. The rest of her story has to be from the book itself, which certainly indicates the thinking of her mind when she was between 30 and 33 years old, and tells us probably about all that she achieved in her exploration into the Hermetic mystery. So rather than to attempt the rather tedious problem of quoting the numerous authors which she mentions, and our own rather archaic way of explaining them, I think the best thing we can do is to summarize some of her findings as these are of interest today in students of the Hermetic arts. The primary assumption that she has, and through which she develops her material, is that alchemy always was a spiritual art. That beneath the stories and fables of the transmutation of metals was the primary purpose from the beginning, namely the transmutation of man's own nature. She was among those who caught the works of Roger Bacon and Flamel and Maya and others, who insisted that the entire story of alchemy was really a philosophical account of regeneration, that under the symbolism of metals and of chemical procedures, an exact spiritual art was unfolded, that this art was unfolded not only in the writings of the alchemists, but that the same key that unlocked these writings would unlock the mythologies, legendary, and lore of the ancients, that these secrets were identically those of Pythagoras and the Eleusinian and Bacchic mysteries of Greece, and that these same mysteries and these same secret instructions were contained both in the Old Testament and the New Testament, and that the story of the life of Christ is itself an hermetic alchemistical fable. Now here you can see how she might have gotten into a little difficulty with the Anglican Church. They might not have seen eye to eye with her, but on the other hand, as she unfolds her information, she does it in a very reverent and very deep manner. She indicates a very definite religious nature. And there is nothing in the writing itself which is disrespectful of theology. Rather, it is an effort to penetrate beneath the surfaces of all beliefs and all principles and all doctrines. In the beginning, all of these different systems of hermetic and alchemical teachings have dealt with the first matter of the stone. They have dealt with something which represented a universal primordial agent. Flamel and Ripley and Roger Bacon, the Benedictine Hermetist, all declared that the material, the base substance of the stone now being the alchemical process, but according to Mrs. Atwood, this is also the stone which the builders rejected, which became the head of the corner. This is the mysterious little sling stone with which David slew the great Goliath. And this is the rock which, striking the feet of the great vision image of Nebuchadnezzar's dream, brought the whole image tumbling down. This mysterious primordial matter of the stone is everywhere. It is the most common thing we know. It is to be found in every part of the world. It is as abundant in the possession of the poor as of the rich. It can be grasped by the newborn babe and is one of the last things to be touched by the dying person in age. This, therefore, this mysterious universal agent of the stone is the first subject of Mrs. Atwood's inquiry. And she comes to a number of interesting conclusions, of which the most simple is that this material is known to us, recognized by us, and understood by us by the simple term of light. Now, what is light? To us, light is something that we can use to add up grocery bills or see how to get through traffic. But according to the deepest thinking of the world, perhaps light is still an absolute mystery. At least Mrs. Atwood felt that although we may be able to define light, we may be able to discover certain definitions relating to how light comes into existence and what its powers and forces are, that the substance of light, like the very substance of nature itself, is a secret of secrets that transcends even the deepest of our thinking. Light, as Paracelsus pointed out, is of more than one kind. There is a light which shines upon the body. There is a light by means of which we can see physically in this world all the things around us. Then there is a light in the heart of man, which lights up with a kind of mystical comprehension. There is a lightness which is the brightness of our spirits. There is the light of reason. There is the light of truth. There is the light of God. There is light in all of the various works of men. And as one of the alchemists says, our labor is a labor of light. The alchemical mystery, then, has to do with this universal agent of light. Light everywhere present, nowhere understood. Light which, of course, bears witness. For this is the light which bears witness to the life. And this life, in turn, becomes light. And this light is the life of men. And one of the great alchemical mysteries, according to our authoress, is locked within the opening verses of the first chapter of St. John. If, then, the great work of alchemy is founded upon light, then it means that light in itself is the great transmuting agent. That the thing that man must discover, that man must search for everlastingly, is the mystery of the inner light locked within the base elements of his own nature. Light, therefore, becomes the open door to the shut palace of the king. It becomes the secret entrance to the cave of Zoroaster, and the story of the 12 keys of Bacillus Valentinus. Now, it is not common light with which we are concerned, but the essence of light, the mystery of that light which is concealed within all things. This light may be considered a fluid. It may be considered a gaseous substance. It may be considered as shapeless and formless. And it may also be considered as merely the extension of a substance of which it is the radiance, as the light pouring from the sun is really the extension of the molten mass of the solar orb itself. So light arises from this great moltenness of the sun. And our alchemical mystery is concerned with how the light of the sun, the tremendous combustion of the solar orb, can and does result in the atmosphere of a solar system being impregnated with a vitality by which all elements and substances become fruitful. It might give us a little reason to pause as to why the terrible combustion upon the sun should make plants to grow upon the earth. How it is that this fiery mass should result in all the beauties of the nature that we know. That from this strange mystery, which seems to be only luminance, there must also arise the eternal nutrition of all things that have their substance in light. Light, therefore, is its own food, containing within it the mystery of the supporting of all creatures that are dependent upon it for existence. Consequently, this light is not merely something that shines from a candle or a lantern, or perhaps it is the same thing. But this light produces results. This light affects things. This light changes things. It fades color when man artificially applies color. But it preserves color when nature provides that coloring. This light warms the harvest, brings things to their fruitfulness, and paints the color of the apple with all its radiance and glow. This light, then, is not just something. This light is a particular thing. And it is a symbol of an all-pervading combination of enlightenment and nutrition. It is the agent by which all of the works of nature are brought to ripeness. Therefore, in some way, light must be necessary to the ripeness of the human being, to the maturity of his soul, and to the unfoldment and spiritualization of his consciousness. You can understand how it wouldn't take much leading along this direction to bring these two people, Mr. South and his daughter, close to the threshold of the theory of magnetism, which is the exchange of some mysterious energetic fluid within the body, called at that time the insensible perspiration. It was believed that in magnetism a certain energy passed from the operator to the patient, and that this energy performed a certain catharsis in the patient, cleared out the obstructions of disease, regenerated and revitalized the body, and strengthened the functions thereof. The author of the Hermetic Mystery then looks into the air for the mining of the great energy substances, feels definitely that all the materials necessary for the perfection of life are to be found in light, that it is light ultimately that will feed us, will heal us, will enlighten us, will liberate our psychic natures just as surely as it will sustain our physical life and growth. So the beginning of the mystery has to do with the search for and the control of the light agent. And she proceeds then to go into all of the different types of religious symbolism, the ancient rites and rituals of the Greeks, the Persians, and even occasionally touching upon the more Asiatic peoples, to discover what is really meant by light. What is this effulgency that shines upon the mystic in his illumination? What is the magnificent light of the Transfiguration mentioned in the New Testament? What is this glory upon the heads of saints? What were the flames of Pentecost? What is this mysterious light that shone underground in the Egyptian temples? What is this strange luminous power that is even captured by insects and creatures of the sea, by which they are capable of becoming radiant? And we are now told that in the depths of the ocean there is no darkness, because these deeper parts are filled with radiant creatures that create their own light. All of this thinking seemed, therefore, to suggest a study in terms of alchemy of the nature of light itself. Light not only being the source of life, but the ultimate end into which life itself is dissolved. For if there be corruption upon the earth, corruption due to death or decay, light will purify it. If water is polluted, light will cleanse it. Wherever light exists in sufficient amount, it will clean or restore or purify anything with which it comes in contact. Now, in the study of alchemy, the types or kinds of light have to be considered. And the alchemist did believe, definitely, that there was light within man. Paracelsus says that all the constellations are to be found within the psychic field of the human body. Therefore, that man is indeed a creature radiant with light. And the woman who went into the wilderness to bear her son was surrounded and clothed by the sun. This light that moves from man, found everywhere in his constitution, forms a sort of magnetic field around the body. Later, 19th century metaphysicians were to think of this light as the auric field of the body. They realized that man is continually radiating from his own centers a peculiar kind of highly qualified light. That this light forms a transcendent body, that this light might well be symbolized by the robes of glory of the high priest of Israel, or the mysterious light of the Hierophant of Egypt, who stood upon the porch of the temple clothed in blue and gold, the symbols of light. These light symbols, evidently to these researchers, implied that man's own nature is a constantly radiant field, and that within the field of this nature a great chemistry is set up. Many of the early alchemical experiments are described or shown as taking place within glass bottles. These glass bottles or jars are usually roughly circular, with a short neck, so that they are like globes rather than the common type of slender bottles that we know at the present time. They were chemists' bottles, and these bottles and retorts had been long used. But all the experiments of the hermetic art must take place within these bottles. It is here that, accompanied by an appropriate degree of heat, by a sand furnace or a water furnace, or by being buried, as the ancient Egyptians buried their alchemical retorts, in heaps of dung, the heat of which, in their process of decay or putrefaction, created heat. And this heat was used to preserve a certain kind of temperature which was needed in these experiments. All of this, Mrs. Atwood feels definitely refers to processes taking place within man. That the magnetic field of the human body is this retort, and that within this retort, elements represented in terms of the magnetic field as colors, forms, numbers, patterns, and designs are in constant motion and mutation. That man's psychic field is therefore this alchemical bottle, and that every instinct and every emotion and thought of his nature is represented to those who have inner vision or clairvoyant sight by the changes in the colors and motions of the liquids, fluids, mysterious gases that seem to fill this magnetic field. This perhaps leads us gradually in the direction of some modern thinking. The human magnetic field suggests very closely the psychological, subjective field of man's personality. We know that man, as a psychic entity, is in constant chemical activity within his own soul. That the soul, therefore, may be regarded as in the process of the accomplishment of the great experiment of transmutation. That in some way the entire mystery of alchemy has to be played out in the psychic life of man. that this psychic world in which man inwardly exists must be passed through the peculiar rotations or disciplines imposed upon the metals in alchemical symbolism. That the great experiment, therefore, is the transmutation within man of the diversified elements of his own psychic nature. That these elements are represented by the 7 base elements involved in the Hermetic mystery. That these elements represent perhaps the testimony of the sensory perceptions. They represent possibly the entire area of man's psychic subjectivity. They represent all the forces that play in upon man through his faculties, through his powers, and through the extension of his mind in its various areas. Thus, perhaps, these elements correspond to the Buddhist skandhas. For actually, what we call self, or personal consciousness, is a chemical compound arising in the psychic field. Man's personality is actually the sum of the condition of the base elements of his own personality. Thus, the soul is a chemical or alchemical product. The great process of transmuting the products of the sensory perception into soul power must take place in man continuously. This is another point which brought great comfort and consolation to the alchemists of old, and also Mrs. Atwood becomes aware of it and gives it some thought. The greatest transmutations imaginable, far more extraordinary than the universal medicine of Paracelsus or Theophrastus, united. The wonderful and strange experiments that defy all human thinking are taking place constantly in the human body. There is nothing more mysterious in the alchemical texts than the mystery of digestion and assimilation in man. There is nothing more wonderful than how food is changed gradually within the stomach into all of the subjective energies necessary for the maintenance of the body. The stomach is the greatest alchemist we have ever conceived of. Yet these processes in nature, being natural, reasonable, and orderly, They seem to tell us that with nature everything is possible. And just as there are laws by which digestion is possible, so these laws operating in space can be understood and can be applied to other related or practical purposes. The very principle which makes it possible for man to live at all is the principle which, when properly understood, will enable man to live well. Thus man himself becomes and is an alchemist, really whether he knows it or not. But the bringing through of this knowledge into his awareness in a way that he can control it, so that by art he can perfect nature, enables him to perform the great work. So Mrs. Atwood tells us, obviously, that the great work is a simple fact, and that this great work is the perfection of the consciousness of man, by means of which this consciousness ultimately regains its universal completeness and is reunited with its divine source. Great work is the production of the heavenly man, the production of the universal true principle, which is the elixir of eternal life, because it bestows immortality. It is the transmuter of all base metals, because it provides the means by which every material element of man's compound nature is transformed into its spiritual equivalent. And it is also the symbol of the removing of the flaws from precious stones and the manufacturing of artificial gems. The precious stones and the artificial gems relate particularly to man's psychic field, where these stones, like the pearl of great price and the rose diamond of the rosy cross, all represent the sole attributes of man, the shining adornments which exist within his own nature. Just as surely also as the Sangreal, or the Holy Grail, the cup of the blood of the King, is the human heart, containing as it does the blood of the King, or the blood of life. So this Holy Grail is likewise the ancient symbol of the alchemical vessel in which the transmutation takes place. Therefore this transmutation is also a Holy Eucharist. It is the mysterious transformation of the blood and wine into the life and body of Christ. All the legends and fables bearing upon these things have arisen in the consciousness of man, who is dimly aware of a mystery which he has consciously forgotten. But locked within himself, man is aware, as Omar so well says, that from his base metals must be filed the key that shall unlock the door they howl without. That actually in man himself is the whole of the Hermetic mystery. That all these books are therefore veiled accounts attempting to preserve, down through the corruptions of world conditions, the same esoteric doctrine that was taught in the sanctuaries of Greece, Egypt, and India. Yet a new language has been developed and devised. And now Miss Atwood points out one of the interesting and important parallels, namely that this new language that was developed by the alchemists and was gradually taken over by the chemists is the language of a scientific salvation. That in these formulas and rituals, it is no longer simple piety that accomplishes the works. That man is actually capable of a voluntary cooperation with nature in the advancement of all of the works of light. She then hazards something that may seem a little difficult for us to comprehend, but I believe that basically she is right. Namely, that the works of light possible to man include not only the improvement of his own nature, but ultimately the regeneration of his world. That actually these works of man represent the power to use light, not only to cleanse the body, the soul, and the spirit, but to cleanse all of nature, to cleanse the air, the earth, the fire. That it is perfectly possible for man to charge the very energy fields of his planet, just as he is charged himself by these fields, and that man, by the development and perfection of his own life, makes all things new again in the world around him, and in this way fulfills the promise that from his own righteousness there shall come a new heaven and a new earth. That the alchemical mystery, therefore, is a kind of chain reaction, and we are beginning to appreciate that such a thing might be conceivable when we begin to think in terms of nuclear physics. We are now in the position where we realize the tremendous energy forces can be loosed, which have an incredible and unknown effect upon not only living things, but upon the very fountains of life, the sources of the energies and the powers with which we are concerned. And perhaps Mrs. Atwood would have been very much impressed had she been able to live to realize that in the fission of the atom we have a proof of the release of infinite life-like power from one tiny, almost incredibly small source. We also know that the fission that we have now achieved is only a very partial fission, and that in all probability there is enough energy in each atom to perfect or destroy an entire solar system, all depending upon use. And use is moral alchemy. Use is the power which arises in man, by means of which he becomes a gardener in the garden of the metals, by which he becomes the faithful guardian of the tree of life, upon which grow the stars of all the metals in the Museum Hermeticum. Also, Mrs. Atwood has come to the conclusion that this process must be a completely orderly and exact one. That somewhere along the line in the destruction and decline of the mysteries, those aspects of alchemy which were truly scientific were relatively lost. One of the German princes finally imprisoned an alchemist and set him to work to find the secret of the transmutation of metals. This alchemist never succeeded, but among the experiments which did succeed was the discovery of the formula for Dresden china, and as a result this particular king became a very rich and powerful man without the transmutation of metals. And the whole history of alchemy and chemistry has been a history of byproducts. The search for the elixir of life has enriched our pharmacopoeia, has given us numerous devices and inventions, has led to such discoveries as illuminating gas and things of this kind. They were things found along the way by men searching for something else. But it is interesting that in their search along the way they found practical, valuable, and useful things, that they discovered the operations of law, and therefore that it might not be entirely fair to say that chemistry is the same son of alchemy, a mad mother. Actually, all of these alchemical experiments were based upon certain convictions, but as Mrs. Atwood points out, somewhere along the line, the direct course was lost. Somewhere in the course of man's existence, he began to look around him for means of applying knowledge. And in this, Mrs. Atwood quotes from the Instauratio Magna of Lord Bacon. in which his lordship points out that man, in the course of time, has learned to apply wisdom to almost everything except himself. He has taken skill and turned it to breeding better cattle or raising more grain to the acre. But he has forgotten in the course of this to turn his skill within himself to the improvement of his own being. This was the difference between alchemy and chemistry, essentially. Chemistry, as we know it today, is devoted to experimenting with the elements of nature. Alchemy with the elements of nature in man. Always man has had a tendency to look out from himself toward other things, and to take the energies which he possesses and direct them to the victory over other things. However, the very laws by which man hopes ultimately to conquer the world are the same laws by which man must finally learn to conquer himself. And alchemy points out that if man first achieves the kingdom of heaven, or the transmutation within himself, then all other things will be added to him. For it is said of the powder of the red lion, which is the great powder of the projection of metals, that it will transform into perfect gold 100,000 times its own weight. This undoubtedly refers to something. We can say that insight turned upon the unknown will transform 100,000 times its own mass of ignorance into truth. That virtue will transform many, many times its own mass into common good. In any event, however, the problem was to apply a knowledge of exactitudes toward the great problem, and that is man. Why is this so essentially necessary? Why cannot we ultimately win by simply putting the world in order around man and then permitting man to enjoy this fruit of his own labor? The answer is pretty obvious, that all the changes that occur in the world must first arise within man. Therefore, man cannot perfect the experiment in nature until he has perfected it in himself. He can continue his undisciplined struggle with nature. He can continue this effort to overwhelm nature by skill alone. But without directive, without insight, without consciousness concerning ways, means, and ends, without vision, the people perish. And without having within his own nature the achievement of the magnum opus, or the great work, it is impossible for man to direct nature, to control it, or to turn it to the fulfillments of its own purpose. Until man knows the end, he cannot lead nature to that end. Thus, in some mysterious way, the great experiment must first be performed in man and then in the world. These are the two great laboratories, the laboratory of the human soul and the laboratory of the cosmos. Whenever the rule is found actually and absolutely in one, it will be applicable to the other. For as Hermes Trismegistus has written, that which is above is the same as that which is below. That which is the lesser is the same as that which is the greater. For all things are bound together by the law of analogy. In this pattern, then, the search for the inward transmutation must be a search after a science of the handling, the directing, the multiplying, the expanding, the extending, and the transforming of light. This light must come into man, for this light must make reason possible to man. For reason is mind plus light. Love is heart plus light. Strength, even of body, is physical resource plus light. The mystical experience is dedication and devotion plus light. Light must always be the agent of all these things. And if this light be lifted up, it will draw all things to it. And this light is the light which cometh into the world, and lighteth every man who cometh into the world. So the problem, again, is the magnificent chemistry of light. Now, it is obvious that the Atwoods were moving very closely toward the Indian concept of yoga, that they were sensing the same light principle that is also to be found in Mahayana Buddhism. The world of the radiance of truth, the world of the eternal light in which all things live and move and have their being. Now, how is this light to be made available? The alchemist said that it had to be extracted from darkness. And the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehendeth it not. So the base substances seen in the alchemical retort have to do with light hidden in darkness. Just as gold is hidden in the base metals of the earth, just as the life which the small plant takes from the ground comes from the dark mother in which its roots are placed, so everywhere in the darkness of earth there is life, and this life makes things grow. And the vitality and life in nature must in some way be discovered and separated from darkness. It must be as in the opening chapters of Genesis, which according to Mrs. Atwood absolutely recapitulate the entire alchemical process, and that any chemist thoroughly understanding the first chapter of Genesis can actually transform base metals into gold, physically as well as spiritually. Because in this section is contained the summary of creation. And this summary of creation is the key to the continuance of creation. For in the world of the metals, creation is forever. In the world of God, creation is continuous. Creation is not something that started and then suddenly ceased and only the products went on. The very processes of Genesis are being repeated every instant and will be to the end of existence. For constantly creation is unfolding itself. Constantly light is descending into darkness, and darkness in its fullness of term is releasing light again by the mystery of the second birth. So each person is searching for light. And how is he going to find it? How is he going to make this exploration into the dark mystery of base matter in order to extract light? In addition to light itself, what is the most common base matter of our existences? Not now in terms of physical materials, but in terms of that which we all have in common. One answer is that we all have the base material of living. Living is something that happens to everything that is alive. Everything that has life right in it lives. Therefore, living is in some way an unfolding of the life-light principle. So each person lives every day. He lives according to his knowledge, according to his insight or the lack thereof. He lives well or badly, according to his own instincts, his selfishness, his nature, and according to the mysterious impulses which plague his psychic integration. But there is this common matter of life or living, and we may call it experience. For experience is really nothing more than the gathering up of the treasures of the light. And these are the treasures which thieves cannot break in and steal, nor rust destroy. So each day, whether we are aware of it or not, we are experiencing something. And every experience is an experiment in light. Everything that happens to us has a light meaning, but this does not always mean that we know what that meaning is. But into our own reservoirs, our capacities, are stored away these works of the light. And Bacon refers to these also by the same general theme, the works of light. Now, the works of light in nature result in growth and purification. The works of light in the experience of man result in a form of knowledge, a form of self-education continuously going on in nature. Everything that man does teaches him something. Only unfortunately man does not always know what he is taught. Therefore he goes on experiencing much and learning comparatively little. But nature preserves in the subconscious nature of man that which he has learned. And this becomes, so to say, a supply of crude ore. This is the supply of impregnated material. For in experience, the gold of value is hidden within the darkness of ignorance. And in the alchemical tradition, a dragon was fashioned to symbolize this. And in the Greek legend, this dragon wound itself around the tree of life, on which hung the mysterious golden fleece. And it was to discover this golden fleece that Jason and the Argonauts made their great journey. And this was part of a ritual of initiation into the mysteries. So man's evolution, his process of existence down through time, has resulted in the gradual accumulation of a properly impregnated material. This material is in his memory. It is in his subjective thinking. It is in the background of everything that he is. This impregnated material is the basis of his career, his home, his business. It is the reason why he can pass an examination in school. It is the reason why he can fill out an application form when he wants a job. All of this building continuously of light in darkness leads us to the alchemical certainty that there is a continuous process going on in man in which the works of light are achieving victory over the works of darkness. And yet the light and the darkness are together, and they are not clearly divisible, as Bellamy points out. Somewhere the dawn or the break of the auroral light must come. And Mrs. Atwood looks to the Hermetic mystery to try to understand these wonderful occurrences. Taking the alchemical thinking again, you come to such problems, naturally, as faith, understanding, dedication, discipline. You find that in the Hermetic mystery there has to be some mysterious agent, the active agent of the stone. Now, the active agent of the stone is a kind of mordant. It is a catalyzing agent of some nature. And in alchemy, faith plays very much this part, because something has to stir this compound which lies in obscurity. Somewhere the Jason has to go forth and search for the golden fleece. Somewhere in man's nature there must gradually arise the conviction that there is a mystery, and that this mystery can be solved. In ancient times, education included the clear statement of this simple fact, But modern education no longer does include any intimation that there is a mystery, or that it can be solved, or that there is a road or a way that leads to the accomplishment of the universal medicine. So in the alchemical tradition, actually, strange names are given to familiar things. Yet these familiar things are not in themselves simple. They are not in themselves commonplace. We can say that it sounds much of a come-down that some elaborate alchemical material should turn out to be faith. But actually, we have no way of knowing the full dimension of faith. It is probably stronger and greater and more mysterious than any physical, chemical, or element we have ever explored. It is because certain words have lost their meaning, have lost their profundity, that we do not recognize the value of valuable words. And one of the most valuable of these words is in itself faith. Faith has some kind of a transmuting power in life. Faith releases light into the soul, even as doubt obscures light. Now in alchemy also, there is always the ancient master. Alchemy constantly refers to some strange, wandering adept, some deeply versed and secret one who possesses the knowledge. In the Paracelsian corpus, this is called Elias Artista, or Elias the artist, a kind of mysterious, immortal, wandering alchemist who never dies, who possesses the elixir of life, who has made the great transmutation and goes around the world forever, selecting dedicated and faithful disciples, visiting them in their laboratories and revealing to them the secrets of the arts when their own merits deserve such revelation. Who is the mysterious Elias Artista? The one master alchemist who never dies, who goes on, revealing to those who are ready the secret of the stone. One way of looking upon him is quite a simple way, and he is the alchemical tradition itself. He is the one who cannot die because he is a great conviction. He is a great mystery locked in human consciousness. But he appears only to those who are worthy. He makes himself known to the alchemist only when this alchemist has prayerfully dedicated his labors to truth and to light. Then he appears and gives the key to the mystery and then vanishes again and is seen no more. This represents, Mrs. Atwood's thinking, what we would almost term today the archetypal psychological teacher, locked within our own consciousness and locked also within the consciousness of universals. In the root of every integration or organization that exists in nature is the mysterious fact of the immutable mathematical formula upon which that organization is based. Everything in the root of itself is instinctively a work of light. Everything has within its own nature the strange seal of its own identity. Elias the artist is perhaps partly tradition, partly the great story that has come down to us. Partly it is also the subconscious teacher in ourselves, the old one, the folk consciousness that we have. Perhaps it is descended to us in our blood, in our heredity. Perhaps it is the symbol of the infinite sequence of previous embodiments by which we have come to our present state. But it is the old one and the true one locked in us, locked in our conscious experience, and available only to us when we have ourselves performed the works of light. So the struggle or the labor always concerns with this. And now Mrs. Atwood goes into considerable detail in relation to Neoplatonism, quoting from Plotinus, Proclus, and many of the other mystics of North Africa and Athens, relating to the works of light in terms of the motion of consciousness itself from ignorance to illumination. Illumination being, of course, the final absorption into light. And man's growth as an hermetic experience deals with the 7 steps of the ladder of alchemy. And this ladder, the Escalade de la Sage, is in actuality the same as the 7 steps of Bacon's mysterious ladder of the arts, or ladder of wisdom. In this, consciousness ascends through 7 steps, represented by the orbits of the planets, which are in turn the alchemical symbols of the elements. Therefore, as the metals and the elements are arranged upon a ladder, or to form the links of the golden chain of Homer, which bound earth to the pinnacle of Olympus, so this ladder of the wise represents the 7 ascending levels of human consciousness, by means of which man rises from ignorance to universal insight. All this, of course, is theoretically quite understandable, but the question always remains, how is it done? How is it physically, psychologically, or spiritually possible to perform this work? This becomes, of course, the difference between theoretical alchemy and practical alchemy. And it is the method of how this can be done, and not the fact that it can be done, which constitutes the esoteric doctrine in the Hermetic sciences. Mrs. Atwood senses this and realizes it, and tries, in the light of the study of many of these deep works, to put together a formula, a pattern, not now to be used chemically, although she believes, and most alchemists have taught, that the formula for the regeneration of man will also regenerate the metals. But to discover this mystical insight by means of which the human being can achieve the transmutation of his own consciousness from darkness into light, or to free the souls of the metals from their bodies, in order that they may unite to form the universal medicine. Now, all the alchemists have agreed upon one thing, namely that you cannot combine the souls of metals while these metals are in various conditions of their own development. You cannot take the outward bodies of elements and force these bodies together. You cannot take common lead and mingle it with iron and produce anything more than a kind of alloy of lead and iron. These two will not accept each other. They will not become actual souls united. They will only be bodies united and souls in stress. Alchemy creates another symbol, the Hermetic Mercury, the mysterious symbol of the universal solvent. Mercury is said to be the one element that will accept other elements into its own soul. Therefore, Mercury becomes, in a mysterious way, in the alchemical tradition, the symbol of Christ, because also it is the child of the sun and moon, or the offspring of heaven and earth. But even in the case of these elements, the alchemists tell us definitely that crude iron and crude silver cannot be united to produce the mystery. That before these elements can be combined, they must die. For unless the seed dies, says St. Paul, it shall not live again. Therefore, the mystery, like the mystery of the early Christian convert, is the mystery of the firstborn of them that sleep in death. The whole story has to be a story of resurrection. It has to be a story of the rolling away of the stone and of the empty sepulchre. It is the story of that which has risen from its own mortality to become the eternal proof and hope of immortality for all creatures. For in the resurrection of Christ, said the old apostles, is the proof of the resurrection of all that lives. This in turn relating to the metals in the alchemical mystery is that the metals must die. They must be crucified. They must descend into darkness. They must pass into limbo, which is the retort, or the alchemical vessel. And here they must be caused to suffer, as in a purgatorial, which is a purging or cleansing. And here in the due course of time, they will ultimately be forgiven or restored by the descent of Christ into limbo for the salvation of souls. So now our alchemists tell us that these elements must die. And the question is, what are meant by these elements? I think that the Buddhist would answer that very simply, that these elements are the sensory perceptions and the mental focus. They are the elements that form the mysterious six-pointed star with the sun or self or sattva in the center, the mysterious shield of David of the Jewish Kabbalah. These representing then the psychic integration centers of man, representing the powers of the sensory perceptions. These must die in order that their own secret energy may be released again, so that only by man's victory over the senses is the message or the power or the true reality that is locked in these senses, as in the basic matter of experience. Only in this way can it be released. So we come to meditation, to Zen, to practically any of the disciplines of Neoplatonism or the ancient Greeks. For the death of the sensory perceptions is simply quietude, meditation, the absolute relief of man from the pressure of the objective functions of his own composite nature. The man becoming still causes confusion to die in him, and it is the death of confusion that results in the rise of value. For when the confusion of the testimony of the senses has been stilled, then the wisdom that is locked in these senses becomes compatible and can mingle. Thus, when the senses and their functions are suspended, the principle of consciousness upon which they all depend is realized in its unity. In other words, the elements, the principles, the energies of the senses perceptions can be alchemically united as long as the senses themselves do not function. So by a complete suspension of the personal, the universal elements within us can come together. But while we continually disturb these elements by our own objective awareness, they cannot come together. Mrs. Atwood feels that this is the burden of part of the Eleusinian mystery ritual, and certainly of Neoplatonism, which is based thereon, and the Orphic Rhapsodies, that these tell the story of a mystical suspension of error and illusion, by means of which reality can reaffirm itself, by which the individual will find in principles these things which he cannot discover while he is addicted to the shadows or appearances of things. Let us take a simple example of the point involved, namely take religion. We will imagine that an individual is torn between religion and science. While religion is in its crystallized integration within himself, while religion in him is a series of specific beliefs, while religion has to do with the consubstantiation of the host, while religion has to do with the Assumption of the Virgin, Why, religion has to do with the co-eternity of the three persons of the Trinity. While these factors are in consciousness, religion is working in its own way, but it is not assimilable with anything else. We go then over to science, and we say that while this man is dedicated to biology, so that his universe moves around the central axis of biological situation, or he is a physicist, or he is an astronomer, or he is dedicated to any of the works of the light of science, he is then not only involved, but by his own limitations imposed upon his own areas, he cannot even circumscribe the whole boundary of science. He is only working with a little area. A scientist thus engaged and preoccupied, and a religionist thus engaged and preoccupied, cannot meet. They can have certain superficial, friendly relationships, perhaps, but they have no identity, no conscious realization of each other. Yet if either of these was able to completely disassociate his consciousness from any aspect of his labor or reactive work and go to the substance of it, if the religionist could separate religion from theology, if the scientist could separate science from the sciences, in other words, perform this alchemical reduction to source, then science would realize that the substance upon which it is built is inevitable, immutable, universal law. And the religionist would discover that the substance upon which faith is built is inevitable and immutable, universal law. In their principles, therefore, these two can unite. But once they have become structures, they cannot unite. This is why alchemy says that you have to destroy the outward forms of things. You have to calcinate them. You have to burn them or corrupt them or destroy them until nothing of the body remains but ashes. Then the living spirit within these things can unite. For in all life there is an identity of truth light. And this identity of truth light is the secret of compatibility. And compatibility, or the union or mingling and identification of these elements, finally represents the amalgam from which the great stone of the wise is projected by alchemy. So first, by the reduction of all things to their essences, they become susceptible of union. And out of the union of these divided elements comes the sudden re-experience of the unity of the archetype of life from which they descended. The continual discovery of increasing unities. The ascent from particulars to generals. The gradual disintegration of the external natures of things and the re-establishment of their internals. In this way, the great alchemical transmutation takes place. This can be put in terms of chemistry and will probably operate chemically. It can be put in terms of religion and will operate religiously, or in terms of philosophy. But in man, the peculiar term of it is in the term of yogic consciousness searching. For the whole redemption of man lies in the reduction of the confusion or complexity of man to the absolute stillness, which is the death of the divided parts. And then from the death of these divided parts, a spirit rises. The spirit released from confusion, released from difference, from discord, and from the various vibratory patterns of elements, suddenly is restored to its own light nature. So in the alchemical tradition, again, the purpose is forever to reduce the bodily interference of things, with the unfoldment of the life within body. The grand experiment is therefore to be attained in universal conscious re-identification with the infinite. This means the final elimination of the dross in all things, the transmutation of every base metal into principle, the final falling away of all bodies, illusions, beliefs, creeds, sects, divisions, which exist primarily in the mental nature of man. When these fall away, when these are overcome, when these are relaxed and released so that they no longer interfere, then man gradually brings together the essences of all things. And in the reunion of essences within the living alchemical retort of his own soul, man achieves the great transmutation. He becomes the adept, he becomes the yoga, he attains the samadhi, he becomes the embodiment of the entire discipline of antiquity, which had for its essential purpose the production of the man of light, the production of the luminous androgyne, the great complete composite being, which is hidden from us by the confusion and complexity of our own mortal existence. So alchemy approached in this way is the burden of Mrs. Atwood's study. And I think as we proceed with it, we realize, and we will realize more if we read her work, the tremendous amount of thought and the tremendous amount of insight that went into it. We wonder at the strange story of how it was done. We know the universe works mysteriously. Perhaps in her we had some strange alchemical transmutation by which, in the early years of the 19th century, she was able to produce this work. In any event, it is a dignified and important volume, and certainly one of the worthiest to appear in the interpretation of the Hermetic arts. Well, I think we'd better let you get your bus and go home now. The life of Madame Blavatsky is rather too well known to require an elaborate discussion at this time. Rather, it seems more profitable to attempt to integrate her place in the descent of what might be termed esoteric philosophy in the West. For practical purposes, Orientalism as a philosophical factor in the thinking of Western man first came into focus in the closing years of the 18th century. Prior to that time, East and West were so far apart, and Western religious dogmatism was so intense that there was little, if any, cultural interchange. Thus, for a very long time, nearly 2,000 years, Western culture attempted to maintain a complete isolation, refusing to admit its indebtedness to great Asiatic systems which were old before Western civilization was born. Colonel Robert Ingersoll remarked on one occasion that the Chinese were compiling great libraries, indexing them, classifying them, and researching in them, while Western European man was still mumbling the bones of animals in prehistoric caves. And this, perhaps slightly exaggerated, is not very far from the truth. In the early years of the 19th century, there was a decided break in Western orthodoxy. The rather conservative and inadequate literalism of Protestant Christianity was being assailed by a need within man himself. He was not getting the spiritual nutrition that he required for a well-integrated religious life. So we find that as early as Ralph Waldo Emerson, efforts were made to enlarge and enrich the schools of Western tradition. The universities were still more or less closed to all liberal religious thinking. If today they are inclined to be brittly agnostic, at that time they were adamantly orthodox. Nearly all chairs of philosophy were occupied by doctors of divinity, and what has been called the school of Scottish metaphysicians dominated the educational world. There were no breaks as yet in favor of liberalism in higher education. But individuals like Emerson began to recognize that beyond the sea, on the other side of the world, some interesting thoughts had come to the world. The great scriptures had been written, wonderful classics had been compiled, great teachers had arisen, and that a rich legacy of spiritual tradition was completely locked from us simply by the narrowness of our own thinking. As a result of some moderate reading in not too substantial authorities, Emerson was able to sense some of the grandeur of Eastern thinking, and he has revealed this to us through his essays on the Oversoul and his essay on compensation. He knew the Bhagavad Gita, one of the greatest mystical books of Asia. He was aware that in this distant area there was a deep, quiet, calm wisdom which might be rather practical and useful in the confusion of the Western world. In any event, let us realize that between about 1825 and 1850, there was a broad rise of mysticism and esotericism and transcendentalism in the eastern part of the United States. And as the time went on, that happened which almost always happens under such conditions. There was an almost frantic searching for more of this unusual information. The result was more or less pathetic. The necessary texts were not available. There were practically no translations from Eastern languages, and very few Western scholars who had any knowledge of Asiatic tongues. There was no break in this wall between East and West, and only an occasional fragment drifted into our Western comprehension. It was as a result of the unrest, the stimulation of the unknown, the sudden sensing of value out of reach, that the groundwork was laid for the rise of a strong Asiatic study group in Western civilization. And at the critical moment when this appeared to be most valuable and most greatly desired, Madame Blavatsky and Colonel Alcott founded in New York in 1875 the Theosophical Society. This society was composed of many interesting and brilliant persons. While it surrounded largely the personality and the immediate personal achievements of Madame Blavatsky, it cannot be said that she was entirely alone in her activity. Through the inspiration which she provided, a number of Western, European, and American scholars went to India. Gradually, Indian religious writings were translated into English, much of the translation being done by Hindu students and scholars who associated themselves with the society in India. Little by little, a bridge was built, a bridge which perhaps made possible the later visit to this country of one of the first bona fide Oriental scholars, the Swami Vivekananda. Not only was this Oriental subject unknown, but like many unknown things, it was subject to a great deal of animosity and persecution. We had not yet reached that point in international thinking in which we could be fair about the opinions, beliefs, and convictions of other peoples. And even today, if a poll were taken, I think it would be safe to say to the majority of Western persons, the Buddhists, Brahmins, Confucianists, Taoists are still regarded as heathens. This situation has improved, but not entirely has it been corrected in public thinking. We have really no solid foundation for religious inter-understanding even at the present time. The Orientalist in the Western world is still regarded with certain suspicion, but a more liberal attitude on the theory of religion has brought with it a measure of tolerance, but not a measure of acceptance. I have recently examined a number of brochures and pieces of publicity that have come through our office, and many of them still contain words, or at least implications, that all these foreign beliefs are heresies, that they are the works of the devil set up to interfere with the development of literal Christian orthodoxy. Of course, in the time Madame Blavatsky, the situation was still worse, although undoubtedly it was considerably improved over an earlier time in which all liberals were cheerfully burned at the stake. It reached a point where they were merely scandalized and insulted. The original work of H.P. Blavatsky stands more or less unique even within the field of related literature. And as the result of the years which have passed since 1888, when the volumes were first published, we are aware that her own peculiar and particular insight still makes these works unique, remarkable, and valuable. Madame Blavatsky herself was the first to admit that the books which she wrote would prove highly controversial. She frankly acknowledges that the type of proof which the scientific world requires simply was not available. Also, that there was little to be gained by attempting to imply an authority, that it was wiser that the books should be accepted as the works of an individual, that they represented a very careful study of a vast area of ancient tradition, the landmarks not available to the average student, those that are accessible, difficult to find, and that the only possible way in which the material could be verified would be for another person to go through exactly the same procedure that she went through. Needless to say, no such person has arisen since her time. And therefore, from the scientific standpoint, the secret doctrine still remains an enigma. It is a mystery. Yet in the course of years, a great deal has been done to clarify that mystery. Many of the remarks which she made at that time, which were highly controversial, are now generally accepted. Many of the findings which she reported and which amazed her contemporaries now belong to our common knowledge. Thus, perhaps, the only answer to a riddle of this kind is time itself, which justifies and validates that which is true. And most of the work of subsequent Oriental scholars has to a great degree supported her findings, not in every instance, but in the majority of cases. Therefore, perhaps, if we go back to 1888, at a time when things were not nearly so liberal or progressive or well organized in knowledge as they seem to be today, we can appreciate the position which she took and the courage which it required to stand out against the rising force of scientific materialism as well as religious orthodoxy. So I'd like to just read a few lines from the original preface of The Secret Doctrine to point out some of the elements with which she was primarily concerned. The aim of this work may be thus stated: to show that nature is not a fortuitous concurrence of atoms, and to assign to man his rightful place in the scheme of the universe, to rescue from degradation the archaic truths which are the basis of all religions, and to uncover to some extent the fundamental unity from which they all spring. Finally, to show that the occult side of nature has never been approached by the science of modern civilization. This, I think, summarizes in the main her springboard or her point of view. This brings us, of course, to the next important step. Having come to such a conclusion, what would it be natural to do about it? Believing this to be true, accepting it as a conviction, it is then necessary to build a strong testimony in favor of the concept that has been advanced. This is perfectly proper literary and scholastic procedure. It is the same premise upon which a thesis must be written. It is that having accepted or established a point of view it is necessary to defend that point of view skillfully, reasonably, and adequately. And in the defense of a point of view from the standpoint of a thesis, the requirement always is adequate documentation, adequate reference to recognized authority, adequate research in various highly specialized fields, and usually a prerequisite is intimate contact with sources of basic information. A thesis is not prepared merely to summarize knowledge. It must in every case advance some new conviction. It must in every case contribute something to that which is already known. It cannot be merely what you might term a rehash. In order to meet these requirements, therefore, Madame Blavatsky was not required, and would not be required by a modern university today, to prove beyond question every point that she makes. She is required, however, to prove beyond reasonable doubt that her basic assumption is well taken. It was her responsibility then, as a writer of a serious scholastic work, to justify through her own research certain fundamental positions which she held, and to provide an adequate bibliography, an adequate annotated reference frame for her work. Madame Blavatsky did this perhaps more adequately than most highly respected scientific writers. And I think it would be safe to say that today, if this paper was submitted, this work was submitted as a thesis in a major university, it would be accepted. This does not mean that it would be approved as to content. But one point that has been highly controversial for many years in connection with the secret doctrine is no longer valid, namely that the work is not adequately presented. It is adequately presented, according to every rule now in force governing such matters. By being adequately presented in this case, it means that the book itself reveals not only thorough scholarship, but by quotation, particularly from sacred writings or from early commentaries thereon, it shows that the premise is justified from the original authorities. Also, the work indicates a large enough personal acquaintance with the areas of thought involved to satisfy even a most critical committee selected to pass upon such a work. Thus, we are in the presence of a work which, though it may be open to intense controversy, is not open to any criticism so far as the methodology of its presentation is concerned. Now, how did Madame Blavatsky come into contact with the information by which this work, these volumes, were made possible? Here we come into a highly controversial area, an area for which at the present time there is no final scientific point of view. She insists and wrote and stated clearly that the knowledge which she presented was set forth on the premise or foundation that she was the writer of a book, but not the author of it. She disclaimed, however, any psychic mystery in connection with the work. She simply held it to be a fact, to be accepted or rejected by the reader according to his own convictions, that the original material was communicated to her by advanced teachers, by leaders in the esoteric system of Asiatic knowledge. In other words, that this information came directly from initiated members of the secret schools of Eastern philosophy. Now here, of course, we come into a problem that even yet has not been solved to everyone's satisfaction. As yet, it has not been possible to so clearly and definitely identify these teachers that no question whatsoever as to their identity or their existence remains. These teachers were not generally known. They were not generally available to scholars. They did not act as exchange professors in any university. They taught in their own ancient Eastern way. And there is no question on the part of Madame Blavatsky that these teachers were real, that they communicated with her, that they taught her, that she regarded herself as their messenger or representative, and that through their assistance the writings of the Secret Doctrine and other esoteric papers of the Theosophical Society were made possible. In her own descriptions of her life and travels, she is very clear on this particular point. Others have followed in her way. Others have attempted to follow the same path and course that she followed. For the most part, however, these later travelers have not been able to confirm the stories which she told. For a long time it was denied that Madame Blavatsky was ever in Tibet, and she is still not upon the official lists of those known to have reached this country at that time. There is, however, very little doubt that she really was there, inasmuch as some years ago there was published an autographed letter signed by the Panchen Lama of Tashilampu, the second most powerful religious leader in Tibet, to the effect that she had actually been at the monastery of Tashilampu and studied there under his predecessor. This sort of settled this question, which was one of the large questions. Many will still say that the word of the Panchen Lama might be questioned. But if we go on questioning in this way, we can practically write off practically all unusual knowledge. We have to admit that something is reasonable or probable, and that persons of valid character and recognized integrity have to be accepted if no other evidence is available. Wherever it has been possible to check Madame Blavatsky's various travels, excursions, where her various articles in Russian and other publications have been investigated, the facts have usually been demonstrated to be correct as she listed them. Although she lived in a time of rather genteel femininity, Madame Blavatsky was by no means simply a titled Russian lady. She was one of those unusual persons who defy convention and tradition. She did not sit in some pleasant villa in the Riviera and write. She had an intensely interesting, dangerous, tempestuous, and eventful life. She did almost everything that genteel ladies did not do in the 19th century. At that time, if a lady rode horseback, she rode side saddle with a very voluminous riding habit. When Madame Blavatsky wished to ride, she rode Western American style and made no apology for it. In traveling through the country on a train, there is an occasion in which it is reported that most of the passengers during the trip, on one excuse or another, walked through the coach where she was sitting, as they had never before seen a well-dressed European lady rolling cigarettes with one hand and sitting with her feet up on the seat in front. Now, of course, such things as this were a scandal. They offended all of the people who, as Madame Blavatsky herself points out, never did anything in this world except be offended by somebody. She offended people who had never a thought in their minds, but who objected to any breach in the traditional code of ladylike procedure. She was shipwrecked in the Mediterranean and arrived in Alexandria with nothing in the form of a wardrobe except the entirely water-soaked garments she was wearing. She engaged in numerous enterprises in order to provide the needs of her life because she was never a person of wealth. Her interests were widely diversified. She was a musician of quality and at one time supported herself as a concert pianist. On another occasion, she manufactured artificial flowers. She did all kinds of strange things. Wherever you followed her course, you followed an eccentric and erratic career. She crossed the United States in a Calistoga wagon. At one time, presumably, the wagon was attacked by Indians, but nothing serious resulted. She lived for a time in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and the house where she lives is still pointed out, and there is just that touch which was typically her, a large live tree growing up through the middle of the floor of the living room. This we would have expected. It was quite common. She turned up in mining towns in Northern California, and a little later appeared down in Central America at a time when no one knows how she got there. Naturally, she spent considerable time in Asia. She traveled extensively in the most difficult regions of the Far East, in years when such travel, even by European men, was almost unknown. Everywhere she went, she proved a highly trained and skillful observer, contributing heavily to her own support through journalism, and by constantly maintaining or preserving the integrity of Eastern peoples against the general assailing of the West. In the course of the years, she made a number of very staunch and influential friends, one of whom was Colonel Olcott, who at one time was specially appointed by the President of the United States for a delicate diplomatic mission. It might be interesting to know that even after all these years, the issues around the founding of the Theosophical Society have never completely quieted down. I received word not long ago that in Ceylon this year, a special national holiday is being celebrated not by members of any group, but by the whole population of the island of Ceylon, to commemorate the work done in cause of education by Colonel Olcott. The entire festival is very largely an appreciation of the early work of Theosophy in East-West understanding in Ceylon. So the work went on in its own way. This interesting and remarkable person, everywhere searching for unusual knowledge, and with this point of view, everywhere discovering facts and ideas that had generally been overlooked. To understand the secret doctrine, is a very large order. It has to be read many, many times. It also has to be studied very carefully, and certain barriers of terminology have to be one by one overcome by familiarity with early languages. I think we can say, however, that it is built upon a certain ancient concept, a concept which does show through most of the primitive writings of the religious peoples of antiquity, particularly of the Mesopotamian area and the Far East. Her premise is that there was a basic doctrine concerning the creation of the universe, the establishment of the divine powers, the formation of worlds, and finally the generation of man. That these ancient records were more valid than the scientific knowledge which was possessed in her time, and of which most of our scientific knowledge is merely an extension. In other words, there is an exoteric doctrine that has arisen from the observation of the externals of things, and there is an esoteric doctrine which has been perpetuated through the contemplation of the eternal and internal forces operating in the universe. We are beginning to take cognizance of this. We are beginning to realize that somewhere in the background of man's consciousness experience there was a general archetypal pattern. Man has within himself certain instinctive knowledge which he cannot always clearly express, a knowledge which perhaps is not even available to him for the most part, but a simple subjective realization of value, and that somewhere in the root of his own consciousness is a mathematical formula, the formula which explains his own existence. That what we might term the search for knowledge is finally man searching for the key to unlock his own internal record of eternal fact. That at various times individuals have to some measure or degree unlocked this inner storehouse cannot be denied. That great systems of thought were established in ancient times that were valid is beginning to appear more reasonable to us. And Madame Blavatsky's position was a very simple one, that what we call essential knowledge has always been known, has always existed, and always will. That this essential knowledge, by its very nature, however, is not acceptable to any individual or group of individuals whose philosophy of life is built essentially upon materialism. That it is not man's inability to know that is his stumbling block. It is man's unwillingness to unlearn that which is not true, but which he has come to accept over long periods of time. A hasty acceptance of opinions or attitudes that are not substantial. A willing allegiance to a pattern of knowledge which is not factual. These attitudes lock the individual toward the larger universe of the infinite probabilities of things. Man, therefore, has darkened his own insight by insisting that he already knows, consciously, things which he does not know. He insists that knowledge is to be derived from the common experience of other persons like himself, and that if enough persons who do not know agree upon something, this something then becomes a known fact. In other words, we are confronted with the problem of how much ignorance do we have to stack up in order to achieve a mountain of truth. That this knowledge has actually been held as an esoteric secret is intimated in the secret doctrine, but a point also gradually unfolds if we are observant and thoughtful, namely that what we term esoteric is not really a term for something that is unknowable or can be only known by a few. The term more generally means simply a continuing knowledge of reality which is rejected. That it is esoteric not because it cannot be known, but because we refuse to recognize it. Therefore, it remains a profound secret. Many things which we once held to be esoteric are now common knowledge, because we have gradually revised our attitude toward that which we thought we knew. Nearly every scientific discovery that we make, even now, is more than a simple extension of some previous idea. It is nearly always a statement that conflicts with a previous idea. We grow when we outgrow a mistake. And the land and world of knowledge is an area in which we are forever advancing by correcting previous beliefs, accepting the fact that these beliefs were inadequate or unreasonable, but that we did not know this. To hold on to an idea that is inadequate after we know that it is inadequate is no longer devotion, it is just plain stupidity. We are still locked, therefore, in the primary dilemma of the secret doctrine, namely the belief that all knowledge must be attained by one slow, plodding, miserable, inconsistent technique. That we must gradually know or learn through forever setting up research projects of a particular kind or nature. That we must learn and know by pounding upon the outside and surfaces of things, rather than to recognize that while research projects are useful and very helpful, their success is determined largely by the point of view upon which they are built. A research project which says at the beginning that it can only advance according to rules already generally accepted, and that it must come to no conclusions inconsistent with present knowledge, might as well fold up its tents like the Arabs and sneak silently away. It is not going to achieve anything. So in the 19th century, where we had an orthodox theology on the one hand, locked in literalism, in the jots and tittles of Holy Writ, whereas Bible students were far more concerned with the preservation of orthodoxies rather than the search for additional knowledge. And on the opposite side, scientists, rising under the tremendous impetus provided by Darwin and Huxley, were fighting to rescue the universe from a sickly mysticism. While this conflict was going on, no one was very much interested in the truth. Everybody thought they were. Everyone insisted that truth was his only purpose. But it was very much like the famous story of the dove of peace that was trampled to death in the peace meeting. There was really very little actual understanding or integrity beneath the search for larger knowledge. Many persons have tried to work out, either in harmony with or in conflict with Madame Blavatsky's own premises, just what the basis of her presentation of the Eastern tradition might be. Madame, on a number of occasions, admitted that personally, in her religious persuasion, she was very much inclined to Buddhism. But she clearly points out in the Secret Doctrine that the Secret Doctrine is not Buddhism. And on this ground, most Buddhist sects will concur. To many Buddhist groups, the Secret Doctrine is as mysterious as it is to Christendom. Yet there is obvious fact in the background of this which must cause us to suspect that, to a large measure at least, the presentation of the material follows certain development of Asiatic belief. Whatever might be Madame's essential allegiances, when in the presentation of her material she gropes for terms or attempts to find fortuitous analogies, she most frequently turns either to Buddhism or Reformed Hinduism. We very seldom find her searching for her terms outside of this area. Also, her tendency is to bring other forms of knowledge, Chinese, Chaldean, Egyptian, Greek, into this pattern, drawing them toward this central focus. In this, there is an interesting and rather valid structure of doctrine which does arise from Buddhism. For it was taught from the very beginning that Gautama Buddha's essential teaching was divided into two broad schools. If we study the sutras or the sacred books of Buddhism, certainly those prior to the last great Reformation under Mahayana, we find that Buddha is a strict moralist. We find that he refuses, under any condition, to explore the abstractions of cosmogony. He refuses to discuss the natures of deities, or the origins of worlds, or the developments of species, or types, or kinds, or races. He declines entirely to expand any concept of the future state of man other than such concept as relates to the final extinction of negative individuality in the Mahaparinirvanic state. Thus, Buddha becomes a kind of philosophic, idealistic, ethical materialist. He is concerned primarily only with the problem of man, and with man only in the aspect of human suffering, its cause and cure. Buddha took the public attitude that his only problem, and the only problem that the world had to face, and face head-on with every bit of courage that was available, the problem was how man could civilize himself, how the human being could rise from the ignorance, selfishness, and fear which dominated his life and establish a firm inward life upon adequate value. This was Buddha's principal concern. Yet from the very beginning of his philosophy, which was also in turn merely a reformed Hinduism, from the very beginning it was evident that a second school rose in the contemplation of Buddhist philosophy. We find in the Bible the same implication in the New Testament, where Jesus is said to have taught the multitude in parables, but to his disciples he taught certain other things. These certain other things have always been assumed to be the mysteries of his faith, the esoteric part of the Christian religion. And it is this part that the Gnosis claimed to have possessed, and which is now being given some further consideration as a result of the discovery of the Gnostic library at Chenaboskin in Egypt. But in Buddhism, it was assumed, affirmed, maintained, that Buddha taught his disciples, or his arhats, these certain other things, that to those whom he regarded as ready, he gave a knowledge of universals, that he also gave a knowledge of the great forces and processes of creation, by means of which worlds are brought out of chaos, and the great systems of evolutionary procedure that have been preserved to theosophists through the secret doctrine in their famous concepts of rounds and races. That this esoteric doctrine in Buddhism did exist, there seems every reason to affirm. For the Buddhist arhats were initiated in the Saptapana cave, or the mysterious room or cavern of 7 rooms, which was believed to be a symbol of the human heart. In any event, Buddhism is a living example of the point that Madame Blavatsky attempted and affirmed that she could prove, namely that there has been and is in the principal religions of the world a solid tradition that goes back thousands of years to the simple effect that religion is both an internal and an external mystery, that there has always been a secret or esoteric instruction, that this instruction is true, and that this instruction covers not only the religious world, but contains a full statement of the nature of the material universe, its laws and energies, and therefore covers the entire area normally assigned to science. That therefore there is not only a science of nature, but a science of human nature and a science of divine nature. That the so-called esoteric tradition is the one and ultimate science, the science of sciences, through an understanding of which all other mysteries are solved, and without which the individual plods desperately against areas of darkness or areas of chaos which he cannot organize with the faculties available to him as an ordinary person. The secret doctrine then goes on to point out another situation which has been a subject of controversy since the dawn of human thought, namely that the final solution to the mystery of knowledge lies in the disciplining and cultivating of a gamut of extrasensory perception, that the faculties that we presently possess are not adequate for our understanding of the causal universe, that although we may be able to extend our domain throughout the surface of nature, that we may be able to travel to other planets, that we may force our conquests into space itself, that man's present group of faculties limits him, binds him, holds him strictly to a certain condition of the universe which is called matter. That beyond matter and such energies as display themselves in matter, or are rather obviously revealed through matter, outside of this man cannot cope with the universe. And when he copes with energies, even those that are revealed through matter, he can discover their appearances, their consequences, as the wind moving upon the surface of water can be noted from the fact that it moves the water, but the wind itself cannot be seen. In the same way, wherever we come upon the operation of energies in matter, we can see the consequences of the activity of energy, but we cannot see or estimate or fathom the mystery of that energy itself. A point in case, of course, is electricity. We know what it does, we do not know what it is. And even the greatest scientist today hesitates to attempt a formal definition of a commodity that is now used carelessly and easily throughout the world. We seem to possess it, but we do not possess any real knowledge of what it is. We seem to conquer the world, but having conquered it, we suddenly awaken and find that we have no understanding of what the world is. We have our own existence. We live and grow and suffer and die, but finally come to the conclusion that we do not know even our own identity. Thus, there has to be some other form of knowledge, some other way of solving this mystery, or the mystery remains unsolvable. Science is inclined to take the attitude, or was until very recently, that the mystery simply is unsolvable, that it cannot be attained, that there is no actual answer, and that what we call discovery is a groping towards the unknown, with the hope, with the optimistic conviction that in the course of some immeasurable span of time we may discover that which we presently seek, but that there is no reason to suppose that we are going to hasten towards the knowledge of infinites, that this knowledge is simply beyond the capacity of man's finite faculties. On the basis of the esoteric tradition, Madame Blavatsky affirms that the answer lies in the cultivation of faculties latent in man, that these faculties have always been known, that arts and sciences for their cultivation have always been known, but that the secrets of these arts or mysteries have not been generally communicated, for the reason that they constitute not only the most advanced possible form of knowledge, but in a measure the most dangerous of all forms of knowledge, for they bestow upon the possessor of them all of the power and authority and influence which absolute knowledge can confer, and that in order that such knowledge should be made available, it is first necessary that the aspirant to such knowledge should demonstrate conclusively that they are beyond and above the abuse of what they know. This was the burden of the Greek mysteries, and Madame Blavatsky does not hesitate to point this out. This also, in its restoration, as the Platonic philosophy of England in the 19th century, was restated by Thomas Taylor, the one translator of the Greeks who really had insight into the meaning of these ancient rites and ceremonies. But Madame Blavatsky, studying among the American Indians, observing the ruined monuments and symbols of Central America, wandering in the Gobi Desert of Mongolia, studying in the great palace at Tashilampu, talking and discoursing with the most learned yogins and Vedantic students of India, traveling everywhere, in the Muslim world, in the Christian world, in the Buddhist world, and in the Brahmin world, was convinced that she had discovered clearly the landmarks of this esoteric discipline of life, by means of which man alone can come to the apperception of truth. Madame Blavatsky also realized that there is further proof of the availability of this extrasensory band in man's consciousness. And this proof lies essentially in the sphere of classical mysticism. There has always been a few persons who have possessed the power to demonstrate these extrasensory faculties to a degree. There has been always somebody carrying on research or experimentation in this area. There has also always existed in the world a group of people who, by the peculiar validity of their mystical dedications to truth, were able to break through the veil that the mind of the scholar could not penetrate. And the scriptures of the world, including our own and the old Jewish scriptures, all indicate the existence of prophets, of wise ones, of learned and good persons who communed with God, or who went forth into the wilderness and fasted and prayed and received revelation. That therefore we do have a fairly substantial body of evidence indicating that man, by a certain kind of life, by a certain devotion or dedication, by conduct rather than by concept, is able to attain an intimate a perception of spiritual mysteries. Not that he shall attain them fully or completely, but that he does penetrate far enough to prove that there are powers within himself which can break through the boundaries set up by a materialistic way of life, and that he can gradually come to know and to experience conditions of consciousness, states of being, areas of activity that are closed to the objective physical sensory perceptions. Madame Blavatsky was convinced that this burden of concept is also set forth in the original teachings of Buddhism. She is likely also to find it just as quickly in the Brahmanic religious mysteries. And she quotes and cross-quotes time and time again to show the principles involved and the validity of the position which she holds, and is able to show very clearly that in every important religion of the world, both of civilized and uncivilized peoples, the same essential belief has been held, and that long before man knew what theology was, he realized that the essence of religion was the unfolding of faculties within himself by which knowledge alone could be attained, and that all knowledge must finally be brought to fruition by the release of conscious powers or faculties within the person. That we cannot find the answer by loading the mind with objective phenomena. That we can advance sciences, certainly, but these sciences advance on levels. They do not lead us to the next superior thing. They lead us only like the will-o'-the-wisp into some infinite, diverse area of speculation. They cannot bring us back again to the core of being. In the early centuries, immediately prior, or perhaps at about the time of the Christian era, there was a great resurgence of mysticism in Asia. And this revival centered largely around what we term today Mahayana Buddhism. By this revival, the entire doctrine of Buddha was opened up from within itself, as though a great bud of light suddenly expanded. Prior to that time, the external parts of the flower only were visible. But suddenly it seemed that the internal heart was made obvious to the believer. A great system of Buddhistic metaphysics was loosed in Asia, a system which was intended to revive and restore that part of the instruction of Buddha which was given privately to his arhats. We know that there was a similar resurgence of mysticism in Islam following a few centuries after the passing of the Prophet Muhammad. We know desperately and definitely that there was a powerful trend towards mysticism in Christianity, but that this expansion in the Christian faith was to a measure aborted, because the tendency of mysticism was blocked and frustrated by the rise of the Inquisition. As it was, however, some mysticism did break through, and we have evidence of it in the peculiar devotional life of certain early Christian saints. We also know that this mysticism broke through Judaism, particularly about the beginning of the Christian era, when the rise of Kabbalistic speculation began. And the Orthodox Jewish law was suddenly unfolded from within itself by a radiance such as that cast by the Book of the Splendors, the Sefer HaZohar. So in India, in China, in Burma, Ceylon, Japan, and Korea, these unfoldings were rather carefully noted. This unfolding also had some certain historical locational factors. Tibet was long associated with a strongly esoteric Buddhism. It seemed as though this remote area, almost out of contact with the rest of the world, and living very largely in a highly contemplative state, a state perhaps even exhilarated by the high altitudes and by the nature of the land in which these people lived. In any event, in the Buddhism of Tibet, or Lamism, there seemed to be a peculiar descent of this esoteric tradition, less veiled, less completely hidden than in the Buddhism of Ceylon or of Burma or of China. In these monasteries upon the high peaks of the Himalayas, mystics studied the ancient scriptures, wrote commentaries upon them, and also carefully preserved the books that had come into their possession when Buddhism in India was overrun by Hinduism and the Buddhist sects had to escape from the land of the beginning of their faith. These escaping arhats, or departing believers, took with them the ancient books, and many did move into the north area, escaping northward into the great mountain country, which was religiously held in the highest veneration by members of nearly all Eastern religions. And here in Tibet and in Nepal and Bhutan and in some other remote regions, libraries were built. The old works were protected. New copies were made of them. And very early and choice manuscripts were preserved as sacred objects, almost too precious even to be touched by human hands. Thus it is, according to Madame Blavatsky, she was able to discover the primitive texts which were to be the basis of her commentaries on the great stanzas of meditation. Here were the archetypal records of the primitive belief of religious man in Asia. Here were statements probably in themselves rather crudely given, but causing themselves to be almost immediately clothed in the most magnificent thoughts of the person who was able to decode the ancient symbols. Madame Blavatsky describes how these actual manuscripts were, that they consisted principally of designs, figures, and emblems, each of which, however, became part of an important sacred text when it was possible for the consciousness of the reader to fill in that which was not only between the lines, but locked within the mysterious artistry of the originals. This type of writing, this type of symbolism, was part of Asia's way of doing things. It has never greatly altered, and in most of the libraries and museums of India and Burma today, similar writings can be seen. I've seen many magnificent scrolls and rolls in the libraries of Rajputana and other areas of central India, in which these same ancient truths are handed down from generation to generation, almost unread, seldom considered, but carefully preserved for some better time that lies ahead. This whole pattern makes sense in India. It doesn't make much sense to us. It would have made more sense to the Greeks and Latins. But after we began to fragment knowledge, after we began to break it up into schools and systems, and after the rise of humanism, which caused us to turn with infinite fascination to the physical phenomena of existence, these old, musty, forgotten records just didn't mean anything. We were so certain that the little that we knew was enough. We were so tremendously concerned with a small discovery that we forgot that the great mysteries of life flowed on unsolved. We were so proud of what little we did know that we forgot to be humble in the presence of the infinite expanse of the knowable, which we had not even touched. Now, in India and then through this whole area, there was for a long time a mysterious school of the Kalachakra, the school that is supposed to have been revealed by Narayana in the Iron Tower. This school also mingled its streams with another very ancient Eastern transcendentalism called Tantra. And out of the minglings of these different systems came a magic that little by little degraded into a sorcery. But the great mysteries of the Kalachakra, or the Wheel of Time, were in themselves valid. And out of these mysteries came most of the secrets of yoga, most of the ancient magical arts for the unfoldment of the locked potentials of human consciousness. From this system in Asia probably also came most of the disciplines and religious doctrines that finally reached the Mediterranean and Greek areas to cause the rise of mysticism in North Africa, the Hermeticists and the Gnostics. At the present time, objectively and exoterically, the Tantra is probably best represented in one of the powerful Buddhist sects of Japan. That sect is the Shingon, or the Shingon-shu. This is called today by the same name as that which was given many years ago to the book by Mr. Sinnett, a theosophist who studied with Madame Blavatsky. He published a book called Esoteric Buddhism. When you ask in the Orient today, particularly in Japan or China, what is esoteric Buddhism, they will point to the equivalent of what in Japan is the Shingon-shu, or the mysterious sect that was founded by the great Japanese transcendentalist Kobo Daishu. This was the school of the miracles, and this was also the school which developed the great mandala systems, the systems of the meditation manuals, the systems of the esoteric powers of sounds, of colors, of letters, and of forms. The Shingon, therefore, while it is no longer a pure example of trans-Himalayan mysticism, it certainly is one of the surviving monuments to the existence of a great secret art in Asia. The art, the mysterious science of the unfoldment of the powers in man by which he can know. Madame Blavatsky, in her own writings, except in the case of the esoteric instructions to her disciples and personal students, does not go too greatly or too deeply into what we would term today the Shingon-shu or the Zen-shu systems of thought. She was undoubtedly aware of them, but to her the very probability of communicating them would likely result in a further complex for the students and disciples. She realized that on the one hand, these sects had already passed through certain deterioration in Asia, such as had marked the descent and gradual decline of Taoism, and that furthermore they represented concepts and attitudes utterly beyond the comprehension of the average Western person of the 19th century. So she was content to point out that through the contemplation of the systems of the higher Tantra, it had been possible for the arhats, adepts, and lohans of the system to gradually restore the story of the universe and the story of man. That this knowledge essentially came not from ordinary books, not from ordinary communication with other persons, but through inward meditation, through the gradual strengthening of the resources of the person to the inner contemplation of the mysteries of universal procedure. If these disciplines were accurately followed, if the individual's interior faculties were properly opened, they were just as reliable in their own world as our ordinary sense perceptions are in the material world, and probably much more reliable. Very few people question what they see with their physical eyes. Nor is there any greater reason to question that which the individual can see if the eye of the Dhamma or the eye of the disciple is opened. Therefore, there is an eye which sees into the causes of things, just as surely as there are two eyes by means of which we see into the world of effects around us, these two eyes making possible a certain stereoscopic dimensionalism in the things we see. As the inner eye sees not in terms of dimension, but in terms of quality, it is not necessary that it be doubled. But just as surely as man sees with this single eye, his body is filled with light. So the eye of the disciple or the student, if it can be internally opened, reveals to him the universe of causes. The moment such a universal mystery is unfolded, it becomes obvious that he is in the presence of values, situations, and conditions which simply cannot be communicated. We have created a language which was essentially intended for the ordinary transactions of physical life. We had originally gone a little deeper because we had based our earlier concepts of language upon the remnants of old esoteric traditions. So through the classical world of thinking, we did develop a bilanguage system, or two languages, for the administration of our affairs. The Egyptians had their common language, and they also had a sacerdotal language and a language of emblemism for their priests. As Dr. Preston told me in the reading of Egyptian hieroglyphics, we are by no means certain that each glyph does not have two different meanings, and that one of these meanings concerns itself with a deeper aspect of Egyptian metaphysics. This is not yet certainly known, but it is quite probable that the Rosetta Stone was not the end of our search for the knowledge of the Egyptian language. We also know that through the medieval period, we used what might be called the common language of various countries, but scholars use Latin as a language set apart from barter and exchange for the contemplation of abstraction. We have no equivalent of this today. True, we have a larger vocabulary, but this vocabulary has been built up almost entirely by the compounding of terms relating to physical phenomena. Therefore, nearly everyone working with abstract or creative, philosophical or religious problems has difficulties with wording. There is no way in which we can be even reasonably sure that we can convey an abstract idea by means of words from one person to another. Zen does not even attempt it, rather taking the attitude that all the communication of essential knowledge must be by internal, superphysical faculties. The same thing is true in every case of esotericism, where gradually a knowledge of universal mystery unfolded. It was necessary to build by degrees a vocabulary to interpret it. The moment a mystery was placed in the common words of any people, or placed in any readable or comprehensible language, it ceased to be esoteric. It then became part of the common body of knowledge, for it was esoteric only as long as it was unwritten, as long as it was communicated only to those having attained a certain esoteric standing themselves. So the secret doctrine, as H.P. Blavatsky unfolds the book, cannot actually be regarded as an esoteric book. She points this out very definitely. It ceases to have esoteric status the moment it is printed. But it does contain, and I think research will justify this beyond any question of doubt, a great deal of material that had been borderline esoteric material for a long time. A material that was not entirely locked within the ancient schools, or which had gradually, over a period of time, been legitimately released. For these schools, at various times in their development, finding that humanity, by its own evolutionary process, had made certain natural attainments, released levels of this knowledge, releasing mostly such levels as had immediate utility for those evolving forms of life that required them. But the shepherd guardians, or the shepherd kings of ancient times, guarded their flocks. The shepherd priests, with their symbolic symbol or symbolic emblem, the shepherd's crook or crozier, definitely communicated to the sheep that which was necessary. And so by degrees a great deal of knowledge that had once been locked within the university colleges and mystery temples of Egypt, Greece, and the Near East came to be more generally known. It is this gradual revelation that gave us, for instance, mathematics, gave us astronomy, gave us music, gave us by degrees the secrets of ancient medicine and law, made possible a variety of achievements for men. The great moral and spiritual codes of the world were originally part of the mystery tradition. But as man reached the point where he needed them, they were revealed to him by the anointed and initiated teachers, saviors, sages, prophets, and seers of his race. So man gradually gained a certain knowledge of these esoteric matters. According to Madame Blavatsky, the time came in the closing years of the 19th century when the tremendous advancement of material science, when a new kind of world coming into existence, built upon, unfortunately, an almost adamantine materialism, required certain further directives. That these directives meant that for those who had the insight, for those who had the natural inclination, for those who realized the importance of a better kind of knowledge, simply had to be available. Man will never cry out to heaven for guidance sincerely without receiving guidance. Man never will be confused over knowledge if he is sincerely willing to accept ideas that are better than those of his time. But it is essential always that the gate of the sheepfold, as the temple of initiation was anciently called, should always be open. That there should always be more knowledge than man normally uses, so that in his emergency the individual can always find something better if he will seek where it is. To act then as a tremendous counterbalancing force, not for the majority, but for those who were dedicated to a higher concept of life. The adepts of the Eastern tradition resolved to make a revelation of knowledge, making it in one of the most astute, interesting, and incomprehensible Zen-like ways that you can possibly imagine. And here is again where the secret doctrine has a very valuable psychological pattern to point out. It is always possible to assume that a great teacher, a great Mahatma, priest, a great initiate could appear in the world in proper person with all necessary credentials and be able to prove his reality, his integrity, and his validity beyond question. It would be perfectly conceivable that such a person could arise, that this person could perform before any group of persons evidences of superphysical attainments, could reveal forms of knowledge and insight that simply could not be refuted. That in the presence of the greatest skeptics, this type of person could prove conclusively the reality of esoteric powers and faculties over material obscuration. It is conceivable that this could happen, that such an adept could raise the dead, could cause any phenomena that he wanted, could force extensions of consciousness upon the benighted minds of other people, that by degrees the authority, power, and dominion of such a person could be so absolute, and his power of self-protection so complete, that he might even theoretically become ruler of the world if he so desired. Nothing could oppose him, no secret could be kept from him, no resistance offered by others could touch him. Therefore, he would stand immovable. But this very circumstance in itself, did it occur, would be absolutely fatal to the entire development of the human being. Because man, by his own nature, by his own needs, must grow to certainty. And this growth must arise through a series of constant changing within himself. It would be 1,000 times more detrimental for anyone to meddle with the trial and error patterns of human procedure than it would be for a parent to attempt to dominate a child after that child is old enough to take care of himself. Every effort to help would end in hindrance. Every effort to control or direct would frustrate the natural growth of the person and force him into the bondage which must always exist, in which the weak is in slavery to the strong. Also, the most important point of all would be that the development of the human faculties, which must develop sequentially, would be disturbed if for any reason a sudden enlightenment struck the individual by whose nature such an enlightenment was not justified. Thus, every degree of knowledge, every degree of insight must be earned. All learning must arise from a yearning to know. It cannot rise from a dictatorial impression of knowledge, even if this knowledge is correct. The experience of discovery is essential to the conscious growth of every creature. If this experience is taken away from him by dogmatic or dictatorial means, the individual is cheated out of his own inevitable need. Thus, it would be no part of the esoteric school to attempt to save man from himself, or to force a state of grace upon a creature whose own conduct did not justify it, or whose own incentives did not voluntarily lead him to it. So there could be no such a dogmatic dispensation set up. It was by no means time for the 10th avatar to appear surrounded by glory, because even if this resulted in immediate world peace, the purpose of evolution would be frustrated. Because the purpose of evolution is that it shall end in peace, but that this peace shall arise from the unfolding consciousness of the individual and not from dictatorial legislations by arbitrary powers. So in the presentation of the material in the secret doctrine, there could be no essential emphasis upon authority. The book was released to the world through the work of a person as thorough as any other person, as subject to curious moods and eccentricities, as controversial and in some ways as inconsistent as anybody else. It was a work which could be rejected with enthusiasm by any individual who wanted to pick it apart. It was a work which could be utterly meaningless to the person who did not want to understand it. It also could be utterly meaningless to an individual who was not interested enough to find out what it meant. It brought no salvation or enlightenment to anyone on a platter. It gave no assurance of anything. It was simply set up as a point of inquiry. It stood there to intrigue those who were already willing and inclined to be intrigued. It could also lead the scholar to a further examination of things that he already wanted to know, or it could cause him to declare that it was the greatest monument of superstition in modern times and cast it in the wastebasket. This was exactly what was intended. It could not be dogmatic. It was not a revelation and was never meant to be a revelation. It was, however, another availability, something that the individual might turn to, might find intriguing, and might for him summarize the long course of knowledge which he had already followed, and give him certain incentives to investigate further into the unconditioned worlds that lay ahead. Actually, the structure of the secret doctrine is divided into two essential parts, of which the first is properly termed cosmological. It has to do with the cosmogenesis, or the formation of the universe out of its own roots. In this concept is set forth practically all that is available in the wisdom of both East and West. We find here the concepts and speculations of the Greek astronomers and cosmologists. We find everything from Hesiod to Ptolemy. We find the contemplations of Plato and the extraordinary investigations of Pythagoras. We find a careful estimation of the weights and merits of Aristotle, Euclid, and all the other group. We also are given an insight into the points where these documents have been, in the course of time, either misinterpreted or intentionally distorted. We are helped to understand how the translations of these ancient writings have been heavily influenced by indoctrination, or by special beliefs, or by antagonisms, so that we cannot trust the modern prejudiced translator as being in all cases a valid witness for the subject with which he is presumably concerned. We also find the cosmogonies of the Vedas. We find the ancient doctrines of the Avestas, the teachings of the Chinese and the Buddhists relating to the origin of the universe. We are confronted with the problem which has always been the root of all cosmological uncertainty, namely the possibility of a creation emerging from the absence of itself. How did the beginning begin? How was that which was not to engender that which was? Can we ever assume that there was a state in which nothing existed? All of these speculations are finally brought together under the concept of the Tibetan tantric system. And the great laws of cycles, the great processes of the days and nights of Brahma, the emergence of the universe as the great breath, the setting up of the great geometric patterns in space by which worlds were generated, all of these processes are discussed and described, not originally, inasmuch as there is really no indication that this represented an original system devised by the writer. It is simply a magnificent gathering together of threads, of strands, of fragments, until a common form is established into which the systems of the Greeks, the Hindus, the Chinese can all be fitted into a master concept, a concept which includes them all, leaves out nothing, and requires no essential compromise of basic ideas. Out of this entire concept comes this tremendous pattern of the living universe, of a universe extending far beyond anything that we can conceive, a universe of systems upon systems, all of them essentially great units of consciousness, and that from the basic consciousness of each of these units, vast systems of creation emerge. These systems always within the consciousness which created them. And within all these patterns, the infinite divergence of individuality within unity. Much of this pattern is based upon the great Sephirotic tree of the Kabbalah. It is also the great tree of the Vedic mysteries. And we have the same concept arising in Mahayana Buddhism, in the scriptures which have to deal with the establishment of the Buddhas in all of the great directions of space. The whole theory is defined and developed in the concept of a world compendium of cosmological doctrine. And of course the important point that arises from it is that all of the different systems will fit into this one pattern. That therefore there is much evidence that there was originally one system. That this one system was divided not in meaning but in term, or gradually fragmented through interpretation and the gradual descent of ideas through orders of persons not capable of fully understanding them, until difference arises as a human error, not as an inconsistency in essential principles. Out of this tremendous cosmogony of things emerges esoteric anthropology, the emergence of man, his development in nature, the great question that science is still ponderating and will probably ponder for some time, namely the relationship between the person and his body. That the Darwinian theory or the Mendelian law might apply to the body of man, no one seriously questions. But whether this pattern is applicable to the consciousness of man is another and far more serious doubt. In the esoteric tradition, therefore, man emerges as a principle to be embodied. He represents a universal fragment or flame from infinite life, containing within himself the infinite potential of the absolute unfoldment of the total universe within himself. He is therefore seminal, as the oracles of Zoroaster called it. He is a seed from which all creation can ultimately be born. This seed, enveloped in matter, sowed in the dark earth of substance, is finally limited in body. The great story of anthropology is therefore the involution of man, which is the descent of consciousness into form, and the gradual obscuration of consciousness by form. Finally, evolution, or the gradual restoration of consciousness from form. Evolution being essentially at this time a twofold procedure. Either a procedure based upon the long unfolding path of future growth, by which over a vast period of time man will gradually collect the fragments of his own consciousness within his own personality, unite them, bring them into harmony, and gradually create an abstract vehicle or Vaham for the expression of that consciousness rather than the concrete mind that he now uses. The second way, according to the esoteric tradition, is that the individual shall achieve evolution or the release of consciousness from matter by the disciplines of the esoteric schools. These esoteric disciplines constituting the meditative and contemplative disciplines of the Kala Chakra, or the great school of the turning of the wheel of time. The turning of the wheel in this case simply represents the reverse motion, or the reversal of that motion by means of which man has been drawn into a state of materiality. As he is drawn into matter by a certain motion, as Plato says, he is by the reversal of this motion able to extricate himself from matter. This discussion and the problems involved in it constitute the natural development of anthropology, which moves gradually from the consideration of man as the anthropos, or the being, the person, to the development of man as anthropos, son of anthropos, in the Gnostic system, namely the emergence of the psychic man, the man of mystery, the invisible man, the man of crystalline glass of ancient alchemy. Therefore, out of the mystery of matter rises the mystery of man as a psychic being. By psychic in this case we do not mean psychic in the sense of possessing psychic powers, but rather as the psychological psyche, the soul man. And the point of importance being that man will ultimately move his center of function, his center of awareness, or his center of polarization, from the physical focus to the psychic focus. When he does this, he will find that he is living in a new world. He will find that gradually the old world will fade away, as the ancient forces perished in the void according to the Zohar. Man, therefore, does not dissolve a world, but the world seems to dissolve itself. The individual does not depart, apparently, into some other place. He stays and the world leaves him. Actually, however, the entire release of the psychic entity is a conscious living achievement of that which for most persons is possible only in the transition of death. Therefore, the prophets of old are said to have been taken to God without death, because actually and esoterically, the ritual of initiation and the ritual of the death ceremonies were regarded as equally symbolic of the same psychic procedure in man. Thus, the release of man from body is a resurrection, a birth anew into a psychic existence, an existence in which soul power dominates all other considerations. The achievement of this is possible, according to the Kala Chakra, only to the Arhat, or the adept, only to the initiate of the mysteries. And this way of initiation is not open to the inquirer. There is no way in which, at this time, these teachers can be reached or communicated with by those other than the ones they themselves choose. The problem of choice, therefore, rests with a force or faculty beyond us. And the individual can only rely upon the development of his own integrity as a means of gradually coming in contact with these processes. The reason for this, again, is perfectly obvious. That under the present existing materialism, while our psychic code is what it is, while our moral levels are what they are, while our sense of ethics remains in its comparatively undeveloped state, any possibility of the extension of our faculties or the increase of knowledge would only further hazard the survival of our species. There could be no possible way to prevent the abuse of force unless the force was guarded in its own way by the only guardian that can protect force, and that is the absolute integrity of the individual. Therefore, until the person is above misuse, he will never be able to secure the power which he can misuse. What he might commonly regard today as the accidental attainment of a transcendent or transcendental power merely means that perhaps from one of many possible causes there may be flashes of insight, or there may be temporary contacts with transcendental factors. But these are not dangerous for the most part unless they are violently misunderstood. They are not dangerous because the individual cannot control them. Even though he has the experience, he cannot repeat it. Even though he sees something, he cannot systematize what he has seen, nor can he interpret it correctly. Therefore, if there is a physiological or psychological experience, the individual is still protected. He is protected by the fact that the experience may reveal to him some meaning, some value greatly to be desired, some hope of future growth greatly to be longed for. But it does not provide him in any instance with the machinery by means of which he can control it. This machinery belongs only to the deepest aspects of the various Tantra or of the Kala Chakra school. It belongs to disciplines and ways of life which have to be lived. And the individual who is not able to live them cannot endanger himself except by delusion. He can imagine things that are not so and greatly injure his own life. That is why so much of this material and all of the actual keys to it, even in Asia today, where there are schools working with it, are held in secret. Because the proof of man's inability to handle knowledge has come merely in this physical world. What we have done in the field of electronics is obvious evidence that we cannot be entrusted with the thunderbolts of Zeus. We cannot be entrusted with powers over energies 1,000,000 times more splendid than any atomic fission electronic process we know today. We cannot be trusted. But nature also knows that when we get toward the world of causation, behind which lies the secret doctrine, this bridge between the objective and the subjective in our own consciousness is guarded. It is guarded by a mutable natural law that we can do absolutely nothing about. And if we would cross this bridge, we must be like the Egyptian entering the wonderful fabled lands of Amentet. We must have the right word to the keeper of the gate. We must be able to answer the right questions, and we must answer them correctly. We must have received that degree of knowledge which enables us to make this transition. Otherwise, we could not be trusted very far or very long. But nature is not locking man away from something that he deserves, for the simple reason that the whole process of nature is accomplishing this end. Every living thing, according to the esoteric school, is equally moving towards salvation. There are no lost souls. There is no individual who deserves better than he gets. There is no person who is all ready for knowledge and no one has noticed it. The fact of the matter is, all these processes occur within the individual. And it is only through himself that he can enter the magic world of the esoteric tradition. Now, there is much more that can be said about the subject, but that's about all we can do in the time we have, and I think that is perhaps the great lesson that is left within the story of the secret doctrine. And thank you very kindly, and we'll see you again one of these days.